I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 425. Warmest regards from Brother Tazzy, the originator of the inverted fullback tactic. As soon as the Southampton players entered the field, the Saints fans and the Reds fans cheered in unison. Especially when Guran appeared on the grass of Goodison Park, the Saints fans all stood up excitedly, waving the red and white number 8 jersey in their hands. Liverpool fans were not to be outdone. The 3 red squares all stood up, and the front row of Reds fans held up the photos of Guran wearing Liverpool's number 8 jersey and cheered. Guran was a little confused for a while. He didn't remember that he transferred to Liverpool. Guran quickly looked down at the Southampton jersey on his body, and then he was relieved and smiled and waved to the Reds fans. After all, it is a very rare honor to be sought after by the Reds fans as a Southampton player. The DJ at Goodison Park began to introduce the names of Southampton players one by one. Every time a Southampton player was introduced, the Toffees made a uniform mocking boo. When Guran was introduced, the Toffees still booed wildly, but the Liverpool fans and the Saints fans united and cheered and clapped wildly. The atmosphere on the scene was immediately lifted. The Liverpool fans and the Saints fans combined only had more than 5,000 fans, but their roars resounded throughout Goodison Park, and could even wake up the dead under the grass. The boos of the Toffees were completely suppressed. Guran repeatedly applauded and thanked the Saints D-head fans, and also thanked the Red Army fans wearing Liverpool jerseys. Although he is not a Liverpool player, since they have come to cheer for us, it is only right to say thank you. Edwards, a Liverpool scout sitting in the main stand, jumped up happily and cheered with the Liverpool fans. Chelsea's Emanalo said coldly, "Sit down, Edwards, this is Goodison Park, not your own field. You will get beaten." Manchester City's Pratt took the initiative to distance himself from Edwards. "I'd better stay away, otherwise I'll be covered in blood," Edwards said triumphantly. "Did you see Guran interacting with our Red Army fans? I dare to guarantee with my head that Guran must be from Liverpool." Pratt sneered. "What's the matter? I dare to guarantee with your head that Guran must be from our Manchester City." Emanalo adjusted his glasses. "I can also guarantee with Edward's head that Guran must be from our Chelsea." The 3 scouts began to be on edge again. After the DJ introduced the Southampton players, Everton's players came on stage to warm up. Every time a player was introduced, the Everton fans at the scene cheered like thunder. Liverpool fans and Southampton fans booed with all their strength. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too big, and they couldn't boo. But the Saints fans and the Reds fans did not lose their momentum. Everton was full of stars. When Guran was warming up in his own half, he couldn't help but look at Everton's half. At this time, Everton happened to make a pass error and the ball flew over. Guran stood still, swung his scorpion tail, unloaded the force with his heel, and stopped the ball perfectly. This stop was extremely gorgeous. The Saints fans and the Reds fans at the scene cheered wildly. Everton fans booed. Even if they felt deep down that the ball was stopped well enough, they would never praise it. After stopping the ball, Guran did not kick the ball back to Everton directly, but used the ball to practice dribbling on the spot. This behavior was a little provocative, but if the ball was returned to Everton obediently, it would be a disadvantage in mentality and momentum. A game is a game, and a game is meant to target each other. If you don't bully others, others will bully you. The so-called friendship first and game second is neither respectful of friendship nor of the game. Several tall players of Everton surrounded Guran. The Southampton players were not to be outdone, and rushed directly to Guran, ready to fight at any time. Especially Chamberlain. His face was full of "who dares to touch my daddy" posture. Everton's number 10 player, Mikel Arteta, a star who is only 176 centimeters tall, stood up in time and persuaded all the impulsive Everton players to go back, and then he ran alone and smiled to Guran, who was still dribbling the ball. "Hi, Gu, how are you?" Arteta smiled and extended his hand kindly. "Damn Brother Tazzy." Everton's midfield brain, the assistant coach of the future Manchester City coach Guardiola, and the future head coach of Arsenal. Guran immediately stopped the ball and shook hands with Arteta. "Hello, Mr. Arteta. Hey, just call me Mikel." "Ah, okay, Mikel." Arteta is indeed the first person in the Premier League with high football IQ and emotional intelligence. A smile resolved a conflict that could have caused a group fight. Then I heard Arteta say, "I often watch your games." Of course, not live games, but TV broadcasts. To be honest, I like your playing style very much, especially the inverted fullback tactics. I think this tactic is really great. Watching you play football, I feel like I've opened my eyes. Damn. Brother Tazzy, you are too modest. Isn't the inverted fullback tactic your future winning magic weapon in the Arsenal team? How can you say it's mine? Oh, well, my B2B playing style with the striker behind is indeed very similar to the inverted fullback tactic. So I'm the originator of the future Arsenal inverted fullback playing style? Brother Tazzy actually got inspiration from me. Guran cleared his throat. "Mikel, you're flattering me, ahem. I just kicked it blindly." Arteta laughed. "I've heard that Chinese people are very modest. Today, I see that it's true. Goo, you don't have to be modest in front of me. Although I'm not a big star, I really like to study tactics. Your football IQ is very high. Although you are still playing in the English League One, I must watch every game of yours. I really learned a lot from you. Learn from each other. Learn from each other." To be honest, Arteta is one of the top players in the Premier League with the highest football IQ. Guran's football IQ is of course also very high, but in fact, Guran's football IQ is due to his being a reborn person. Guran knows how football will be played in the future, so after being reborn, Guran's football IQ is 12 years ahead of the current football world, and it is impossible not to be high. Arteta's football IQ is real and natural. It can even surpass that of some well-known coaches. Apart from other things, Everton coach Moyes' team building philosophy is to have players who are tall, strong and have strong confrontation ability, especially in the midfielder/defensive midfielder position, which is the core position of Everton's team building. Players who can play this position must be tall players over 188 centimeters to meet Moyes' requirements. However, Everton's defensive midfielder is Mikel Arteta, who is 176 centimeters tall and weighs only 63 kilograms. There is only one reason for this. Arteta is really strong. Even if the height and weight confrontation do not meet Moyes' rigid standards, Moyes is willing to break his own rules and let Arteta stand in the defensive midfielder, because Arteta is playing with his brain, and Everton cannot be without brains, no matter how much it emphasizes the body. Coach Moyes is not a tactical master, but Arteta, who is only 28 years old, can use his super high football IQ to serve as Everton's on-field head coach. Everton's tactical fine-tuning is also achieved through Arteta's passing and running on the field. To exaggerate, even Guardiola can only be called Little Arteta. There are many stars in the Everton team today, but in fact, there is only one truly strong opponent in today's game, and that is the smiling Tazzy brother in front of us. Today's confrontation with Tazzy brother in the midfield will definitely be the most exciting confrontation. Arteta was still not in a hurry to get the ball and continued to say with a smile, "Boo, I'm very happy to compete with you today. I hope we can all have a good performance." Guran hurriedly said, "Okay, Mikel, we all have to perform well. Oh, by the way, this football is yours. I will give it back to you." Guran picked up the ball with his toes, picked it up in his hands, and handed it to Arteta with both hands. "Aha, thank you." Arteta happily reached out to catch the ball. Guran took the opportunity to concentrate his mind and force Arteta to take it. As a player, Arteta has many outstanding skills, such as ball control, dribbling, crossing, and even free kicks and long shots are good. As a typical Spanish player, Arteta's footwork is very flexible, and he has all kinds of star skills, especially the butterfly through the flowers in the front court, which is Arteta's forte. However, Guran is not in a hurry to take Arteta's butterfly through the flowers. After all, there must be a chance to get it in the game. What Guran likes more is Arteta's fatal elevator. Arteta's free kick can kick a fast falling elevator ball. Although Guran can occasionally highlight the free kick with a full sense of falling. If he wants to practice the elevator ball, to be able to show it in the Premier League and the Europa League Champions League, he must practice seriously for at least 2 or 3 years to achieve a little success. Now, there is a chance to directly take the fatal elevator, so what are you waiting for? Duran directly urged his mind. Arteta trembled all over, as if something was taken away by someone, but it seemed that nothing happened. A purple light that only Duran could see flew from Arteta's body and went straight into Duran's forehead. Free kick, fatal elevator +1. So cool. Duran grinned happily at Arteta. Thank you, Mikel. Arteta smiled and said, why be polite? I should be the one thanking you. We are friends now, right? Duran nodded as a matter of course. Of course. At this time, Everton's number 25 player, Feikinglang Meralain Fellaini, ran over with his iconic afro and said fiercely, Mikel, why haven't you come back yet? Are you in trouble? Arteta hurriedly grabbed Fellaini's arm. It's okay, I've got the ball, let's go. Fellaini nodded, frowned and said to Duran, boy, I'm watching you. Duran couldn't help but want to laugh. Okay, Fellaini. Fellaini was a little surprised. Do you know me? Duran shrugged. Who doesn't know you? Fellaini's face was full of pride. Huh, although you said so, I won't let my guard down against you. After that, the two ran back to Everton's training half with the ball. Duran couldn't help but want to laugh. Meralain Fellaini, sooner or later you will eat Shandong green onions. Chapter 426, The Eternal Injustice of Moyes and Van Gaal in the snow in June. After half an hour of warm-up training, the players of both sides left the field for final preparations. At 7:35, the players of both sides lined up in the passage, holding the ball boys by hand, and officially entered the field under the leadership of the referee. The live broadcast received the live signal, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 300,000. Today is not the weekend, and this game is not a final, but this is the match between Southampton, where Duran is, and Everton, a Premier League powerhouse. It is extremely valuable, so it has attracted a large number of fans and non-fans. Domestic sports lottery has also opened single game betting. The fans in the live broadcast room have already bought Everton's 1-goal loss lottery tickets, waiting to rely on Duran to realise a Villa by the Sea. As long as Southampton can draw with Everton in the regular time of 90 minutes, the fans in the live broadcast room will win. If they can beat Everton within 90 minutes, it will be even more exciting. Amid the crazy cheers of the fans in the stadium, the players of both sides lined up and shook hands. The referee signalled the captains of the two teams to come to his side to guess the coin. Everton's captain is Mikel Arteta, the number 10 player, while Southampton's captain is still goalkeeper Davis. In fact, Arteta is not Everton's first captain. Because head coach Moyes prefers tall, muscular and strong players, such as Rooney, Rodwell, and Fellaini. Arteta is a handsome young man who looked a little effeminate when he was young, so even though Arteta is the core brain of the team, Moyes only let Arteta be the second captain. Everton's first captain is Philip Neville, the younger brother of Manchester United legend Gary Neville. The two brothers were in Manchester United at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and they were simply twins on the wing. Gary Neville regarded his younger brother as a fool. Philip Neville regarded his older brother as an idiot. But they all have a very good relationship with Beckham, and the three of them grew up training together. Gary Neville, the elder brother, just retired last season, and Philip Neville, the younger brother, is already 33 years old this year. After a serious injury, he can still play as a main player in Everton, and can also be the captain of Everton. However, in today's game Philip Neville, the first captain, did not start, but sat firmly on the bench. Head coach Moyes knows that Southampton is not a weak team. After all, they can play all the way to the 4th round of the League Cup. Even a team in the English League One cannot be considered weak, but Moyes still doesn't take Southampton seriously in his heart. Moyes believes that Southampton's tactics are very simple. It is nothing more than using the left side, especially Duran's personal ability. As long as Duran is restricted, Southampton is a toothless old lady who can be easily teased. Therefore, in this game, Moyes did not let the captain Philip Neville start, but let Arteta, the second captain, take the lead as the captain on the field. Southampton captain Davis guessed the wrong coin, so Everton got the priority to choose the side, and Southampton got the kickoff right in the first half. Arteta chose the south half on behalf of Everton, and attacked from south to north. The captains of both sides shook hands, and exchanged team flags according to the process. The players of both sides also took photos in their respective half, and then set up their formations. In today's game, Southampton, who played away, still adopted the 442 formation. The strategy in the first half was to defend with all their strength and press in the half. In the past, when playing in the English League One, Southampton usually pressed high throughout the game, but when playing against Everton in the Premier League, Southampton did not dare to press high at the beginning. After all, Everton's confrontation is very strong, and Moyes likes to use the width of the court very much. If they blindly press high at the beginning, Southampton's defense line will hardly be able to withstand Everton's rapid impact. Southampton also sent out a full-fledged lineup this time. The two forwards are Gully and Canali. These two forwards are experienced veterans. Although their scoring ability is not very good, their ability to be the fulcrum in the front court and their ability to intercept and counter-grabbing the midfield are still good. They also have a tacit understanding with Lallana in the triangle cooperation, which is much better than Jared and Ronald in this respect. The attacking midfielder is naturally Lallana. After a few games, after recovering from injury, Lallana's physical fitness and competitive state have almost recovered. Although Lallana's confrontation in the attacking midfielder position is not enough, and he did not play the attacking midfielder at the beginning, his awareness and technology are still very strong, and the Gulala connection has always been an important scoring method for Southampton. Therefore, Lallana is the most suitable for the attacking midfielder position, and the position of the defensive midfielder is played by Lambert, who has performed very stably. The left forward is still Chamberlain, and the right forward is still Schneiderlin. Chamberlain is very fast. Although not as fast as Guran, he can also form a very sharp wing cooperation with Guran. With Chamberlain in front, the ball behind Guran is likely to be caught by Chamberlain and form a breakthrough. The right winger Schneiderlin is very stable and comprehensive, and can also form a diagonal cooperation with Guran. The left back is naturally still Guran. Although Guran is more threatening in the middle, Coach Adkins still chooses to put Guran in the left back position. There is really no better player to support the left back except Guran. More importantly, Coach Adkins designed this game to defend in the first half. As long as the score can be controlled within 2:0 and not kicked through by Everton, there will be a fight in the second half. Southampton still has to rely on physical fitness to win. Physical fitness is absolutely the most important thing for a team that mainly plays in the traditional British style. Keep your own physical fitness and consume Everton's physical fitness so that there will be a chance in the second half. As for whether the scene is good or not, it doesn't matter. The more pragmatic the coach is, the less he cares about whether the scene is good or not, especially in the knockout stage, where he only looks at the final score. What's more, Southampton is playing against a strong Premier League team, so Coach Adkins' strategy in the first half is defense, and defense mainly depends on Guran. There is another reason to put Guran on the left back, which is to protect Guran from being fouled by Everton's animals. Everton played very fiercely in the Moyes era, and the players who were targeted often found it difficult to withstand it. Putting Guran at the back at the beginning can also prevent Guran from being targeted and getting injured. Southampton's right back is Richardson, and the two central defenders are JD and Font. Font can play as a right back or a central defender. In comparison, Aaron Martin is too young and needs to experience more games. Although the deputy Walton has more experience, he has lacked actual combat in recent times and his physical fitness is not enough. The first half of today's game was definitely very stressful for defense. Coach Adkins was also worried that Walton would not be able to hold on even for half a game and would waste a precious substitution quota. The goalkeeper was still Captain Davis. Everton's formation was Moyes' best 44-11 formation, with 4 defenders, 4 midfielders, 1 shadow striker, and 1 centre forward. The position of the shadow striker is similar to that of the attacking midfielder. but it is closer to the goal than the attacking midfielder, and the roles of the two on the field are completely different. The responsibility of the attacking midfielder is more to connect the midfield and the front court, and also to participate in the defensive interception in the middle and front court. The shadow striker follows closely behind the center forward, requiring stronger dribbling and off-ball running abilities, as well as the ability to insert from the back row and the nose in front of the goal. The shadow striker is a striker himself, but in terms of position, he is in a front to back relationship with the center forward, not a parallel relationship. 44-11 is an unpopular formation, but for Moyes, who is good at building a team, this formation is very consistent with his tactical philosophy. The wing space of 44-11 is very large, and the two wing forwards can make full use of the width of the field to cross the ball. However, the real core of this formation is not the shadow striker, nor the wing forwards on both sides, but the midfielder. 44-11 needs a strong midfielder to connect. The two midfielders must take into account all the abilities of the front and back midfielders. They must be B2B type, sprinting all over the field, and must be able to control the field and send the ball out. Such players are very important in any team. Once the waist strength is not enough, then their center forward and shadow striker will be out of touch with the midfield, and the two center forwards and shadow strikers of 44-11 can only stare blankly. As the head coach of Everton, Moyes' formation is unpopular enough, but the actual tactical system is still the British tradition. Moyes likes to use tall and strong men very much, and he himself has a nickname, Imo Nyang Nyang. This does not mean that his coaching style is sissy, but that he likes tall and mighty men, and the more the better. Of course, Moyes has many other nicknames, such as Mojia, which is a new word created by combining his name with the Messiah, the Savior, and is a title that fans use to praise him. However, after he took over Ferguson's job at Manchester United 3 years later, his nickname became 81 and Moyes, the eternal wronged. Because of this nickname, there is also a very famous couplet, June Snow Van Gaal. This couplet nickname refers to the fact that famous coaches like Moyes and Van Gaal could not lead Manchester United after Ferguson retired. As for 81, it refers to the famous 81 crosses after Moyes coached Manchester United. At that time, Manchester United played against the farmer Fulham at home. Manchester United pressed the whole field and attacked frantically. In the normal game, a total of 81 crosses were played, and Fulham's defense was kicked to pieces and trembled in fear. The scene was as ugly as a disaster movie. Even dogs shook their heads and sighed. In the end, Manchester United tied Fulham 2-2 with an absolute crushing 81 crosses at home. However, this is all later. Although Moyes is not a first-class tactical coach, his team-building philosophy and adherence to the traditional style of play are still remarkable. Chapter 427 Great British Stars. Everton, a star-studded team. Southampton, get their brains first. Everton's centre forward is number 16 Jermaine Beckford. The player is 26 years old, has dual Jamaican and British citizenship, is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 83 kilograms. He is a player tailored to the requirements of head coach Moyes. Although he is tall and heavy, his sprinting speed is very fast. Even in the competitive top competition of the Premier League, Beckford is definitely one of the fastest forwards. Beckford was born in Chelsea's youth training and later transferred to the second-tier league Wealdstone. Beckford played 40 times and scored 35 goals for the team. In 2006, Beckford transferred to the English Championship team Leeds United. In 2009, that is, last year, Beckford won the English League One Puma Golden Boot Award. In May 2010, he transferred to Everton for £3.2 million. It can be said that Moyes is very optimistic about Beckford, and this stage is indeed Beckford's golden age. It's a pity that Beckford didn't play well later. Everton's starting shadow striker in this game is the number 37 genius star Jose Baxter. Jose Baxter, who is only 18 years old, has already shown his talent in domestic youth competitions when he was 14 years old and was hailed as the Great British Star. Yes, there are so many great British stars that this title sounds meaningless. Moreover, there are too few great British stars who can play well. Except for Harry Kane, almost all of them are annihilated. However, at this time in 2010, the players who were selected as great British stars were all real superstars. Joe Baxter is naturally one of them. When he was young, especially around 2010, he was definitely one of the most dazzling new stars in the Premier League. He is even more amazing than another great British star in the same team, Jack Rodwell, who is known as Little Rooney, and more like Rooney. In comparison, Jack Rodwell prefers to play in the backcourt, especially as a defender, while Joe Baxter is a real striker. Baxter was born in Liverpool. His favourite team, since childhood, was Liverpool. However, the football school he chose at the age of 8 was Everton. He played for Everton youth team until he entered the first team at the age of 16. He played at the youngest age at that time and broke the Premier League record. Head coach Moyes also trained Baxter as the second Rooney. Although the outside world has always said that Jack Rodwell is Rooney, in fact, in the club team, the real Rooney is Baxter. Baxter's speed is not fast, but his ball stopping and shooting skills are very good. He is also very smart in front of the goal, and he likes to shoot hard. His shooting is very Rooney-like. It's a pity that this super demon star who was highly expected by Moyes was not able to reach Rooney's level in the end. He gradually fell and faded out of the fans' sight. Today's game is also a demon star duel between the Premier League super demon star Baxter and the English League One super demon star Guran. Of course, Moyes let the young Baxter start the game because he looked down on the Southampton team. Everton's real shadow striker is not Baxter. Baxter is just here to train so that he can grow better. Everton's real shadow striker is Tim Cahill, the number 17 player, an Australian international and the only Asian candidate for the Golden Globe Award. Tim Cahill sat firmly on the bench today to watch the game. Tim Cahill is only 178 centimeters tall and weighs only 68 kilograms, but Tim Cahill is best at heading. Tim Cahill has a very good sense of smell in front of the goal and is very good at grasping the timing of starting. In addition to his very powerful headers, his ability to finish at his feet is also very strong. He is a typical shadow striker. Tim Cahill is also a big scene man who always stands up and scores goals at the critical moment when the team needs him. Tim Cahill joined Millwall, Everton, and New York Red Bulls successively. Finally, at the end of his career in 2015, he joined Greenland Shenhua and then joined Greentown for a short time. In 2018, he returned to the original Millwall team to retire. Everton's starting left midfielder is Russian international Zenaya Bilayaredinov, number 7. This player is a versatile player in the front court. He can play as a striker, a winger, an attacking midfielder, a defensive midfielder, and even a left wing back. Moreover, Bilayaredinov is not only comprehensive in position, but also in technique. With a height of 185 centimeters and a weight of 79 kilograms, he is also very good at confrontation on the wing. He is a B2B type player. Everton's right midfielder is veteran Leon Osman, number 21. This player is a small and agile player in Everton. The other players are basically 185 centimeters tall, while Leon Osman is only 173 centimeters and weighs only 64 kilograms. However, Leon Osman is extremely fast and flexible at foot. He is a very difficult tactical breakthrough point on the right side of Everton. Everton's midfielder is Belgian international Marouane Fellaini, number 25. Fellaini is a very well-known star among domestic fans because Fellaini later followed Moyes to Manchester United and then transferred to the domestication team and became a legendary foreign aide in the Chinese Super League. Fellaini was a superstar before he came to the Chinese Super League, and when he left the Chinese Super League, he was already a legend. Fellaini has many nicknames, such as Fei Kinglang, Afro, Fei Peng Peng, etc. Fellaini has repeatedly made key performances on the court and is called Mr. Key, so there is also the famous saying the sky with Fellaini is a sunny sky. In this game, Fellaini, who is now 23 years old, still has a childish face, and his head is full of explosive hair, which is very individual. He is 194 centimeters tall and weighs 84 kilograms. Except for his poor speed and explosive power, his other data are very excellent. Fellaini can now play in the midfield and defensive midfielder, but he can also play as a front midfielder, shadow striker, center forward, and even defender. It can be said that Fellaini is also all around in the middle. Another midfielder of Everton is the captain on the 10th field, Mikel Arteta. Arteta is now 28 years old, but he has only been selected for the Spanish youth national team 7 times, and has never been selected for the Spanish national team. This is also a great regret for Arteta. This also shows that there are too many reserve talents in Spanish football. Although Arteta has never been selected for the national team, Arteta has not changed his nationality for this reason, and he has not betrayed his motherland in order to play in the World Cup. In fact, Arteta cannot be selected for the national team, largely because the Spanish team's midfield is controlled by world-class stars such as Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, Alonso, David Silva, and Martinez. And most of these stars are players in the La Liga. Arteta has played in France and English League One for many years. Arteta's style has already integrated the characteristics of multiple leagues, but it does not integrate with the local Spanish style of play. Simply put, Arteta is not a Spanish passing and controlling system player, nor is he a small and fast player. Arteta is only 176 centimeters tall and weighs only 63 kilograms. In the Premier League midfield full of tall players, Arteta's physical condition is almost the same, if not the worst. Arteta's speed and burst are not very fast, and as a defensive midfielder, his confrontation is not very strong. He has the dribbling, passing, and footwork that Spanish players usually have, but he is not absolutely outstanding, at least much weaker than his compatriot, David Silva, the current Manchester City star. Judging from the data on paper alone, Arteta is just an ordinary star. However, the data on paper cannot reflect Arteta's role in the game, because Arteta's real threat is not his body, not his speed, nor his already good skills, but his football IQ. Since Arteta moved to Everton, at least 80% of Everton's goals are related to Arteta. Almost every attack is organized and connected by Arteta. Arteta's role in Everton is definitely the real core. Especially this Everton team, once they pick up Arteta, they will lose their brains. So the focus of the task assigned by Coach Adkins today is to deal with Arteta. The task of the 2 forwards of the Southampton team in the first half is to make Arteta as comfortable as possible. If there is a chance to get Arteta off the field, that would be the best. Today, Jack Rodwell, another top star of Everton, sat on the bench to watch the game. Everton's left back is player number 3, Leighton Baines. Baines is 25 years old and has comprehensive skills. He can play multiple positions on the left. He likes to press forward to assist and even shoot directly from a long distance. Baines has very good footwork and is also Everton's first free kick and penalty kick player. Baines also won the best young newcomer in the Premier League and has been selected for the England national team 6 times. He is currently the first left back of the England national team. Everton's right back is number 23, Seamus Coleman. Coleman is a versatile player in the backcourt. He can play not only as a left back but also as a left midfielder. He is very fast, explosive, strong in marking, has very good dribbling skills, a good mentality in big games, and plays very stably in games. In general, the left and right back combination of Baines and Coleman can be regarded as a relatively strong full-back combination in the Premier League. Baines and Coleman have also gradually grown into legendary stars of the club and Everton. Another more legendary defender than them, number 18 Philip Neville, is sitting on the bench with Tim Cahill and Jack Rodwell. Everton's defense is full of stars. Chapter 428 Arteta vs. Duran. A head-on confrontation between 2 super football quotients. Everton's starting 2 central defenders are player number 5 and Dutch international beauty Helen Johnny Heitinga. Although nicknamed Beauty, Heitinga is actually very ugly. But apart from personality factors, Heitinga's defensive strength is very strong. Heitinga made his debut in the Star Factory Ajax. His characteristics are fierce defense, fierce confrontation, good positioning, and as a central defender, he even has a certain assist ability. Heitinga is not fast, but he is responsive. He can not only play as a central defender, but also as a right back, midfielder, and offensive midfielder. His shortcomings come entirely from his personality. He has a bad temper and often can't control it when playing on the court. The biggest headache for Ajax coach Van Basten is how to appease Heitinga's irritable emotions on the court. In the end, the problem was solved like this: reluctantly sell Heitinga. In fact, with Heitinga's ability, he could have become a world-class defender, but his emotional control ability delayed him. Heitinga's value could have reached the level of a first-class star, but a shocking accident occurred in the 2006 World Cup, which directly led to almost no clubs willing to take him. It was the 2006 World Cup quarterfinals. The Netherlands played against Portugal. At that time, Portugal's world-class star Ricardo Carvalho, former Shanghai SIPG player, was injured and fell to the ground. The Portuguese players took the initiative to kick the ball out of the sideline so that Carvalho could get treatment. According to the ethics of competitive sports, when the game resumed, although it should be the Netherlands' possession, the Netherlands should return the ball to Portugal. After all, Portugal was just in an offensive state and only stopped the attack to help Carvalho with treatment. The Netherlands should kick the ball to Portugal's backcourt and let Portugal reorganize the attack. However, the Netherlands gave the ball to its own player Heitinga, but Heitinga did not kick the ball out of the sideline, nor did he kick it back, but dribbled forward with his head down. At first, none of the Portuguese players reacted. They naturally thought that the Dutch would not play hooligans with them. By the time the Portuguese players had reacted, Heitinga had already crossed the half court with the ball and advanced directly into the Portuguese penalty area, while the Dutch players followed up and prepared to play a fast break. They were all old capitalist hooligans. How could Portugal bear this? The Portuguese Brazilian Deco fully demonstrated the tough style of South American players and directly shoveled Heitinga from behind. Deco's action was too obvious, and the referee Ivanov immediately showed Deco a yellow card. In fact, Deco's shovel from behind was definitely a red card, but the referee should have considered that Deco was excusable, so he showed mercy. But it was because of this controversial yellow card that the players on both sides were dissatisfied. The Portuguese believed that giving Deco a yellow card meant that the Dutch team won a free kick in the front court, and this free kick should not have happened. The Dutch team thought, fake, dare to provoke me, the Netherlands? Don't you know the fighting power of our Dutch team? As a result, the already strong smell of gunpowder on the field exploded instantly, and the players on both sides made more and more moves. The Dutch windmill three sticks came on the field together, and the evil Mandy Jan kicked in the chest, and the whole field was a fight. In the end, even the mild referee Ivanov lost his mind. In that game, Ivanov showed a total of 4 red cards and 16 yellow cards. Almost everyone got a card. The players who didn't get a card even felt sorry for their own fans. That game was also the game with the highest card drawing rate in the history of the World Cup. The referee Ivanov also became famous in one battle, and became the referee who issued the most cards in the World Cup. And the initiator of this chaos, Heitinga, also got a nickname Beautiful Helen. In the myth of hope, it was because the Spartan princess Helen eloped with the Trojan prince that the 10-year Trojan War was caused. It was also after the 2006 World Cup that Heitinga's value dropped sharply. Fortunately, Everton Club didn't care. After that major ups and downs in his life, Heitinga's temper has also calmed down a lot. Everton's other central defender is number 6, Filip Jagielka. Jagielka is Polish, but he has lived in England since he was a child and has dual citizenship of England and Poland. In the end, Jagielka chose England international and became an international player for the England team. Jagielka made his debut in the Sheffield United youth training camp, and his career starting point was also Sheffield United. Jagielka's marking, positioning, tackling, headers, speed, burst, prediction, and physical fitness are all first class. In addition to being able to play as a central defender, he can also play as a fullback, defensive midfielder, winger, attacking midfielder, shadow striker, center forward, and goalkeeper. Yes, Jagielka can play as a goalkeeper in an emergency, and it is not a hobby, but he participates in the official Premier League games as a goalkeeper. It was the 2006 season. Jagielka was still playing for Sheffield United. They played against the powerful Arsenal team at home. Because the goalkeeper was injured, and there was no substitute goalkeeper, Jagielka directly put on the goalkeeper gloves, and kept the goal without conceding a single goal under the Gunners' crazy attack. From this perspective, The goalkeeper with the fewest goals conceded in the Premier League is definitely not Key, nor Van der Sar, nor Hart, but Jagielka, a 100% clean sheet rate. Everton's goalkeeper is the number 24 American goalkeeper, 31-year-old veteran Tim Howard, who is 191 centimeters tall and weighs 88 kilograms. Tim Howard joined Manchester United in 2003 and his performance has always been remarkable. In the 2006 season, Manchester United bought Van der Sar, and Howard rarely had the opportunity to play, so in 2007, Howard was loaned to Everton. In the 2007 season, Howard played 26 times for Everton, 11 of which were shootouts, so he was appreciated by head coach Moyes and officially transferred to Everton. Howard's characteristics are very obvious. He is good at commanding defense, and has one-on-one ability and super ability to save single shots and penalties. Howard's most impressive game was in the penalty shootout of the FA Cup semi-final in 2009 last year. He saved 2 penalties from his former teammate Berbatov Ferdinand, the former teammate of Manchester United, and eliminated Manchester United, which ended Manchester United's dream of winning 5 championships in advance. In general, this Everton is definitely a team with both offensive and defensive capabilities. At present, Everton ranks 7th in the Premier League, second only to Tottenham Hotspur, and this season is also very likely to enter the Big Six zone. Therefore, Moyes also hid many main players in this League Cup knockout match. Beep. With the whistle of the referee on duty, the 4th round of the League Cup knockout match, Southampton's away challenge to Everton officially began. Southampton kicked off first. Saints fans waved their team flags wildly and cheered for Southampton. Liverpool's Red Army fans also held up the photoshopped photos of Guran and cheered for Guran loudly. Everton's Toffees booed wildly. At the beginning, Southampton played very conservatively. The football was first passed back to Lambert, and then a triangle pass was made between Lambert, Lallana and Schneiderlin, looking for Everton's gap. This is also Southampton's usual strategy when playing against strong teams. However, Everton is not a strong team in the general sense, but a strong team in the Premier League. Everton directly pressed up from a high position and strangled the Southampton players in the midfield. Especially when Lallana got the ball, Fellaini directly collided sideways. Lallana couldn't fight with the tall and strong Fellaini, so he could only pass the ball to the front court before losing his balance. Gilly had to retreat to get the ball, but Arteta had already predicted Lallana's passing route and cut off Lallana's pass in advance. After Arteta got the ball, he pushed forward steadily. Everton's players quickly penetrated into Southampton's half. Arteta flexibly controlled the ball to prevent Gilly from counter-grabbing, while quickly observing the situation on the left, middle and right. When Schneiderlin on the right also rushed up to help Gilly grab the ball, Arteta flexibly dribbled and looked at his own right side, but at the same time, he passed the ball to his own left side, which was the empty space behind Schneiderlin. Everton's left midfielder number 7 Zaniha Bilaladinov did not step forward to receive the ball, but moved to the middle to protect the ball. Everton's left back number 3 Leighton Baines quickly slid over the side, got the ball at the first time, and went straight to the right side of Southampton. Everton's tactical play is very clear, that is, to avoid Southampton's advantage on the left side and attack Southampton's weak right side. When Baines dribbled forward, Fellaini still maintained his midfield position, while Arteta, who had just organized the attack, quickly moved forward to respond without anyone noticing. Arteta's running position seemed to be unsystematic, and he did not run to the front midfielder position, but ran along the gap of Southampton. Basically, Arteta ran wherever there was a gap. At this time, Southampton's defensive centre was in the right and middle range of their own team, so Arteta ran to the empty area on the left side of the centre. Duran stared at Arteta's running, and when he saw Arteta infiltrating to the left, Duran immediately shrank to the same area. Baines broke into the 30-meter area of Southampton's half. Under heavy siege, he passed the ball back to Fellaini who was supporting him. Fellaini did not stop and passed the ball horizontally to Arteta who had already run to the weak area on the left. Everton's offensive passing performance was very eye-catching. Lambert urgently returned to defense to intercept Arteta, but Arteta had already predicted it, and he stopped and passed it beautifully. Just when Arteta was about to get rid of Lambert completely and pass it to Jermaine Beckford, Duran rushed over with a violent aesthetic momentum and blocked Arteta's breakthrough channel. Arteta couldn't help but hissed. A second ago, he predicted that Duran would cross over to intercept, but he never expected that Duran would come so fast and so fiercely. Arteta couldn't stand Duran's strong physical confrontation and was about to lose his balance. At this time, no matter how high your football IQ is, it's useless. Chapter 429. Everton is attacking wildly. Brother Tazzy wants to penetrate Duran's crotch. Facing the future Arsenal coach, Duran was unceremonious and firmly held Arteta with his hips, not allowing Arteta to turn around and get rid of the ball. Arteta's footwork was indeed very good. Even when he was about to lose his balance, he could still calmly control the ball under his feet. However, he didn't want to control the ball now, he wanted to pass the ball now. Arteta really hoped that Duran could stretch his foot to steal the ball, so that Arteta could use his footwork to find the gap and pass the ball out. Duran has a very high football IQ. Duran predicted Arteta's prediction. Duran was not in a hurry to kick. At this time, Lambert quickly followed up, and Duran and Lambert teamed up to strangle Arteta. Lambert stretched his foot to steal the ball first, and Arteta could only force the ball into the Southampton penalty area after avoiding Lambert's kick. Duran intercepted Arteta's pass with a precise kick. Arteta immediately counter-obbed on the spot. Duran toed his toes to avoid Arteta's interception and directly passed the ball to Chamberlain on the left with a long pass. Chamberlain immediately rushed along the left side with the ball. As soon as the ball passed the centre line, Everton's Fellaini rushed over like an angry bull, and with a domineering side collision, he knocked Chamberlain and the ball out of the sideline. Chamberlain's physical confrontation is not bad at all, but in front of Fellaini, he is as weak as a piece of paper. Chamberlain jumped up angrily, looked at Fellaini's explosive head, and silently closed his mouth that wanted to curse. Southampton got a throw-in. Judging from the first wave of competition at the beginning, Southampton's defense was remarkable, and Everton's competitive state was also online. After the throw-in, the two sides fought hand-to-hand on the two sides. Arteta's running position was very erratic, and Southampton's defense line was always in a state of high tension and alert. Southampton's strategy throughout the first half was very clear, that is, defense, defense, and defense again. The game was in the 9th minute. Everton's number 7 right midfielder Bilal Ledinov interspersed into the midfield and made a subtle 2-on-3 cooperation with Arteta, directly breaking through Southampton's central defense. Arteta, who got the ball again, did not stop and quickly passed it through the middle. Duran had already started from the left side, but Arteta's touch was very fast, and Duran could only shrink back to the penalty area. It must be said that playing against a Premier League powerhouse like Everton, a slow beat is not acceptable. Arteta's through ball was given to number 16 centre forward Jermaine Beckford in the top area of the arc. Beckford faced the closed defense of JD Font, and with a toe buckle, he immediately made a lob shot. The lob shot is also Beckford's best shooting method. Fortunately, Southampton goalkeeper Davis was in a good position and reacted very quickly. Davis jumped high and lifted Beckford's overhead kick over the crossbar with one hand. Everton then won a corner kick. Everton's tall players all squeezed into Southampton's penalty area. Southampton's own players also squeezed into the penalty area, and they could hardly put their feet in the penalty area. Arteta took the corner kick. Arteta took a tactical short corner kick and passed the ball to the left back Leighton Baines outside the penalty area. Baines, who was not guarded, swung his legs violently, as if he was kicking a set piece, and blasted the ball into the upper right corner. This tactical corner kick made all the Southampton defenders panic. Davis was standing at the left goal, and it was too late to save the ball to the right goal. The football was like a cannonball, hanging straight into the goal corner. At the moment, when the football was about to cross the goal line, Duran sprinted over with a violent aesthetic, and with an extreme header, he headed the ball out of the bottom line. All the Everton fans at the scene covered their heads and screamed. The fans of Southampton and Liverpool all cheered and shouted excitedly. The offensive tactics of this ball were brilliant, and the shots from the outside were also wonderful, but Duran's defense was more brilliant and more passionate. This was a must goal, but Guran defended it tightly. Everton's players shook their heads and sighed, and many players had blue skill bubbles under their feet. Everton got another corner kick opportunity. This time it was Arteta who took the penalty again. Arteta kicked a curveball, and the ball fell accurately to Fellaini at the midpoint. Fellaini jumped high, and his explosive head hit the ball heavily sideways. This header was very powerful, but the angle was too straight. Davis calmly seized the ball with both hands in the chaos. Everton's strong attack was resolved again. Southampton also got a chance to breathe. The game continued. Southampton still adopted the strategy of full strength defense in the first half. Even if there was an opportunity to attack, they would not rashly expose the defensive loopholes. At most, they would pass the ball directly from the backcourt and rely on the two forwards to fight. When Gilly and Connelly could not get the ball, they retreated to follow Arteta. Although they did not want to do this, and it was difficult for them to keep up with Arteta's ghostly running, they also knew that this game was unusual, so they chose to obey the order of head coach Adkins. So, on the surface, Gilly and Connelly are two forwards, but in fact, their role is more like avant-garde. On the surface, Lallana is a front midfielder, but in fact, Lallana is a forward. On the surface, Guran has been in the position of left back, but in fact, Guran is just reading the game and waiting for opportunities. The game was in the 15th minute. After receiving the ball from Arteta, Everton's number 21 small and quick right midfielder Leon Osman played Chamberlain in an extremely clever way, and then cut into the middle and made a high pass to the middle of Southampton's penalty area. The ball was passed very well, right behind JD and Font, and in the empty area between them and Davis. Everton's shadow striker Jose Baxter cut in, but the ball didn't touch the right position, hitting the left post and bouncing out of the bottom line. This was the closest attack Everton had in the first 15 minutes. Everton fans lamented. Liverpool fans happily sang the song I Have an Ugly Cousin. The lyrics were so sarcastic that even the Saints fans who were watching the excitement felt that they were a bit too much. Of course, if they were playing against Portsmouth, the Saints fans would sing more than this. The game continued. In the 20th minute of the game, Everton's offensive came back. Arteta passed the ball to the left back Leighton Baines, who was already on the side, while being disturbed by Gully and Connolly. Baines cooperated with Bilal Ledinov on the wing, passing Schneiderlin, Lambert and Richardson. Baines quickly dribbled the ball to the bottom line and made a cross. Centre forward Jermaine Beckford jumped high at the back point, and Guran came to block Beckford's body in time. Under Guran's strong physical confrontation, Beckford, who is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 83 kilograms, did not gain any advantage. The football was lifted high by Beckford, who lost his balance and flew to the south stand. Everton attacked continuously, but missed continuously. Everton's toughest fans began to feel dissatisfied. After all, Southampton is obviously a League One team, and there are no big stars. This is Everton's home court. Under the high pressure of Everton, they actually wasted so many opportunities and failed to score. This is really not right. The game continues. Southampton still retreated to the half court to fight and defend. Everton began to strengthen their offensive, and the back line pressed into the half court area with a lot of space behind them. Guran's eyes began to light up. In the 26th minute of the game, Arteta once again ghosted to the middle. After Fellaini received the pass from the wing, he immediately passed the ball to Arteta. As soon as Arteta stopped the ball, Guran rushed over with violent aesthetic acceleration. Arteta immediately sent the ball between Guran's legs. Arteta wanted to pass the ball through the crotch. But, is Guran's crotch so easy to penetrate? As a crotch madman, Guran had already predicted what Arteta wanted to do. As soon as he saw the movement of Arteta's ankle, Guran immediately quickly retracted his legs and easily stopped the crotch ball. Arteta was stunned. This was equivalent to passing the ball to Guran. Guran didn't say anything more. He flashed and got rid of Arteta's hand. He made a precise long pass and passed the ball to the front midfielder Lallana, who was more than 40 meters away. Lallana immediately dribbled the ball after stopping it. This ball was in his own half, so it was not offside. Everton's defense line was pressed to the vicinity of the center line. With such a fast attack, Everton's Heitinga and Jagielka had no time to chase. Heitinga made a fatal sliding tackle behind Lallana, but Lallana changed his line in advance and avoided Heitinga's sliding tackle. Lallana advanced with the ball at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Lallana went straight into Everton's penalty area. This was also the first decent defensive counter-attack by Southampton in the first half so far. Southampton fans and Liverpool fans all shouted wildly. However, Lallana will face a world-class goalkeeper, Tim Howard. Tim Howard is best at saving one-on-one chances and penalties. Facing Lallana's one-on-one chance, Howard seemed very calm and composed. Lallana continued to dribble the ball after breaking into the penalty area, and Howard only rushed over to block the angle when he was about to approach the small penalty area. It was difficult to shoot on both sides, so in a hurry, Lallana directly shot the goal. The football hit the crossbar and bounced out of the bottom line. Howard saved this one-on-one chance beautifully. Everton fans also gave Howard thunderous applause and cheers for his performance. Lallana knelt on the grass, covering his face and sighing. This ball can't be blamed entirely on him. Lallana's one-on-one performance is already very good, but Howard has more experience and stronger pressure in one-on-one duels. The game continues. The two sides are still 0:0 for the time being. Chapter 430. The war spread to the left side. Duran eats Fellaini alive. In the first 30 minutes of the game, although the score was still 0:0, the game was very fast and both sides played very hard. Everton almost took control of the initiative of the whole game. In the first 30 minutes, Everton successfully passed the ball 19 times and shot 11 times, including 6 extremely threatening shots on target. Southampton almost only shrank in their own half to defend with all their strength, with only 3 decent defensive counter-attacks and only 1 shot on target. From the data comparison, Everton is absolutely crushed. This is also in line with the predictions of the bookmakers before the game. As the game progressed, the physical fitness of both sides began to decline. Especially Everton, who kept attacking. Their offensive speed slowed down significantly. Southampton's physical fitness also declined, and the sense of confrontation on the defensive line also dropped a level. In the 35th minute of the game, Everton's left back Leighton Baines and Arteta made continuous wall-to-wall cooperation, successfully breaking through the double teaming of Southampton's right wing forwards Schneiderlin and Richardson, as well as Lambert, who came to support. Leighton Baines, who broke through the encirclement, was extremely fast and immediately made a reverse triangle cross after going down the bottom. The running and interlacing of this ball was quite beautiful, and the cross was also exciting enough. However, number 37 internal version of Rooney Jose Baxter ran a little too far, and when he stopped suddenly and turned to force the hook, his body was no longer in the best shooting state. Baxter fell to the ground and barely shot, and the football brushed the goalpost and flew out of the end line. Everton's Toffees fans covered their heads in unison and sighed in unison. However, the happiness of the Toffees soon came. Southampton goalkeeper Davis kicked the ball out of the goal. When Lallana stopped the ball near the center circle, Fellaini pushed him with his elbow from behind. Lallana lost his balance and failed to stop the high pass. Fellaini immediately took the lead and headed the ball to Arteta not far ahead. Arteta did not stop the ball and passed it directly to the Southampton penalty area. Southampton's 2 central defenders, JD and Font, were a little relaxed at this time. When they saw the ball flying in, they hurriedly started to chase and defend. Internal version Rooney Baxter received Arteta's pass at the edge of the small penalty area and volleyed it directly. Davis jumped up and flew to save the ball. However, he was still half a beat late. The ball passed Davis and was to the far corner. The ball went in. In the 36th minute of the first half, Everton, who played at home, finally knocked on Southampton's goal after knocking on the door more than a dozen times. The entire Goodison Park was boiling. Everton fans cheered and jumped excitedly, waving the blue team emblem flags in their hands vigorously. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Everton won. Southampton. Southampton fans and Liverpool fans all shook their heads helplessly. It must be said that Everton's goal was really wonderful. Fellaini's role as a pillar in the midfield is very strong. Arteta's threading is also very good, and the internal version of Rooney Baxter's sense of smell and shooting skills in front of the goal are really the level of a British star. On the bench of the home team on the sidelines, head coach Moyes hugged his arms in front of his chest, leaned back in his chair, chewed gum in his mouth, and looked relaxed. In fact, the score of 1:0 in the first half did not satisfy Moyes. In his heart, the first half should be at least 3:0. He ignored Guran's super role on the defensive end. If it weren't for Guran's defense, Arteta would not be restricted to only 70% of his level. However, no matter what, Everton is leading by 1 goal after all. With Southampton's full defense and few counter-attacks, Everton still has the opportunity to expand the score in the first half. As long as the gap can be widened to 3 goals earlier, Southampton will be out of the game. Therefore, Moyes did not adjust the tactics and continued to signal the players to attack and press. On the other side, in the technical area of the visiting team, head coach Adkins frowned, pursed his lips and said nothing. Southampton's performance in the first 35 minutes was still very good, and the intensity of the confrontation was not weaker than that of the Premier League powerhouses. Although the data showed that Southampton was crushed in all aspects, only fans who know the coach can understand that the real situation in the first 35 minutes was actually 50-50. Everton's attack was very good and smooth, but Southampton's defense was also very good and strong. Otherwise, the score in the first 35 minutes would not be a 0:0 draw. If the situation persists in this way, then Southampton will definitely have several strong counter-attacks after 70 minutes in the second half. But now, because of a mistake in the midfield that was not held, Everton's fast break led to Southampton losing the ball. This is not only a change in the score, but also a change in mentality. Why is the first goal so important? Can a young girl's one be the same as a young woman's one in terms of mentality? Especially for weak teams, losing the ball too early will really trigger a series of chain reactions, and even the originally established tactics will have to be hastily adjusted. Southampton is now facing tremendous pressure. If we only look at the strength of the two teams, it is normal and reasonable for Southampton to lose 2 goals. After all, strength is strength, and it has nothing to do with determination. He is a millionaire, and you are determined to become a millionaire. Can you really become a millionaire by determination? No, determination alone is not enough for this kind of thing. Southampton is not as strong as Everton, and now they have lost a goal. Everyone's mentality will be damaged, and it is easy to fall into a vicious circle in morale. At this time, it is time for someone to stand up. Just when the players on both sides were trying to fight physically, pass the ball, and intercept, Chamberlain roared and pushed the quick and smartly in Osman, who was entangled with him, to the ground. The referee blew the whistle and gave Chamberlain a yellow card. Chamberlain was depressed and tried to complain to the referee that it was Osman who harassed him with small movements first. Chamberlain also pointed to his crotch and accused Osman of grabbing his vital parts. The referee ignored Chamberlain's complaint. Chamberlain said to Guran aggrievedly, "Boo, believe me, I was really grabbed in the balls." Guran turned his head away and didn't want to talk to Chamberlain. The game resumed. Arteta made a long diagonal pass to the quick and smartly in Osman on the left. Osman is very fast, and Chamberlain, who is responsible for marking him, is also very fast. Seeing Chamberlain about to crash into Osman, Guran yelled from behind, "Chamberlain, don't foul. Let it go to me." Chamberlain was shocked. He was really a little bit overwhelmed just now, and wanted to retaliate against Leon Osman by colliding. But if he really did that, he would probably get a second yellow card within 1 minute, and 2 yellows would turn into 1 red, and he would be sent off. I have to say that Arteta is really a tactical master on the field. Arteta had been passing the ball to Southampton's right side before, and after Chamberlain received a yellow card, Arteta deliberately passed the ball to Chamberlain's position to create a confrontation for Chamberlain. Leon Osman's confrontation is not strong, but his explosive power, speed, and ball control skills are definitely top-notch in the Premier League. Chamberlain's normal defense is definitely not enough to defend against Osman, so when Osman played in front of Chamberlain, Chamberlain could easily get over it and foul. These are all Arteta's details. Fortunately, Guran saw through this detail and reminded Chamberlain to be more cautious and not to commit fouls. Chamberlain listened to Guran very much. Guran was Chamberlain's big daddy. Chamberlain's assists and goal data all depended on Guran to help him. If he didn't listen to his big daddy, he would never have the chance to score goals and assists in the future. So, Chamberlain calmed down instantly, stopped his hands and feet, and just used his body to block the position. Leon Osman was stunned for a moment, and then deliberately made a bicycle kick back and forth in front of Chamberlain. Chamberlain smiled contemptuously and didn't kick. Osman then accelerated and prepared to cut inside directly. But at this time, Guran had already sprinted up at the speed of violent aesthetics. Osman had just dribbled the ball to the ribs, and Guran sprinted directly to the position, and intercepted the ball with one foot. The Liverpool fans and Southampton fans at the scene were instantly boiling. This interception seemed ordinary, but in fact it was predicted like a god, and it was wonderful. After stealing the ball, Guran made a powerful pass to Chamberlain's front area. Osman quickly stretched his legs to intercept him, but his legs were too short, and he was just one kick away from reaching it. The football rolled quickly. Chamberlain quickly started chasing the ball. Fellaini rushed over like a wild bull. At the beginning of the game, Chamberlain was knocked out of the sideline by Fellaini in this way, but this time it was different. After Guran passed the ball, he assisted directly. Guran's running position did not mean to pull behind Fellaini to catch the ball, but ran directly to the root of Fellaini's collision. Guran wanted to fight Fellaini head on. Fellaini saw Guran's intention of pick and roll, and he did not choose to change his line to avoid it, but continued to use all his strength and directly hit Guran. Fellaini is 194 centimeters tall and weighs 84 kilograms. This kind of all-out collision, even if he didn't break his bones, he would probably have to rest. Everton knew that Guran was the core of the Southampton team. At the beginning of the game, Guran, the core, had been participating in the defense in his own backcourt, so it was difficult for Everton to do anything against Guran. Now that Guran had come out, Fellaini would naturally treat Guran well. Bang! The two of them collided heavily. Fellaini, who took the initiative to collide, felt like he had hit a high mountain. He was instantly bounced out and rolled on the grass for several circles. Looking at Guran again, he seemed to be fine. He just staggered a little and then continued to cut into the top of the penalty area. Guran, with his seemingly thin body, ate Fellaini alive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 431 Set Piece, Fatal Elevator. All of Everton stood at attention. Seeing Guran eating Fellaini alive, all the fans present couldn't help but exclaimed. Everton's toffee fans were full of horror. Fellaini's confrontational toffee is very familiar. Fellaini took the initiative to hit Guran, but was bounced to the ground. How can this Guran be so strong? Liverpool fans clenched their fists excitedly. This is the player they want. Fast speed, fierce confrontation. Even a tough guy like Fellaini can be eaten alive. Southampton fans are even more ecstatic. They finally saw Guran press across the half court. This is an obvious signal. Southampton is going to score. At this time, Everton's players quickly contracted their defense line. Number 23 right back Seamus Coleman returned to defend Chamberlain, who had already got the ball, and sprinted to the bottom line frantically, while Arteta, Jagielka, and Heitinga formed a temporary triangle double team to compress Guran's breakthrough speed and space. In fact, Chamberlain wanted to take the ball and cut inside, but after Guran blocked Fellaini for him, he directly inserted in the middle, so Chamberlain also went to the bottom and prepared to find an opportunity to cross. Seeing that the encirclement of Arteta and his three people was getting smaller and smaller, Guran directly and unceremoniously knocked Arteta away and stretched out his hand to ask Chamberlain. Chamberlain faced Coleman's defense and made an emergency stop, and Coleman hurriedly followed the emergency stop. But when Coleman made an emergency stop, Chamberlain quickly changed his line and started hitting Coleman with a rhythm difference. Taking advantage of this time difference, Chamberlain dodged a passing gap and easily passed the ball to Guran near the top of the arc. The ball was still a little high. Of course, it is good during normal training, and there will be no such mistakes, but in a fiercely competitive arena, it is impossible to achieve 100% accuracy, so it depends on the individual level of the players. At this time, Fellaini had already run to chase him, and Heitinga grabbed Guran's jersey from behind. Jagielka used his body to block Guran, and competed with Guran for a header. Arteta alertly blocked Guran's breakthrough direction after he stopped the ball. It can be said that Guran was trapped in a siege. Even if he could stop the ball, he could not pass or shoot. From a tactical point of view, it was really a waste for Guran to ask for the ball at this time. It would be better to let Chamberlain cut inside, or wait for Lallana, Goulet, and Canali to respond. But Guran was extremely calm, and took the lead in Jagielka's header, and tapped the ball to his feet. Arteta, who had already calculated the landing point, rushed up to grab the ball. After Guran landed, he hooked the ball to the other side of his body with his toes, making Arteta's waiting in vain. Arteta's head was buzzing. Then, Guran had a seemingly ordinary step-down turn, and knocked the ball from behind to the right side of the front court. Jagielka followed up and pressed, but just ran into Fellaini, who was running wildly. Bang! Fellaini fell to the ground again. Jagielka also fell to the ground again. Helen Beauty Heitinga quickly stretched out his foot to intercept Guran, but Guran made a quick Marcel turn and passed Heitinga behind him. In these short 3 seconds, Guran made a series of combos, which made Arteta, Jagielka, Heitinga and Fellaini fall to the ground. Everton's penalty area was wide open. Guran was about to advance to the top of the arc with the ball, but Heitinga strangled Guran's neck with his arm from behind. Guran was immediately pulled to the ground. Heitinga had to let Guran go, not only because Guran was about to shoot, but more importantly, Guran was too arrogant. The 4 Everton main players failed to control Guran, and let Guran shoot. Where would the old faces of the 4 of them be? The referee immediately ran over, and showed Heitinga a yellow card. In addition, Southampton was awarded a free kick 1 meter outside the top of the arc, which was in a good position. The fans of Liverpool and Southampton at the scene were all screaming with excitement. The scene of Guran's 1v4 just now was so exciting and exciting. Now everyone finally understood why Guran dared to ask Chamberlain to pass the ball despite the pressure of defense. The strength is here, and the mentality of a big heart is here. What others can't do, Guran can do. Moreover, Guran's football IQ has been calculated long ago. As long as he plays tricks in front of Heitinga, Heitinga will definitely not be able to resist the temptation. So, for this ball, you can shoot when you go forward, you can send a yellow gem card when you retreat, and you can also get a free kick opportunity in the front court. In this wave, Guran also responded to Arteta's deliberate targeting of Chamberlain, who received a yellow card. In comparison, Chamberlain is just a winger, while Heitinga is a central front tooth. After the winger receives a card, he will kick back. At most he will miss people and the ball, and there are full backs behind him. If you, the central defender, kick back after receiving a card, the loopholes in the defense line will be very dangerous. What's more, there is a free kick in the front court. Therefore, even if this free kick doesn't go in, Guran has already won this duel between the kings of football intelligence. Amid the cheers of Southampton fans and Liverpool fans, Guran took the lead and stood on the penalty spot. The ball was in a good position, only about 21 or 2 meters away from the goal line. For Guran, who can kick a 50-meter crescent moon, the length is definitely not a problem. However, this set piece is more difficult to kick than any previous set piece. Everton's human wall is in a very good position, with almost no loopholes that can be found by the naked eye. The overall height of the Everton team is very high, with an average height of about 185, especially Fellaini, who is 194 cm tall. If he stands in the middle of the human wall, he can almost bear the entire human wall. Moreover, the human wall is very close to the goal line, leaving very little space for the crescent moon to be used. What's more fatal is that the goalkeeper is still an experienced intercontinental veteran. Guran took a deep breath and calmly placed the ball. The more challenging it is, the more interesting it is. Gu then took 3 steps back, pulled up his shorts, revealing his thick thigh muscles, and took a look at the goal. Then, his violent aesthetics started, and his right leg swung violently. Set piece, crescent moon scimitar +7. Set piece, deadly elevator +1. With the deadly elevator taken from Arteta, the ball can be sent into the net in a limited space. The football smashed countless grass debris with the naked eye and passed through Fellaini's explosive head at a very fast speed and with great force. Fellaini seemed to have hit the ball, but it seemed that he didn't hit it. This ball is very extreme, and it was specifically aimed at the strong area of the human wall. The more dangerous the place, the more opportunities there are. Goalkeeper Tim Howard never thought that Guran would dare to kick a free kick on Fellaini's fluffy head, but Howard was not nervous, because according to the kinetic energy of the football, if it was higher than Fellaini's head after jumping, it would definitely be higher than the goal beam. However, the football just shaved Fellaini's head, and then it turned straight down, like a deadly elevator falling rapidly. Goalkeeper Tim Howard was dumbfounded. Howard stood on the post and watched the football go into the net. Less than 5 minutes after Everton scored, Southampton, relying on Guran's wonderful performance, responded to Everton with a stunning crescent-shaped curved ball plus a deadly elevator falling ball, and equalized the game. Everton's wall was dumbfounded, especially Arteta, who has been practicing elevator balls for almost 15 years. He dare not guarantee that he can kick such a perfect crescent-shaped curved ball plus a deadly elevator ball. Arteta looked at Guran, his eyes full of envy that could not be concealed. Everton's toughest fans were also stunned. The fans of Southampton and Liverpool cheered wildly. The score on the big screen was changed to Everton 1:1 South Bank. Head coach Adkins clenched his fist and roared excitedly. After scoring the goal, Guran was also happy to chop the wind with one palm, ran to the area of his own fans in one breath, and cheered for the Saints. The English League One team broke the goal of the Premier League powerhouse in the official match. This is enough for the Saints fans to brag for a while. But the Saints fans want more, that is to bite off the toffee and win this knockout game. With Guran, this is impossible. There is not much time left in the first half. Guran stood up at the critical moment and pulled Southampton out of the dire situation. Now, the pressure is on Everton. As a Premier League powerhouse and a home team, they were actually beaten 1:1 by an English League One team in the first half. Looking at this result alone, it is really unacceptable for Everton. Everton immediately stepped up the offensive, and Southampton continued to fight against defense in the half. The movements of both sides began to become bigger, and players from both sides fell to the ground repeatedly. The rhythm of the game became a little fragmented during the pauses. The 3 minutes of injury time passed in a fragmented rhythm. The referee blew the whistle to end the first half, and the score between the two sides was temporarily fixed at 1:1. The fans of Southampton and Liverpool cheered happily at the players. Although the score was a draw, Southampton tied Everton. Moreover, Guran's fatal elevator ball was too wonderful. The fans were intoxicated. The toughest fans of Everton were very dissatisfied with the performance of their home team players. In the first half, Everton wasted too many opportunities, and the midfield brain Arteta only played about 70% of his ability. Centre forward Beckford and shadow forward Baxter were restricted to only 60% of their ability. When the team left the field at halftime, Everton's toughest shouted substitution, substitution. They wanted the head coach Moyes to replace the three main players, Jack Rodwell, the little Rooney, Philip Neville, the backbone, and Tim Cahill, the header king. But Moyes ignored the fans and turned away with a cold face and walked into the player tunnel. Chapter 432. Everton's brain left the field, offside at the level of body hair. During the halftime break, Coach Adkins expressed his satisfaction with the players' performance in the first half. Coach Adkins also emphasized that before the 75th minute of the second half, Southampton's tactics were still mainly defense, and counter-attack was secondary. They must not expose the shortcomings of the defense line for counter-attacks, and must not be seized by Everton, who is good at seizing opportunities. In addition, they must continue to strangle Arteta, and try to limit Arteta's role on the field to less than 50%. In this way, Everton's offensive efficiency will drop to 50%. After the 75-minute physical window, Southampton will really explode. Before the 75th minute, they must defend and hold the score, consume Everton's physical strength, and torture Everton's mentality. After listening to Coach Adkins's request, all the Southampton players were in high spirits and their tactical thinking was very clear. After the halftime break, the players of both sides came on the field again and changed sides to fight again. After the halftime speech, the Everton players also looked energetic and full of morale. Obviously, Moyes is still very good at the mentality of the players. The current 1:1 draw is nothing, and theoretically, Everton does not need to worry about Southampton. Everton's strength is here. As long as they can adjust their mentality and play according to the established tactics, the outcome of this game is not suspense. Of course, this is only theoretical. At the beginning of the second half, Everton launched a continuous offensive from the left side of Southampton. Arteta's on-the-spot tactical thinking is correct. Although Guran is guarding the left side, the left forward Chamberlain is a time bomb. As long as Chamberlain can be detonated under high pressure, then Southampton's left side will be a very obvious gap. As long as there is this gap, it will be difficult for Guran alone to withstand Everton's English Super League offensive. Even if Guran could really hold the ball by himself, Southampton's defense would be pulled in, allowing Everton to get a better breakthrough, and at the same time, Guran could be restricted to the left road, preventing him from wandering. Everton's calculations were very clear. Chamberlain was teased many times by the quick and clever Leon Osman, and Chamberlain was obviously about to lose control. At the critical moment, Guran took the initiative to exchange positions with Chamberlain. Chamberlain temporarily retreated to the left back position, while Guran went to the left forward position. Leon Osman wanted to tease Guran in the same way as he teased Chamberlain, but Guran leaned hard against him and knocked Osman to the ground immediately. Osman knelt on the ground with a grin and complained to the referee. The referee sentenced Guran to a foul, but did not give him a card, because from the defensive action, Guran's action was indeed not a foul. After the game resumed, Osman wanted to rely on his speed to eat Guran alive, but Guran was faster than him. Even if Osman stopped suddenly and changed lines, Guran could predict in advance and easily catch up. Zio Kuiling was defended by Guran and lost his temper. The three words Zio Kuiling, quick and spirit were eaten alive by Guran, leaving only small. The game was in the 61st minute. Guran intercepted the ball from Osman's feet and went straight to the middle. Southampton's front court players immediately ran wildly, while the backcourt players continued to hold the defense line steadily. This method seems to be disconnected between the front and backcourt, but as long as Guran controls the ball, it will not be disconnected. Arteta and Fellaini in the middle rushed up to intercept Guran at the same time. They did not expect to steal the ball from Guran's feet. They just wanted to suppress Guran's breakthrough speed and buy more time for their own defense line deployment. Guran was not in a hurry to break through, but dribbled the ball to the area between the two. After finding the right time, Guran suddenly dodged and used a Marcel turn to retreat the ball to his own backcourt. Arteta and Fellaini did not expect Guran to retreat, and they immediately chased him at the same time. Bang! Fellaini was not paying attention, and the whole person hit Arteta, who had just come over diagonally. Arteta immediately fell to the ground in pain. Arteta had just experienced a serious cruciate ligament injury. Although he has recovered from the injury now, he can't withstand the impact of Fellaini. During the game, Arteta tried not to physically confront the opponent's players, but he couldn't defend against Fellaini. Guran, who was in control of the ball, saw Arteta fall to the ground in pain and immediately kicked the ball out of the sideline without hesitation, interrupting the game. The referee also blew the whistle to signal Everton's team doctor to come on the court. Arteta covered his knees and sweated in pain. Obviously, Arteta would definitely not be able to hold on in the next game. The Southampton players were all secretly happy. Arteta is definitely a big worry for Southampton. Although we shouldn't be happy to see Arteta injured and leave the field. To be honest, every Southampton player was relieved. Guran walked up and patted Arteta on the shoulder. "Hey, Mikel, are you okay?" Arteta smiled bitterly and said, "Not very well. I'm afraid I can't continue the game with you, Gu. What I want to say is that you are really great. Although the game is not over yet, I think I have lost to you, and I'm convinced." Guran hurriedly said, "Don't say that, Mikel. The game between us is not over yet. Wait until you recover from your injury and we have a chance to play again. Arteta grinned and said, okay, Gu, it's a deal. Duran patted Arteta on the shoulder again. Take a good rest. Arteta was then carried off the field on a stretcher. On the sidelines, Coach Moyes frowned and gave some instructions to little Rooney Jack Rodwell, who had taken off his pants. Obviously, Everton will use their first substitution quota. Jack Rodwell began to warm up urgently on the sidelines. The Toffees fans cheered wildly. This is their Everton prince. Moyes treated Rodwell more attentively than Rooney did back then, fearing that Rodwell would be tired from playing too long and being talked about too much by the media. The Toffees also had high expectations for the young Rodwell. The fans hoped that Rodwell would inherit Rooney's position at first, because Rodwell had Rooney's explosive ability and Rooney's powerful shooting skills, but Rodwell himself preferred to play as a defender. His idol was Manchester United's world's #1 defender Ferdinand, but as he grew up, he still played from a defender to a defensive midfielder. With his height of 188, strong body, and ability to sprint wildly in the 2 penalty areas, Rodwell is definitely worthy of the title of the Great British Star. In this era, no one would doubt that Rodwell would become a world-class star. Many people even think that Rodwell will be poached by top clubs soon, just like Rooney. After all, most clubs are short of defensive midfielders, especially B2B defensive midfielders. In fact, although Rodwell said that he would never leave Everton, the club that nurtured him, in 2012, Rodwell still transferred to Manchester City with a transfer fee of £13.5 million in the club's fixed weekly salary. Rodwell said that joining Manchester City was his dream since childhood to make money, which was not shabby. Unfortunately, Rodwell did not play well in Manchester City. Manchester City at that time was on the rise, and Manchester City's tactical system was very dependent on B2B defensive midfielders, but Rodwell was injured again and again in Manchester City, and his appearances were pitifully few. After that, Rodwell gradually became a nobody from the much anticipated British star. After the game resumed, Everton had the ball. The ball should be returned to Southampton, because Guran was in control of the ball at the time, and Guran kicked the ball out of bounds in order to allow the team doctor to come on the field to treat Arteta in time. All the camera lenses were aimed at Beauty Helen Heitinga, because he was a well-known person with no sports ethics. Heitinga, with a stern face, kicked the ball out of the Southampton team's bottom line. This was equivalent to returning the ball to Southampton. Everton fans gave Heitinga a round of applause. Heitinga finally saved Everton's face. After the ball went out of bounds, Rodwell also took the opportunity to come on the field. The game continued. Without Arteta, Southampton's defensive pressure suddenly decreased. Everton's organisational ability fell into chaos. Although Arteta's data on the field was not so impressive, if Arteta was missing, Everton would be a pile of loose sand. Now, Everton is more centered on the newly appeared Rodwell, who is responsible for organizing the offense. Duran moved more to the middle, cooperating with Lambert to take on the defense of the midfield. Southampton's defense also became more three-dimensional, and the defensive structure in the half was very solid and reasonable. After nearly 10 minutes, the two sides played back and forth. Although Southampton's on-the-spot tactics have not yet completely turned into an offense, there have been several very exciting and deadly defensive counter-attacks. Any fan can see that the strength and weakness of the two teams are changing. Arteta's injury and departure are really fatal for Everton. In the 69th minute, Duran made a long pass to the right diagonal line in the backcourt. Schneiderlin received the ball and knocked it back and made an inverted triangle pass to Gilly, who entered the penalty area. Gilly headed the ball into the goal. Unfortunately, before Southampton started to celebrate, they found that the linesman had raised his hand. This ball was judged to be offside first. Gilly looked wronged, and he really didn't know where he was offside. Is it because of too long body hair? The fans of Southampton and Liverpool immediately booed the linesman. The fans of Everton breathed a sigh of relief. The game continued. Although Southampton was disallowed an offside goal, Duran had been passing the ball frequently in the middle, and Southampton's defensive counter-attack was gradually gaining momentum. Chapter 433. Everton's main players are on the field. 178's header king is not in vain. In the 72nd minute of the game, Rooney Rodwell dribbled the ball in the middle. Duran went straight up to intercept Rodwell. Rodwell did not slow down, relying on his body and speed to try to eat Duran alive. Duran immediately pressed his body against Rodwell, instantly forcing Rodwell, who was like a human tank, to slow down. Rodwell did not expect that the seemingly thin Duran would have such a strong resistance. Rodwell quickly raised his elbow and pushed Duran's ribs hard. Duran grabbed Rodwell's arm and pulled his elbow apart. The confrontation between the two in the midfield was visibly hot, and it was obvious that Rodwell did not have the upper hand. Another midfielder of Everton, Fellaini, who had just injured his own brain Arteta and left the field, ran up quickly to respond. Fellaini hugged Duran's waist from behind and stopped Duran's interception and defense in the form of a foul. At this time, the Southampton players also double-teamed and supported, and Lambert took the opportunity to shovel the ball under Rodwell's feet. The Southampton fans and Liverpool fans at the scene all cheered wildly. This wave of defense by Southampton is really exciting. Schneiderlin on the right side picked up the shoveled ball on the sideline and then quickly dribbled the ball to the bottom. Southampton's counter-attack is coming again. After the British star Rodwell was substituted, he still did not stop Southampton's counter-attack. Fortunately, Everton's defense is not bad. Everton's players quickly took their positions and blocked the penalty area. Duran also took the opportunity to get rid of Fellaini's defense and quickly went straight to the top of the penalty area. Schneiderlin forced a cross under the pressure of the opposite left back Leighton Baines, but this pass was a bit too big. Duran tried his best to jump up, but he couldn't reach this high ball. After Chamberlain on the left received the ball, he immediately made a wall pass with Duran, who had penetrated the left rib, passing Everton's right back Seamus Coleman. Chamberlain dribbled the ball to the bottom and made a reverse triangle pass near the bottom line. Gooley, who was at the junction of the large penalty area and the small penalty area, jumped high and headed the ball. Everton's goalkeeper Howard was in an excellent position and subconsciously saved the ball. Duran ghosted in from the left rib, grabbed the first landing point between Jagielka and Heitinga, and directly pushed the ball violently at a small angle. Howard made a second save. He poked the ball out of the bottom line with his fingertips. Wow. Southampton fans and Liverpool fans all lamented. This wave of consecutive shots was really beautiful. Chamberlain's cooperation with Duran on the left was very brilliant. Chamberlain's cross was also very accurate, Gooley's header was also very powerful, and Duran's ghostly insertion in front of the goal was also very awesome. However, the football is round. Howard's performance today can be called heroic. This is also one of the few times that Duran didn't shoot. Duran smiled and shook his head. This kick was really a reluctant shot. If it weren't for the world-class double teaming of Jagielka and Heitinga, Duran would have more time to adjust the angle and even use fake moves to deceive Howard. However, Jagielka and Heitinga's defensive pressure ability is really strong, and Howard also predicted in advance that Duran could only play in the near corner. This is the ability of the Premier League's first-class defense. Duran's heart was ignited with a raging fire. Although this ball did not go in, Southampton still got a corner kick on the left. Duran walked to the corner kick area and kicked the ball to the back point. JD sprinted and jumped from the back row, but unfortunately, he headed the ball high. Everton's Toffees breathed a sigh of relief, and then they shouted again with dissatisfaction. Substitution. During this period of the second half, especially during the period when Arteta was injured and left the field, Everton played very chaotically and was visibly passive. If this was a game against Liverpool, Everton fans might still be able to accept it. After all, Liverpool's overall strength is there. But this is a game against Southampton in the English League One. In the 72nd minute of the second half, the score was still 1-1, and the situation was still so passive. Everton fans were naturally very dissatisfied. Moyes in the technical area on the sidelines was also very troubled. He originally expected this to be a game without suspense. Everton should have led by at least 3 goals in the first half, but in this situation, Everton not only failed to establish an advantage, but was on the verge of danger. Moyes really didn't want to use Tim Cahill or Philip Neville. This is Everton's foundation, and Everton still has to fight for the top 6 in the Premier League. If they consume too much energy in today's League Cup, they will have a hard time playing against Manchester United 3 days later. Moyes hesitated for a moment and finally decided to make a substitution. The game time is running out. If they don't make a substitution in time, the score will be dragged into overtime at 1:1, which will have a greater impact on Everton. So, Tim Cahill and Philip Neville took off their pants at the same time and started warming up on the sidelines. Seeing this, Everton fans immediately burst into a tsunami-like sound. At this time, the game on the field is still going on. Rodwell dribbled the ball in the middle, and Guran, Lambert, and Lallana formed a triangle to strangle Rodwell. Rodwell broke through from Lallana's side, but after Rodwell knocked Lallana away, Guran, who had already predicted the route when passing the ball, stole it. After Guran got the ball, he immediately drove straight into the penalty area with the ball. Rodwell, who lost the ball, quickly slid and tackled fiercely, trying to stop Guran. However, Guran's speed was much faster than Rodwell predicted. Rodwell shoveled the ball out. Rodwell was completely defeated in the duel with Guran. Guran, the son of the wind and the king of Highbury, was in full swing. A big hole was instantly exposed in Everton's defense. Jagielka and Heitinga quickly intercepted Guran's sprint. At the same time, Lallana took the opportunity to get into the penalty area from behind Heitinga and Jagielka. Guran saw the gap between Jagielka and Heitinga while running and made a magic lamp pass. Jagielka split to the extreme, but he couldn't touch the ball that was passing through quickly. This ball was not offside. Lallana's running position was perfect. Lallana stopped with his right foot and pushed the ball with his left foot. Howard quickly jumped up to save the ball. The football almost brushed Howard's fingertips and flew past. The ball went in. The referee signaled that the goal was valid. Lallana slid down excitedly and hugged Guran's thigh. The Everton fans at the scene were stunned. The Liverpool fans and Southampton fans at the scene cheered wildly. In the 75th minute of the game, when Everton was about to replace Tim Cahill and Philip Neville, Southampton took the lead with a beautiful counter-attack. On the big screen at Goodison Park, the score was immediately rewritten as Everton 1:2 Southampton. Now, the pressure has been completely given to Everton. As a veteran Premier League powerhouse, if they are eliminated by a League One team at their home ground, there is really no place to put their old face. Moyes replaced Tim Cahill and Philip Neville in one breath. Cahill replaced the internal version of Rooney Jose Baxter, while Philip Neville replaced the quick and smart Leon Osman who was abused by Guran. However, Leon Osman's right midfield position was replaced by right back Seamus Coleman, and the right back was played by Beauty Helen Heitinga who received a yellow card. Captain Philip Neville, who had just been substituted, stood in Heitinga's position. Such a change of position can also prevent the defense in the middle from shrinking. As soon as Cahill and Philip Neville came on the court, Everton's morale was obviously improved a lot, and Everton's toughest fans also excitedly sang the team song. This is Everton's real main lineup of course, without Arteta. However, Philip Neville can be half of Arteta. Philip Neville is a jack of all trades in the backcourt. Although he stands in the position of central defender, he can go up to play as a defensive midfielder at critical moments, while Baines, Jagielka and Heitinga can quickly gather together to form a three-back defense. Everton can stand firm in the Premier League, not only relying on physically aggressive offense, but also relying on solid defense. The game continues. Everton's substitution effect is almost immediate. In the 79th minute of the game, Philip Neville launched an attack with a long pass in the backcourt. Bilal Ledinov on the right side of the front court returned the ball to the top. Rodwell grabbed the second landing point and accelerated with the ball. Guran stepped forward to intercept, but Rodwell did not force it this time. Instead, he kicked the ball directly to the right side of the penalty area as soon as Guran started. Tim Cahill, who had just been substituted, was extremely fast. Facing a high ball, he jumped up and headed for the goal. Southampton's man marking had a loophole. Although this loophole only lasted for 2 seconds, it was fatal enough in this level of competition. Tim Cahill was only 178 centimeters tall, but his header technique was too strong. The football shot straight into the far corner of the goal like a cannonball. Davis was helpless and the ball went in. Everton's cooperation was too smooth and too skillful. Moyes' substitutions were explosive. As soon as Philip Neville and Tim Cahill came on the court, they equalized the score. On the big screen at Goodison Park, the score was immediately rewritten as Everton 2 Southampton. Everton's Toffees fans cheered wildly. Although the score was still a draw, Everton's morale was back. Including injury time, there were still 15 minutes left in the game. And if they continued to play like this, Everton had a good chance of winning. The pressure of the situation was given to the Southampton team. Chapter 434, Rooney-style flying fairy. World wave shot from 45 meters away. The game continues. The rhythm of attack and defense of both sides has become faster. Everton used up 3 substitutions in advance. This method can be regarded as a desperate gamble. It is to attack with all its strength, to win the game within the regular 90 minutes, and avoid a tie and overtime. After Philip Neville and Tim Cahill came on the court, Everton seemed to have changed their team and really played the offensive of a strong Premier League team. Rodwell was liberated in the backcourt and did not need to participate in more offensive organization. He only needed to connect and deliver shells. More backcourt organization and planning were basically handed over to Philip Neville. Tim Cahill's interlaced running in the front court was also more flexible and more deadly than the previous shadow striker Jose Baxter. Southampton's current trouble is that the midfield cannot stand. Southampton's 4 midfielders are difficult to compete with Fellaini and Rodwell. In addition, Philip Neville often goes from the defender position to the back waist position to form a triangle attack or triangle interception, which makes Southampton even more difficult. Although Guran can also advance, his position is the left back. When advancing, he must look at the situation, otherwise he will be easily penetrated by the weak area behind the left side. If Southampton's midfield cannot stand, it will be difficult to pose a threat to Everton. However, Southampton is not completely without advantages. As the game time goes on, both sides have consumed a lot of physical energy under fierce confrontation. In order to control the midfield, Southampton began to press high throughout the game after 75 minutes. Guran's space on the left side immediately became much wider, and Guran's physical condition is definitely higher than any other player on the field. In the 87th minute of the game, Rodwell made a wonderful pass in the middle to Tim Cahill, the shadow striker who retreated to respond. The defensive players of Southampton immediately double-teamed Cahill. Cahill flexibly got rid of Font, flashed a gap, and raised his foot to shoot at a small angle. Davis quickly fell to the ground to save, but failed to catch the ball. The ball slipped out of his hand and was in front of the small penalty area. Everton's centre forward Jermaine Beckford immediately took a big step and kicked in front of Davis' face. Davis desperately blocked it with his body. The football hit Davis' nose and decelerated and bounced towards the goal. At this critical moment, Guran sprinted over at high speed, headed the ball horizontally, and headed the ball out of the penalty area and headed it to his own right side. Richardson chased the ball immediately. Davis, whose nose was broken and his face was covered in blood, did not pause at all. He quickly got up from the grass and ran back to the goal to continue defending. Iron-blooded Davis. As the captain, Davis knew very well that this was the best time for Southampton to defend and counter-attack. If he delayed the defense and counter-attack because of his injury treatment, Davis really couldn't forgive himself. Inspired by Davis' iron-bloodedness, Richardson immediately passed the ball with a big foot after getting the ball on the wing. Everton's high pressure and on-the-spot pressing was meaningless at this moment. Guran broke out at full speed and chased Richardson's pass towards the center circle at high speed. Everton's defenders also desperately returned to defend and chase, and even Howard abandoned the goal and ran to the center circle. The whole court was competing for speed. Philip Neville was experienced. He intercepted and ran to Guran's side and reached out to pull Guran's arm. As long as Guran was restricted, Southampton's defensive counter-attack would be gone. Even if he got a yellow card, it would be worth it. However, Guran was extremely fast. He had excellent physical fitness. Even when the game was about to end, Guran could still keep running all over the field. Seeing that Guran got rid of Philip Neville, Fellaini immediately slid over desperately. Guran kept accelerating and avoided Fellaini's sliding tackle. Then, Seamus Coleman also slid over. Philip de Gorka and Eatinger also slid towards Guran. Everton midfielder slid 4 times in a row. Guran accelerated wildly, making Everton's 4 consecutive shovels all miss. After Guran got the ball, he ran straight to Everton's penalty area. Howard then realized that he couldn't intercept Guran outside the penalty area and quickly turned around and ran into the penalty area. However, Howard had already lost his position. After Guran passed the half court, he kicked forward, caught up with the football, and directly kicked it. It was a fairy from the sky. This was a super world wave from 45 meters away. The power and domineering of this kick reminded all the fans present of the superstar Rooney from Everton. Howard had no time to save the ball. He could only watch the trajectory of the football flying and secretly pray that the goal would not be scored. The football hit the inside of the crossbar of the goal heavily, bounced heavily on the goal line, and then bounced into the net. The ball went in. The whole goal was buzzing and trembling. The fans of Southampton and Liverpool cheered wildly. This ball was too domineering, too beautiful, and too timely. There were still 2 minutes left in the regular game and 5 minutes left in injury time. At this time, Southampton was able to withstand Everton's pressure and take the lead again. For Southampton, it was like stepping into the boudoir of the goddess of victory. All the Everton toffees were stunned and couldn't say a word of shock. The favourite player of Everton fans is Rooney. After Rooney transferred to Manchester United, Everton fans hoped that Moyes could train another Rooney, such as Jose Baxter and Jack Rodwell. These 2 players do have the shadow of Rooney, but the one who really plays like Rooney is not Jose Baxter or Jack Rodwell, but Guran from the opponent team. This kick from the sky is so shocking. On the big screen of Goodison Park, the score was immediately rewritten as Everton 2:3 Southampton. The pressure was once again given to Everton, but head coach Moyes has used up all 3 substitutions, and now he can only sigh helplessly. Without Arteta, Everton's attacking power only looks fierce, but there is no truly lethal passing and cutting cooperation. There is not much time left for Everton. At this time, Southampton began to make substitutions. With a 1-goal lead, Coach Adkins has seen great hope of winning. At this time, for the Southampton team, which is weak in strength, it must not play any offensive, but must take advantage of the lead and hold on to this 1 goal until 7 minutes later. Oh no, there are only 6 minutes left after the substitution, until the end of the game after 6 minutes. Coach Adkins first replaced striker Connelly with defensive midfielder / left back Dixon. Connelly is also very smart. He deliberately confirmed repeatedly when he left the field and finally limped and walked slowly to the sidelines. Everton's players were almost dying and Fellaini rushed up and loudly asked Connelly to leave the field quickly, but Connelly completely ignored Fellaini's urging. After Connelly left the court, Dixon quickly ran to the left back position. After Dixon came on the court, Guran naturally stood in the position of defensive midfielder. Southampton's entire back line was also undertaken by Guran alone. Southampton's formation was also temporarily changed to a 451 defensive formation. Southampton's 5 midfielders were already very easy to deal with the triangle formation of Philip Neville, Fellaini and Rodwell. Everton kicked off quickly. Southampton defended with all their strength and never gave Everton any chance. Everton seemed very impatient. At the beginning of the 5 minutes of injury time, Guran destroyed Rodwell's pass out of the sideline. Coach Adkins took the opportunity to start the second substitution. This time, the only forward goalie was replaced by the vice-captain Walton. Southampton's formation was changed to 550. When Gooley left the field, he also repeatedly confirmed and then limped off. Southampton fans happily sang the Saints March On, a song that Liverpool fans also knew. Liverpool fans also sang the Saints March On along with them. Everton's toughest fans were about to go crazy, booing and cursing. Some radical fans even threw toilet paper and mineral water bottles into the stadium and the Liverpool fan stands. How could Liverpool fans tolerate Everton fans? Liverpool fans began to wrap coins in toilet paper and smash them into the Everton fan stands. Fans of both sides fought in the air, and many fans were bleeding. On the court, Fellaini also reached out and pushed Gilly, asking Gilly to leave the court quickly. Gilly pushed Fellaini with his backhand, and the two tall players refused to give in to each other, and were about to fight. The referee quickly intervened, and gave Fellaini and Gilly a yellow card each. Gilly then accelerated to leave the court. When Walton came on the court, the injury time was already half over. Everton launched a crazy attack, and all three lines pressed into Southampton's half. Southampton responded with an iron bucket defense, and Guran took on the most core defensive role. In the last minute of injury time, Coach Adkins continued to use substitutions to delay time. This time, even the attacking midfielder Lallana, who had poor defensive ability, was replaced. The defensive midfielder Hammond was replaced. Lallana also confirmed repeatedly, and then limped off the field. Coach Adkins used the rules of the game to the extreme. When a weak team plays a strong team, it is necessary to use all reasonable means. For the knockout stage, the process of the game is not important. What really matters is winning. After the game resumed, the referee added 2 minutes of injury time. Everton's desperate crazy attack. Southampton's watertight defense. Both sides tried their best. Beep, beep, beep. After a total of 8 minutes of injury time, the referee finally blew the whistle to end the game. The score on the big screen at Goodison Park was completely frozen at Everton 2:3 Southampton. Southampton won. Southampton defeated the Premier League powerhouse Everton by defeating the strong. They unexpectedly made it to the quarterfinals of the League Cup. Southampton is also the only team in this League Cup that has entered the quarterfinals of the League Cup as a League One team. The moment the final whistle blew, the players, coaches, and staff on the bench all rushed into the field to cheer and celebrate. Southampton fans were so excited that they burst into tears. Liverpool fans took the opportunity to ridicule the heartbroken Everton fans. Angry Everton fans rushed to the stands where Liverpool fans were. Everton fans and Liverpool fans fought. Chapter 435. 4 consecutive world-class goals. Guran's world-class goal show. Security intervened, and the fight between Liverpool fans and Everton fans gradually subsided. Southampton fans were all dumbfounded. It was obviously their team that won, but Liverpool fans were more excited than them. Fortunately, the situation was under control. All Southampton fans stood up in the stands and cheered happily for Guran and the Southampton team. This is also the first time that Southampton has returned to the top 8 of the League Cup in nearly a decade. Although the draw for the quarterfinals will not be announced until next week, it goes without saying that Southampton's opponent in the next game of the League Cup must also be a team from the English Premier League. After thanking the audience, Guran threw his jersey to the female fans in the stands. The female fans screamed and scrambled for it. Guran took the opportunity to run back to the locker room with his teammates. In today's game, although Guran only had 1 pass and 2 shots, this game was extremely confrontational and had a high gold content, so there was no problem in getting an SS rating. Guran's dribbling attribute increased from 78 points to 79 points. Stop attribute increased from 78 points to 79 points. Balance attribute increased from 82 points to 83 points. Free kick attribute increased from 77 points to 78 points. And big game mentality increased from 71 points to 72 points. In addition, Guran also got the star skill top pass, butterfly +1 and other blue skills for free in this game. This time, the hidden lottery only drew the ordinary skill short pass cooperation, which increased from +4 to +7. Guran then advanced and reorganized this short pass cooperation skill into enhanced short pass cooperation +1, and then added the 7 general talent points washed out to the technical attributes. 1 point was allocated to the stop attribute, increasing from 79 points to 80 points. 2 points were allocated to the free kick attribute, increasing from 78 points to 80 points. 2 points were allocated to the long shot attribute, increasing from 78 points to 80 points. The man marking attribute was assigned 2 points, from 66 points to 68 points. On the other side, the post-match press conference was held. Coach Moyes congratulated Coach Adkins on his upset victory with a depressed look on his face. In explaining why Everton lost, Coach Moyes did not shift the blame to Everton's players, but took the blame and admitted that he underestimated the opponent and was not well prepared. Coach Moyes also praised Guran's performance. Coach Moyes believed that Guran had reached the level of an English Premier League player. Coach Moyes said that, just as Rooney needed a bigger stage to show his charm as a world-class player, Guran also needed a bigger stage, and Southampton obviously could not keep Guran. Coach Moyes finally revealed that Everton club would try to contact Guran's agent Menz, hoping to introduce Guran to Everton club during the winter transfer window. Coach Adkins protested against this and bluntly said that Guran was not for sale. The coaches of both sides parted unhappily in a tense atmosphere. On the bus back to the club, Coach Adkins praised Guran and announced a one-day holiday. All players will return to the training ground on the morning of October 29th to prepare for the 14th round of the English League One at 3 p.m. on Saturday, October 1930. After returning to the villa, Guran declined Evelyn's invitation to ride a horse and rested and practiced as planned. On the morning of October 30th, Guran arrived at the Staplewood training base early and took the team bus to Prenton Park in Birkenhead near Liverpool to participate in the 14th round of the English League One, Southampton's away challenge to Tranmere Rovers. Tranmere Rovers is a weak team in the English League One, currently ranked 18th in the English League One, close to the relegation zone. Therefore, in this game, the bookmakers are generally more optimistic about the top Southampton team. In this game, Guran sat on the bench to watch the game, and the captain Davis, who was injured in the last game, also sat on the bench. As for the defenders, JD also took a normal rest, and Aaron Martin got a chance to play. As for the midfielders, Chamberlain, Lambert and Schneiderlin all took a rest. As for the forwards, Goulet and Canali also took a rest. Almost all the players of Southampton were substitutes. Such a large-scale rotation also gave the weak home team Tranmere Rovers a chance. Just 5 minutes into the first half, the front court player of Tranmere took the ball on the right side of the penalty area and made a wall pass with his own forward, breaking through the defense of Southampton. The forward of Tranmere took advantage of the situation to cut into the penalty area and knocked the ball hard. Southampton's second goalkeeper Bialkowski missed the ball and was followed up by another Tranmere forward with a low shot, which hit the ball into the far corner of the goal. Tranmere Rovers 1-0 Southampton. Tranmere Rovers had a very dreamy start. After losing the ball, Southampton immediately stepped up their offensive, while Tranmere Rovers quickly found their rhythm, stabilized their formation, and firmly held on to their one-goal lead. Southampton kept wasting opportunities. For most of the first half, both sides played in a fragmented and dull manner. Until the 42nd minute of the first half, Tranmere launched a quick counter-attack, and Southampton's defender knocked down Tranmere's ball-carrying player in the penalty area. The referee immediately awarded a penalty. Tranmere's forward scored in one fell swoop, and the score was immediately rewritten as Tranmere 2-0 Southampton. Tranmere's fans cheered wildly to celebrate. You know, they were facing Southampton, the top team in the English League One that could beat Everton. The players of Southampton were indeed depressed. The game with Everton consumed too much of their physical strength and energy. Such an intensive game process also made them feel deeply exhausted. Even as substitutes, it was difficult for them to be in competitive form. Although the league match is not a knockout match, if you lose points to a weak team, you may be passive when playing against a strong team later. At the beginning of the second half, Coach Adkins substituted Guran. Guran stood directly at the defensive midfielder position. After Guran came on the court, Southampton immediately seemed to have changed into a different team. In the 57th minute, Gu intercepted the ball in the backcourt and made an accurate long pass directly to Lallana's feet in the front court. Lallana stopped the ball with his right foot and shot with his left foot. The ball went in. Southampton scored one goal back. In the 68th minute, Guran headed the ball in his own penalty area to intercept Tranmere's high cross. Then Guran dribbled the ball from his own penalty area all the way to Tranmere's 30-meter area and then made a world wave long shot. The goalkeeper of Tranmere Rovers was unable to react and was directly stuck on the spot. Southampton scored 2 goals in a row, and the score was 2-2. Tranmere Rovers' 2-goal advantage, which took 45 minutes to establish, was wiped out by Guran in just over 10 minutes. And the game is still going on. In the 76th minute, Guran intercepted the ball in the backcourt and passed it directly to Lallana. After Lallana stopped the ball, he was blocked by Tranmere Rovers and immediately pulled to the side. Guran went straight to the middle to ask for the ball, and Lallana saw the opportunity to knock it horizontally. Duran did not stop the ball, but directly touched the ball with one foot and shot a world wave from the outside. The goalkeeper of Tranmere Rovers was dumbfounded again. The score was rewritten as Tranmere Rovers 2:3 Southampton. In the 82nd minute, Duran dribbled the ball again to break through Tranmere Rovers midfield, but he didn't even break through, and it was another world wave from 35 meters away. The ball went in again. Tranmere Rovers 2:4 Southampton. Tranmere Rovers was abused by Duran's world wave. The game entered the injury time, and Tranmere Rovers used an iron barrel defense. Duran dribbled the ball outside the penalty area and pulled horizontally. After tearing open the gap, he scored another world wave. The ball went in again. Tranmere Rovers 2:5 Southampton. This game became Duran's world wave special. 1 assist, 4 world waves. Southampton led to chase 5. After the 14th round of the English League One, Southampton's total points reached 39 points, continuing to dominate the list. Brighton, the second place, tied this round with a total score of only 29 points and has been pulled away by Southampton. As long as the situation continues until the winter window, then after the winter window is over, it will basically be possible to win the championship more than 10 rounds in advance. After this game, Duran's growth value has also been improved. Back at the Staplewood training ground, Rick, the main force of personal affairs, brought Duran the schedule for next month, as well as the results of the draw for the first round of the FA Cup and the quarter-finals of the League Cup. November is also very crowded, with a total of 8 games. The first game, at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, November 2nd, the 15th round of the English League One, Southampton will host Oldham. The second game, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, November 6th, the first round of the FA Cup knockout, Southampton will challenge the English League Two team Torquay United away. The third game, at 7:45 p.m. on Wednesday, November 10th, the quarter-finals of the English Championship Pioneer Cup Winners' Cup South Division, Southampton will host the English League Two team Dagenham. The fourth game, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, November 13th, the 16th round of the English League One, Southampton will challenge Milton Keynes away. The fifth match, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, November 20th, in the 17th round of the English League One, Southampton will host Brighton at home. Southampton has played against Brighton in the English Championship before, but this is the first time they have played against each other in the English League One this season. The sixth match, at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, November 23rd, in the 18th round of the English League One, Southampton will play away against Leyton Orient. The seventh match, at 5:30 p.m. on Saturday, November 27th, in the second round of the FA Cup, the opponent is yet to be determined. The eighth match, at 7:45 p.m. on Tuesday, November 1930, in the quarter-finals of the English League Cup, Southampton will play away against Manchester City. Southampton's opponent in the quarter-finals of the English League Cup is actually Manchester City. However, although there are a total of 8 games to play in November, the intensity is not too high. The first round of the FA Cup and the quarter-finals of the English Championship South are both very easy. The only game that requires full effort is the game against Brighton. So, although November looks very hard, it is actually nothing. The focus should still be on the game against Manchester City on the last day of November. Chapter 436, the focus of the English League One battle. The war between the number 1 and number 2. After entering November, Duran trained and played as planned. In the 15th round of the English League One, Southampton played against Oldham, which was temporarily ranked 17th. Most of Southampton's main players kept taking turns to rest. Duran, Lallana and Hammond took the lead. Captain Davis was still recovering from injury, and Vice-Captain Walton was still on the bench. Duran wore the captain's armband of Southampton for the first time. With the excitement of being the captain for the first time, Duran led half of the Southampton team to kill Oldham 7 goals in one breath. Southampton's total points reached 42 points, continuing to dominate the list. At 3 p.m. on November 6th, the first round of the FA Cup knockout match began, and Southampton challenged Torquay United away. In this game, Duran sat on the bench, and Southampton was in a clear advantage. In the end, Duran did not get a chance to play. Southampton easily eliminated Torquay United 4-1 and qualified for the second round of the FA Cup. Then, at 7:45 p.m. on Wednesday, November 10th, the quarter-finals of the English Championship Pioneer Cup Winners' Cup South Division began, with Southampton playing against League Two team Dagenham at home. Duran started the game and, as the captain, led the Southampton substitute team to eliminate Dagenham with a score of 5-2 and advance to the South Division semi-finals. At 3 p.m. on Saturday, November 13th, the 16th round of the English League One, Southampton's away challenge to Milton Keynes began. Milton Keynes is not a weak team, and its performance in recent rounds has been very eye-catching. The ranking of English League One has risen to 6th place. In this game, Coach Adkins also sent out most of the main players. Captain Davis also returned from injury. Duran appeared directly in the defensive midfielder position. In the end, Southampton defeated Milton Keynes 2-0. Southampton's total points reached 45 points, 12 points ahead of the second-placed Brighton. After this game, Southampton had a 3-day holiday so that they could have enough physical strength to face the 17th round of the English League One a week later, which was also the home game against Brighton. Duran took advantage of this short holiday to go to Hayden Manor to relax by riding a horse. After all, a combination of work and rest can be more efficient. At 3 p.m. on Saturday, November 20th, the 17th round of the English League One, the match between the number 1 Southampton team and the number 2 Brighton team began. This game was also the focus of the English League One, and major media and scouts came to watch the game. The odds given by William Hill are 1.85 for home win, 3.75 for draw, and 4.25 for loss. Judging from this handicap, the bookmakers are still more inclined to believe that Southampton can take all 3 points at home, but Brighton is not completely without a chance. All the main players of Southampton started. Duran still appeared in the position of defensive midfielder, while the former defensive midfielder Hammond has been practicing the new position of left back during this period. Hammond is still doing well, so Hammond appeared in the position of left back in this game. Southampton is also very familiar with Brighton's style of play. After the start, the two sides did not have too many attempts and directly played against each other. The rhythm of both sides was very fast, and the physical confrontation was extremely strong. Of course, there were many mistakes on both sides. 7 minutes into the game, Duran passed the ball directly to Lallana near the midline, and Lallana stopped the ball and turned to shoot from a distance. This kick was very sudden, but the power was not enough. Brighton's goalkeeper Kasper Ankegren made a sideways save, and the ball slipped out of his hand. Canali rushed to create chaos in the small penalty area, and Gully followed up with a supplementary shot and scored the ball. However, the linesman raised the flag, indicating that the ball was offside first. Brighton also escaped. In the 20th minute, Duran intercepted the ball from Brighton's front midfielder Craig Nunn in the backcourt, and Duran immediately sprinted with a violent aesthetic, dribbling the ball straight into Brighton's penalty area. After a series of games, especially after the game with Everton, Duran's speed burst, physical confrontation, and footwork are obviously a level higher, and Duran's threat directly in the back midfielder position was originally more threatening on the left road. Brighton's midfielders tried their best, but couldn't intercept Duran. This is definitely a very scary thing for Brighton. You know, Brighton's 41,212 formation is mainly about controlling the middle. In the last game against Southampton, they used this tactic to oppress Southampton and made them breathless. But it was only a month later, and Southampton put Duran on the back midfielder, and Brighton's central axis was blasted through by Duran in one breath. When Duran rushed to the front of the arc with the ball, Brighton's two defenders Adam Elaboud and Gordon Gill could only knock Duran to the ground by fouling. The referee took out a yellow card and awarded Southampton a free kick in the front court. Duran took the free kick, and the football drew a crescent-shaped arc, with a fatal elevator falling line, and fell directly to the left side of the goal. The ball went in. Southampton led 1-0 at home. Then, in the 24th minute, Brighton continued to attack along the middle road they were proud of. Duran went straight up and made a death slide tackle between number 10 Matt Sparrow and number 7 Conor Clifford, accurately destroying the pass between the two. After Lambert picked up the ball, he immediately passed the ball to the left side, where the defense was weak. Chamberlain sprinted with the ball and cut inside. Duran and Villana followed behind to support. Facing the dense defense of the Brighton team, Chamberlain couldn't cut in, so he could only turn halfway and knock the ball back to Duran, who followed up quickly. Duran did not hesitate and volleyed the ball. The football then shot into the net neatly. Southampton scored 2 goals in 5 minutes. Brighton's central axis has been completely destroyed by Duran alone. However, Brighton's offensive remained unabated. Even though it was 2 goals behind, Brighton still dared to play against Southampton. In the 38th minute of the game, Brighton's Matt Sparrow made a cross from the right, and Southampton's young defender Aaron Martin jumped up to defend with a header, but the ball landed just at the feet of the little demon Chris Wood, who shot a long shot from outside the penalty area. Goalkeeper Davis jumped sideways, but was too late to intercept the ball and scored. Brighton tenaciously scored 1 goal. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Southampton 2:1 Brighton. In the first half, during the injury time, Brighton took a corner kick from the left side of the front court. The ball was touched by Inigo Calderon at the front point, and the ball changed its line strangely. Brighton striker Christian Baz in front of the goal raised his foot and flicked it. Davis was unable to react, and the ball rushed into the Southampton goal. Southampton's defensive players immediately raised their hands to appeal to the referee and the linesman. This ball was obviously an offside goal. Christian Baz was at least half offside. However, after a conversation between the linesman and the referee, they upheld the original decision and ruled that the goal was valid. The score between the two sides immediately became 2:2. It has to be said that the game between the first brother and the second brother on the list was really intense and full of suspense. After the start of the second half, the two sides changed sides and fought again. At the beginning of the second half, Duran dribbled the ball from his own backcourt to the vicinity of the midline. Without waiting for Augustin Batipidi to come up to fight, Duran directly made a lob shot from the sky. Brighton's goalkeeper Kasper Ankergren was obviously not ready. The ball was lobbed into the net. All Southampton fans were instantly excited. Having Duran is like having nuclear weapons. Brighton worked hard to equalize the score, but at the beginning of the second half, Duran scored a long-range world wave and took the lead again. Brighton, who fell behind again, continued to strengthen their offensive, especially the breakthrough on the central axis. However, with Duran guarding the middle and Lambert's support, Southampton's central axis was as stable as Mount Tay. Brighton's consecutive waves of fierce offensives eventually turned into nothing. In the 76th minute of the game, Brighton's midfielder Augustin Batipidi was injured and fell to the ground in the confrontation with Duran and could not continue the game. As a South American player with the advantage of confrontation, Batipidi kicked a wall this time. Southampton took advantage of Batipidi's injury, and the new players had not yet come on the bench to launch a quick counter-attack. Duran made a wonderful pass to Chamberlain. Chamberlain cut into the penalty area and passed the low ball in front of the goal to Gully, who was inserted in the back row. Gully pushed the ball and the score became Southampton 4:2 Brighton. Brighton continued to attack fiercely and adopted the offside tactic. The offside tactic is very dangerous, and it is easy to play with fire and get burned, but Southampton's striker is indeed not smart enough and fell into the offside trap 3 times in a row. Seeing this, Duran no longer delivered unnecessary shells to the forward line, but directly dribbled forward and looked for opportunities to shoot. In the 85th minute, Duran dribbled all the way to the top of the penalty area. Matthews lowered his shoulder to open the gap and then shot violently. The score was immediately rewritten as Southampton 5:2 Brighton. There is no suspense in this game between the number 1 and number 2 brothers. Brighton is doomed. In the end, the referee blew the whistle to end the game, and Southampton took all 3 points. After the game, Duran exchanged jerseys with Chris Wood, the young demon on the opposite side. After the 17th round of the English League One, Southampton's total points reached 48 points. Although Brighton is still in second place, it is already 15 points behind Southampton. After the game, Southampton's main players took a day off and then returned to the Staplewood training ground to prepare for the 18th round of the English League One, away to challenge Oriental Leighton. On this day, the results of the second round of the FA Cup draw have also been announced at 5:30 p.m. on Saturday, November 27th. In the second round of the FA Cup knockout match, Southampton will face Swindon City, also a team in the English League One, at home. Chapter 437. What is the 200-year-long feud between wealthy families? This is it. November 27th. Southampton welcomed the second round of the FA Cup at home. Swindon Town and Southampton are both English League One teams, but Southampton is currently ranked first, while Swindon Town has been in very poor form recently, losing 7 of the last 10 games, drawing 2, and winning only 1 game, which was a difficult win against an English League Two team in the first round of the FA Cup. Swindon Town is now ranked 24th in English League One, which is the last place. So even though this game is in FA Cup knockout match, Coach Adkins did not send all the main players. After all, the third day after this game is Southampton's real tough battle, the quarter-finals of the English League Cup, away to Manchester City. The main players sent by Southampton today are only Captain Davis, Vice-Captain Walton, and Hammond. Even Lambert, who has always been conscientious, only played half of the game. Duran, Chamberlain, Lallana and others were all on rest. There was indeed not much suspense in this game. Even when Southampton played as a substitute, they still pressed Swindon City. In the first half, Southampton made a quick attack on the wing, and Garrod scored a goal. In the second half, Southampton won a penalty kick, and Barnard scored in one fell swoop, changing the score to 2-0. In the end, Southampton defeated Swindon City 2-0 without any surprise and successfully advanced to the third round of the FA Cup. After the game, Southampton had a day off. After all the players returned on November 29th, Coach Adkins only asked the players to do recovery training and take targeted tactical classes. During this period of time, Duran's competitive state has been very good, and his growth is also obvious. So far, Duran has accumulated 14 talent point bubbles. Before playing with Premier League giants like Manchester City, Duran also targeted and reasonably distributed the 14 talent point bubbles. The dribbling attribute was allocated 3 points, from 79 points to 82 points. The speed attribute was increased by 3 points, from 85 points to 88 points. The balance attribute was increased by 2 points, from 83 points to 85 points. The long range attribute was increased by 6 points, from 80 points to 86 points. The focus on improving the long range attribute is mainly to target Manchester City's goalkeeper Joe Hart. As for various usage skills, they have also been greatly improved in this 1 month, and many ordinary skills have been strengthened and upgraded. In general, Duran's current ability is absolutely tenable in the Premier League. Early in the morning of November 30th, Duran and other main players arrived at the Staplewood training base early. After a simple breakfast, they took a bus to the Etihad Stadium in Manchester. The full name of Manchester City is Manchester City Club. It is a top team in the same city as Manchester United. Therefore, when talking about Manchester City, it is difficult not to mention Manchester United, and it is difficult not to mention the grievances between these two city rivals. The beginning of the feud was the year when Manchester United was founded, 1902. Manchester City was founded in 1880, and in fact, Manchester United already existed at that time, but it was still called Newton Heath. Later, Manchester City officially determined the team name as Manchester in 1894, and after Manchester United was acquired by a brewer in 1902, the first name they wanted to change was Manchester City. So, the bosses of the two clubs in the same city held a round of meetings in private. The boss of Manchester United said, "I'll give you some money, and you give up the name of Manchester." Manchester City said, "I'm not short of money." Manchester United said, "How can you be called Manchester with your face like this?" Manchester City said, "Fuck your mother." No one knows the specific situation at that time now. Anyway, it was probably like this. The bosses of both sides fought in the bar within 10 sentences, and finally parted unhappily. After the bosses took action, the players of the two teams naturally became rude to each other. Football in that era was not so standardized at all. Various killing actions often occurred. As long as the players of both sides met, there would inevitably be injuries. In fact, this situation was just a minor fight. After all, there were far more teams fighting each other than Manchester City and Manchester United. There were two things that really started the feud. The first thing was the famous brown envelope incident in the history of football. In 1909, Billy Meredith, a Welshman known as the first star in British history, was playing for Manchester City at the time. According to the salary limit order of the English Football Association at the time, the maximum weekly salary of players should not exceed £4. After all, the pound was still the world's hard currency at that time, and it was very valuable. Moreover, football at that time had not yet formed commercialization and star making. The players were benchmarked against the wages of the working class, and £4 a week was already very high. In order to retain the first star in British football, Manchester City bypassed the £4 weekly salary order of the working class, and privately sent the extra £10 of income per week to Billy Meredith in a brown envelope. Then, this inside story was exposed by a family. The FA found Manchester City and Meredith guilty. Meredith was suspended for 9 months, and Manchester City was forced to sell all 17 players in the first team. The person in power in the FA at that time was one of the senior executives of Manchester United's board of directors. When Manchester City was forced to sell players, Manchester United took the opportunity to buy 6 absolute main players of Manchester City, including Meredith. This is more than just poaching, this is already digging at the grave. The seeds of the grievances between the giants were planted. The second thing that caused the two sides to completely become enemies was the Traitorgate incident. In 1973, Denis Law, one of the 3 Saints who played 404 games for Manchester United and scored 237 goals, was abandoned by the Red Devils and transferred to the mortal enemy Manchester City. In the Derby battle in 1974, Denis Law faced his old club who was struggling to stay in the league and scored the winning goal with his heel. Personally sent Manchester United to the 2nd division. Manchester United has been relegated 5 times in history, most of which were concentrated in the early days of the club, especially during the Newton Heath period. Being betrayed by their own meritorious players, and joining their city rivals, and being kicked down again. This is definitely the most painful and desperate relegation for Manchester United. Since then, whenever Manchester United meets Manchester City, they will kick them to death. Subsequent well-known events include, in March 1974, Manchester United's Macquarie and Manchester City's Doyle each received a red card for fighting in the game, but both refused to leave the field and continued to curse at each other. In the end, the referee had to call the police and ask the police to take them back to the locker room. The scene of the police riding horses into the stadium to arrest players was also a very classic scene. In April 2001, Manchester United captain Roy Keane made a flying tackle on Manchester City captain Alf Haaland, who had just had a baby boy, causing Alf Haaland to be seriously injured and unable to participate in the game a year later. He had to retire regretfully and could only train the magic man Erling Haaland at home. These are just tit for tat between clubs and players. The battle between the fans of two teams can really reflect what mortal enemies mean. This kind of grievances of 100 or 200 years have penetrated into the bones and blood of almost every Manchester citizen. In contrast, although domestic football clubs may have conflicts with each other, in front of the real century-old giants, those grievances are nothing. Manchester City, a club, has also experienced ups and downs for more than 200 years. The team's predecessor can be traced back to 1880, when Arthur Cornell, a pastor of St. Mark's Church in Manchester, and his daughter Anna Cornell jointly established the club in the hope of organising the unemployed. When the team was first established, it was not a football team, but a hodgepodge, basically focusing on cricket. Later, in the autumn of 1880, Anna Cornell selected several tall, strong, energetic and technically skilled players from these unemployed people to form the St. Mark's Church football team. In November 1880, they played their first game against a church team in Enfield. In 1884, the St. Mark's Church football team was renamed Gordon Football Club and entered the professional league. In 1887, it was renamed Ardwick, and in 1894 it was officially renamed Manchester. Manchester City's original jersey was not sky blue, but black, with a Maltese cross pattern. This pattern is closely related to the Masonic logo, so to this day, some people still believe that the predecessor of Manchester City is the product of Freemasonry. When it comes to Manchester City Club, we have to mention the Chinese Sun Jae. From 2002 to 2008, Sun Jae played for Manchester City and performed very well. He was also selected into the Premier League Hall of Fame, which is also the highest level of Chinese players playing football overseas. In fact, the players of that era generally had fighting spirit, sense of honor, and good skills. The national team of the 2002 World Cup and the 2005 Super Platinum generation of the national youth team, not to mention being able to kick Japan and South Korea, were definitely the hegemons of East Asia. At that time, the fans were full of confidence. Everyone thought that Chinese football was going to rise. Who would have thought that the 2002 generation and the 2005 generation were already at their peak? It's sad to think about it. After more than 2 hours of driving, Southampton's bus slowly drove into the Manchester City Stadium, also known as the Etihad Stadium. The entire stadium can accommodate 55,097 spectators. It is the 4th largest football stadium in the Premier League and the 8th largest football stadium in the UK. The total cost is £150 million. The stadium is bowl-shaped in appearance and oval in the interior. The east, west and south stands have 3 layers of seats, and the north stand has 2 layers of seats. Initially, all stands were named after directions. The north and south stands were seats behind the goalpost, while the east and west stands were side seats. In 2004, the west stand was renamed the Colin Bell stand, after a former Manchester City player. The Colin Bell stand is behind the coaching and substitutes benches, and you can clearly see the head coach and warm-up players. The east stand is also on the long side of the field, opposite Colin Bell, and the view is generally good. The north stand, family stand, and the south stand are on the short side of the field. The south stand is the stand for die-hard fans, and the atmosphere is the most explosive. Next to the south stand is the away fans stand, which will further stimulate the atmosphere of watching the game. Especially when Manchester United comes to play, it is common for fans of both sides to throw coins and bottles to each other across a stand aisle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 438, Powerful Manchester City, Legendary Italian coach Mancini. It is said that the Old Trafford Theatre of Dreams is a devil's home ground, but in fact, the Etihad Stadium of the Blue Moon is similar. As soon as the Southampton bus entered the underground parking garage of the Etihad Stadium, it could already feel the atmosphere of the Blue Moon fans outside the stadium. The Manchester City Club officials also attach great importance to this game, especially Guran's participation in the competition. The Manchester City Club dared not neglect it at all, and the reception standards were higher than those for ordinary teams. The main goal is to make guests feel at home. At noon, after eating in the restaurant, the Southampton players took a very comfortable lunch break in the away team's locker room. Manchester City used to be very poor, but since the Middle Eastern tycoons took over in 2008, Manchester City has suddenly become rich, and even the away team's locker room feels magnificent. Not only are there game consoles, but also medical oxygen cylinders. The Etihad Stadium has 68 VIP boxes, 6 theme restaurants, and all kinds of services are available. After lunch, Coach Adkins took the players to the Etihad Stadium for warm-up training. After about 2 hours of training, the Southampton team returned to the locker room, resting and adjusting, while improving the tactical details. At 6 p.m., the fans began to enter the stadium. For this game, Manchester City officially gave the visiting team 9,000 tickets, which was very polite. In less than half an hour, the die-hard South stand was full of Blue Moon fans. The square array of the West stand was full of die-hard Saints fans wearing the red and white number 8 jersey. The game has not started yet, and even the players have not entered the field to warm up. The fans on both sides have already started to sing their team songs. This game is the quarter-finals of the English League Cup, and the winner can advance to the semi-finals of the English League Cup. At the same time, the other 3 quarter-finals of the English League Cup are also being held simultaneously, namely Manchester United vs Birmingham, Tottenham vs Liverpool, and Chelsea vs Arsenal. It can be said that except for Southampton, the dark horse against the sky, the other teams are all Premier League giants. From a certain perspective, Manchester City has drawn the best lot. Among all the 4 League Cup quarter-finals, the game between Manchester City and Southampton has the lowest interest in betting. William Hill's pre-match odds for this game are 1.04 for home win, 10.0 for draw, and 6.0 for loss. Judging from this odds, betting companies have already determined that Southampton will lose. The main betting company is also Manchester City's 2-goal win. In terms of the strength of the two teams, Manchester City, which has world-class stars such as Tevez, David Silva, and Balotelli, is indeed extremely capable of crushing the English League One team Southampton. In the main stand of the Etihad Stadium, only Chelsea's Emenalo and Liverpool's Edwards sat together today. David Platt, Manchester City's scout and assistant coach, will stand on the bench to watch the game today. Without Platt, Emenalo and Edwards always feel that something is missing. Edwards, what do you think of this game? What else can we do? Sit down and watch. Haha, that's true, but the odds are not in favor of Southampton. Manchester City is indeed strong, and such odds are within my expectations, but I still favor Southampton with Guran. Southampton really has a chance to win. Unfortunately, Pratt is not here today, so we can't see his terrifying face up close. Hahaha. Edwards and Emenalo burst into laughter 6:30 p.m. The coaches of both sides attended the pre-match press conference together. This pre-match press conference was obviously more grand than before, and many reporters from well-known media came to interview. Southampton coach Adkins took the initiative to shake hands and say hello to Manchester City head coach Robert Mancini. It's not because Coach Adkins is a coach of a League One team that he is inferior, but because Mancini is too legendary. Mancini was world famous when he was a player, and after becoming a coach, he can also be a legendary coach. If Manchester City had not used huge sums of money to impress Mancini, Mancini would have continued to coach Inter Milan. As a player, Mancini made his debut in Bologna, reached his peak in Sampdoria, and played for several years in Lazio with Eriksson in his later years. Mancini wears the number 10 jersey in the team. As a typical Italian number 10, his style is closer to Roberto Baggio. His passing, controlling, shooting and other skills are very good. Mancini is also known as the Italian who plays the most Brazilian style. Mancini was one of the leading figures in Italian football at his peak. You must know that the Italian league at that time was definitely the world's number 1 league. Mancini's personality as a player was more individual and impatient. He would occasionally have emotional outbursts, but he was also passionate. His coaching career started in Florence and Lazio in Serie A. When he took over Florence, Florence was still struggling in the relegation zone, but in less than half a season, he led the Purple Lilies to successfully avoid relegation, and also won the Italian Cup Championship, which was very valuable at the time. When he coached Lazio, Lazio was in a financial crisis and the team was demoralized. However, since his arrival, as soon as a goal was scored, Lazio players would automatically gather to make a classic rowing celebration. It can be said that Mancini is a very charming and cohesive legendary figure. However, Mancini cannot be regarded as a true tactical master. After his success in Florence and Lazio, he was poached by Inter Milan, the strongest club at the time. Inter Milan's configuration at the time was the strongest club in Serie A or even the world, but Mancini found it difficult to control this galaxy battleship. His tactical design was too idealistic, too much assist in attack and neglect of defense, and too dependent on the individual performance of the stars. In the case of an obviously unfavorable situation, the gambler mentality of throwing a single bet was very heavy. Therefore, his performance in the first season of coaching Inter Milan was very bleak. However, in the second season, the famous phone gate incident occurred in Serie A, and the biggest competitors Juventus and AC Milan were swept away. Inter Milan had no competitive pressure at all, and Mancini easily won 3 consecutive championships. This is a great honor, but Mancini has not made any substantial progress except for increasing his qualifications for salary increase. When the score is behind in key matches, Mancini will still keep changing forwards, and even want to rush to the field, to play forward to save the team. But no matter what, Mancini is indeed a head coach with a very unique personality, and his personal charm has a great influence on the team. After the pre-match press conference began, in the interview session, Mancini first congratulated Coach Adkins on his amazing results, bringing a League One team to the quarterfinals of the League Cup. Then, Mancini said that in fact, the gold content of the League Cup is not too high, at least it is far worse than the Italian Cup. The Italian Cup can even be called a small World Cup in the last era. Mancini said that, in order to ensure the status of the main players, he does not intend to send all the main players in this game. This year, his main goal with Manchester City is still to compete for the league championship. Of course, the draw for this game is very lucky, so they still have to get this game and advance to the semi-finals, and if there is a chance, they will also go all out to compete for the League Cup championship. Coach Adkins modestly said that it was an honor to play with the star-studded Manchester City team. Southampton also came here to learn and gain experience. As for the outcome, only God knows, but we at Southampton have our own God. When asked if Manchester City wanted to buy Guran, Mancini said bluntly, "Yes, we at Manchester City are looking forward to Guran's arrival. Guran is young and very capable. He is also capable of bringing us a fresh experience. I have also watched his video highlights. We think he will be an important piece of the puzzle for our Manchester City's rise." Of course, I also know that Southampton club relies heavily on Guran, but this is not something we consider. Even if we at Manchester City do not dig him, there will be other clubs that will dig him. So we are not targeting Southampton. We just don't want to be defeated by other giants. As for how much money is needed to dig Guran, this is not a problem I should consider. In a word, as long as Guran is willing, we have no problem with how much money it costs. If Guran is not willing, then we will use money to make him willing. When asked what strategy Manchester City will adopt to defend Guran today, Mancini smiled and said, "Although Guran is very strong, he is only one person after all. All Manchester City players are stars, and our luxury in the attack line is definitely in the top 3 of the Premier League. I know Guran will score goals, and he will even score wonderful goals, but we will score more goals, and this game belongs to us Manchester City." Coach Adkins said that he respected Coach Mancini very much, but he really couldn't agree with Coach Mancini's words. Coach Adkins emphasized that Guran is not for sale at the club. The pre-match press conference ended in an unfriendly atmosphere. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the referee team entered the field to inspect the venue. After the venue inspection, the away team Southampton took the lead to enter the field for pre-match warm-up training. As soon as the Southampton players entered the field, the Saints fans cheered wildly. The Manchester City Blue Moon fans booed wildly. After all, this is their home field. If the away fans' cheers exceed this, then the die-hard Blue Moon fans will definitely not accept it. Soon, Manchester City players also began to warm up, and the entire Etihad Stadium suddenly erupted in cheers like a tsunami. Judging from the shouts of the fans of both sides, the Blue Moons, who played at home, won a complete victory. However, football matches are not determined by the cheers of the fans. If it were, China would have won the World Cup championship for 2 consecutive years. Chapter 439 Mancini's 433. Southampton defeats the strong with the weak. After half an hour of warm-up training, the players of both sides left the field for final preparations. The players of Southampton were obviously a little nervous. After all, this was their first time to play in the quarter-finals of the English League Cup, and their opponent was the star-studded Manchester City team. Coach Adkins did not put too much pressure on the players, but just told them to put down their burdens and play well. After all, it was reasonable for the only English League One team to enter the quarter-finals, even if they lost to Manchester City. As long as they play well, the fans will not be angry or disappointed when they see the efforts. Under the leadership of Captain Davis, the players of Southampton put their palms on top of each other and encouraged each other. At 7:35, the players of both sides lined up in the passage, holding the little ball boys by hand, and lined up to enter the stadium under the leadership of the referee. The live broadcast received the live signal, and the number of online people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 400,000. Although today is not the weekend, the gold content of this game is extremely high, and the domestic sports lottery has also opened single level betting, so it has attracted a large number of fans and non-fans. Most of the fans in the live broadcast room had already bought the lottery tickets for Manchester City to lose by 2 goals, waiting for Guran to help them realize the freedom of the second house. There was a water friend named I'm Really Sunjahay in the live broadcast room, who immediately swiped a super rocket. Fuck, is it really Sunjahay? Impossible, Sunjahay can watch the game in our live broadcast room. It must be fake. I want to change my name too. I want to be called I am really Sunjahay. Haha, I want to change my name to I'm really Zengzhi. At this time, the water friend named I'm really Zengzhi silently swiped a super rocket to show his presence. At the Etihad Stadium, the players of both teams lined up to shake hands. The referee motioned the captains of the two teams to come to the front to guess the coin. Manchester City's captain on the field is number 28 centre-back Carlo Toure, and Southampton's captain is goalkeeper Davis. Carlo Toure is not the first captain of Manchester City. Manchester City has many big-name players, such as Big Head Company, former Arsenal captain Vieira, all-purpose Milner, midfield ace David Silva, beast waste De Jong, Balotelli, and the Premier League Golden Boot testing home Tevez, who was dug from the mortal enemy Manchester United last season. At this time, Manchester City is all about fame, and Tevez is at his peak in this era. Therefore, the current captain of Manchester City is Tevez. This is also related to Mancini's preference for forward players. However, in this game, Tevez did not start, but sat on the bench with laughter. The coin guessing on the field naturally fell on the diligent Vincent Kompany. In the end, Southampton got the priority to kick off, and Manchester City got the priority to pick the side. Manchester City chose the south half, which is also in line with the traditional way of starting. The captains of both teams shook hands and exchanged team flags according to the process. The players of both teams also took photos in their respective half of the field and then formed their formations. In today's game, the away team Southampton still adopted the 442 formation, defending with all their strength in the first half and pressing closely in the second half. Manchester City is a stronger team than Everton. Although they did not play well before 2009, Manchester City's configuration has been quite luxurious since the arrival of the Middle Eastern tycoons. Moreover, according to the military situation and tactical analysis before the game, Manchester City is a team that focuses more on offense, and the Southampton team, which has a weak forward line, will only choose to play against Manchester City unless it is crazy. Therefore, defense plus counter-attack is the tactical thinking of Southampton today. After resting, the main players of Southampton also appeared today. The two forwards are the centre forward Gilly and the flexible forward Lallana. Lallana's position is slightly back, between the centre forward and the front midfielder, as a fulcrum for passing in the midfield. The attacking midfielder position is played by Lambert. Of course, Lambert's role is more of a central midfielder than an attacking midfielder. His main role today is to intercept and cross positions, not to cross forward, but to switch positions backward. Behind him is the biggest starting change for Southampton in today's game, Guran. Guran was promoted from the previous starting left back position to the defensive midfielder position. This is also to target Manchester City's extremely fierce 433 crazy attacking style, and only Guran can calm the midfield. At the critical moment, Guran can also switch positions with Lambert in front and directly face Manchester City in B2B. The left midfielder is Chamberlain, and the right midfielder is Schneiderlin. Guran stands in the defensive midfielder position, and his relationship with Chamberlain and Schneiderlin is closer, which can better gather the midfield. The left back in the starting lineup today was replaced by Hammond. Hammond was a defensive midfielder before, and was forcibly transformed into a left back by Coach Adkins during this period. As a left back, Hammond has almost no assist ability and can't overlap, but he is still remarkable in the defense of the wing. And that's enough. With Guran in the middle, he can mobilize the left and right sides at any time. Southampton's right back is Richardson, and the two central defenders are JD and Font. The goalkeeper is still the captain Davis. In general, Southampton's formation has used all the main players that can be used. In one word, it is to fight hard and defend. On the Manchester City side, the lineup is much more luxurious. Southampton has almost no big name stars, while Manchester City can take out any player who is a big name star. Manchester City's formation today is still Mancini's most proficient 433 formation. Mancini is not a tactical master, and his formation is also very conservative, basically 433, and rarely changes. In Mancini's words, changing the formation will affect stability, and the stability of the team is his goal. If the formation is not changed, it will be more dependent on the players, especially the performance of the stars. Therefore, any team coached by Mancini is definitely a team with a super luxurious lineup, and even the substitutes must be a luxurious lineup. Mancini will not take over a team without a luxurious lineup. Mancini's 433 formation, to put it bluntly, is a large front triangle formed by a center forward and two wingers, and a small inverted triangle formed by two midfielders and a defensive midfielder, plus four defenders. The front triangle of the center forward and the wingers is very similar to the 433 model of the Barcelona Dream 3 dynasty, and it also pays great attention to passing and controlling. But the difference is that the front triangle of the Barcelona Dream 3 is very flexible and very technical players, while Mancini's 433 front triangle is equipped with tall or strong impact players. Barcelona Dream 3 focuses more on the passing and receiving in the front court. On the surface, the front court and the midfield are just two positive and inverted triangles, but the real essence is that after running, the 6 players in the front court can be combined at will, and every 3 people can form a running triangle or a diamond. Such a passing and controlling tactic is very clever. It can ensure a large number of flexible ball out routes at any time during the attack, so Barcelona's 433 is absolutely very suitable for passing and controlling. Their retreating center forward or an inline fullback can put the midfield under the advantage of manpower and connection. Alt in the peak Barcelona period was a typical inline fullback. As a fullback, he played a lot of midfielder work to ensure that the midfield triangle can move flexibly. With such formation and tactical support, almost no team could form a midfield confrontation with them during the peak Barcelona Dream 3 dynasty. Even Real Madrid can only break Barcelona's passing by using foul-level confrontation and strangulation. In contrast, Mancini's 433 is not so flexible, but more rigid. Mancini's 433, on the surface, looks like a large right triangle in the front court followed by a small inverted triangle in the midfield. In fact, it is really the right triangle in the front court and the inverted triangle in the midfield sewn together. The right triangle in the front court still feels like Barcelona's Dream 3, but the real core essence is not. Manchester City's front court triangle and midfield triangle are not connected. Manchester City's offensive is not to achieve passing and control through the triangle running in the midfield, but to rely on the luxurious wingers to cut inside, so as to achieve the front court triangle together, pass, and shoot. In this era, the center forward is not very popular, and the wingers cut inside temporarily become the mainstream play. Therefore, Mancini's 433, to put it bluntly, is based on a super luxurious style in loop. Without Tevez, Balotelli, Yaya Toure, David Silva and other well-known stars, Manchester City can't support such results at all. During the tactical class, Coach Adkins pointed out that the biggest weakness of Mancini's 433 formation lies in the space behind the fullbacks and wingers. In Mancini's 433 offensive style, the wingers are the privileged players in the team and cannot retreat to defend. The assists of the fullbacks are too high. When attacking, the fullbacks must play the role of midfielders, so it is easy for the opponent to attack from behind and form a fatal fast break. Therefore, if we only talk about tactical theory, this game is definitely not as terrible as imagined. As a veteran defensive counter-attack team, Southampton still has the ability to restrain Man City's rigid 433. As long as they defend the crazy attack and play more balls behind them, Man City's 433 will be messed up. Once Man City's 433 is messed up, Man City will collapse mentally, and his sense of collapse will also affect all Manchester City players. Then, Southampton will have a chance. Of course, this is only tactical theory. After all, no matter how good the tactics are, they have to be implemented by people. Manchester City, which has stars, has very strong overall strength, even if the tactics are a bit rigid. Southampton wants to win Manchester City away, and the difficulty coefficient is basically 200%. Today's match was also a clear one of the weak against the strong. Duran's defense in the middle and his distribution to the wing were also crucial. Chapter 440 Balotelli. World class below the neck, husky above the neck. In today's game, Manchester City's starting centre forward is Mario Balotelli, the number 45 Balotelli. Balotelli, who is only 20 years old, has just won the European Golden Boy Award. In the words of fans, Balotelli is a standard world class below the neck and a husky above the neck. It is really a miracle that Balotelli can exist in the football world. Balotelli's jokes can be talked about all day. The most famous ones are thinking about life alone, why is it always me, and when he was in Inter Milan before the Champions League final, he sang the AC Milan team song of his mortal rival in the locker room. As a result, he was beaten by Inter Milan boss Materazzi and dared not say a word. Do you think Balotelli is honest? No. The next day Balotelli participated in a football talk show. The host jokingly took out an AC Milan number 45 jersey. As a result, Balotelli happily put on the AC Milan jersey in front of millions of Inter Milan viewers. Inter Milan fans all hated it. Also, he told Pique during the European Cup final that he would invite Pique's girlfriend Shakira to watch the game so that Shakira could see what he did to her boyfriend. Also, when he was playing against Manchester United in Manchester City, he set off fireworks in the bathroom to celebrate the victory in advance and ended up burning down his house. But although he didn't sleep all night, he did win the game. Also, he was driving with a lot of cash and was stopped by British police and asked why he was carrying so much cash. Balotelli thought about it and then answered very seriously, "Because I can." Balotelli also claimed very seriously that he was the strongest player in the world besides Messi. There are so many things like this. He is not here to make fun of people, he really thinks so. Balotelli is born with a simple mind, and his way of thinking is more like a child who has not grown up. He was abandoned by his parents when he was young and was adopted by a wealthy white family in Italy. Although he showed extraordinary football talent at a very young age, he still couldn't tie his shoelaces or wear a pullover until he was 20 years old. He has a cousin as an assistant who takes care of everything from dressing to tying shoelaces. At the beginning, the bigwigs in the Manchester City locker room thought that Balotelli was deliberately playing big and they disliked Balotelli very much. But later, as their cognition grew, the bigwigs realized that Balotelli was really a weirdo who only developed his body, but not his brain. Although Balotelli always has this or that kind of stalk, it is undeniable that Balotelli is indeed a world-class genius in football. As early as 2001, Balotelli, who was only 11 years old, joined the Brescia club and soon showed extraordinary talent, which attracted the attention of many European giants youth training scouts, especially Barcelona. During the trial training of the Barcelona youth team, Balotelli scored 8 goals in 3 games, and his superb front court dominance shocked the Barcelona inspection team. But unfortunately, Balotelli's agent asked for too high a price, and Balotelli eventually missed Barcelona. Inter Milan seized the opportunity and signed Balotelli to Inter Milan's youth team with an over-the-top professional contract. On December 17, 2007, in the match between Inter Milan and Cagliari, Balotelli made his Nerazzurri debut. His stunning performance quickly conquered the entire Nerazzurri world. The superstar, produced by their own youth training, made Inter Milan fans proud. Super Mario was the loud shout in the Misa Stadium. But Balotelli was not born to be a quiet player. Balotelli regarded Mancini, his coach during his Inter Milan period, as his mentor and father. Although he always quarreled with his father, only Mancini, a former legendary star, could suppress him in the locker room. In addition to Mancini, even the madman Mourinho could not do it. In 2009, at halftime of Inter Milan's away challenge to Rubin Kazan in the Champions League group stage, Mourinho, Inter Milan's Triple Crown coach at the time, gave all kinds of instructions to Balotelli, who had received a yellow card in the first half. There were only 15 minutes of halftime break, and Mourinho gave all the 15 minutes to Balotelli. Mourinho only spent 1 minute explaining the tactics to Balotelli, including telling Balotelli which direction the opponent's goal was in the second half, and which direction his own goal was in. The rest of the 14 minutes was spent talking to Balotelli, asking him not to be irritated by experienced opponents, and cause the team to lose non-combat personnel. Mourinho said earnestly at the time, "Mario, don't be impulsive. It doesn't matter, if you lose the ball, we can kick it back. If someone irritates you, don't react at all. If the referee makes a wrong decision, don't react at all. Don't let your emotions control you. Don't get a card. Don't get a card." Only Balotelli, the head coach who has received the most cards in history, could say such a thing. So, less than 3 minutes after Balotelli came on the field, he received a second yellow card and was sent off, which took less time than Mourinho had a heart-to-heart talk with him. Mourinho was so angry that he said in a later interview that he could even write a 200-page book about the story of Balotelli and me at Inter Milan. Now, this superstar in football has come under the command of his former mentor Mancini. In the first half of the season at Manchester City, Balotelli played his strength to the peak and led Manchester City to the second place in the Premier League standings. Balotelli has many shortcomings and problems off the field, but in the field of football, Balotelli has almost no obvious weaknesses, except for occasionally thinking about life, occasionally not wanting to play because of temper, and being easily angered by opponents and getting cards. In the first half of the season at Manchester City, under Mancini, this kind of thinking about life and losing temper on the field almost never happened. Balotelli should have been world class. With his strength, he should have been able to share the world with Messi and Ronaldo. But after 2 years at the peak of Manchester City, especially after Mancini left, Balotelli's decline was unstoppable. After all, it was emotionality that ruined him. Even if Balotelli's talent is not as high as Messi's, it is definitely higher than Ronaldo, but he does not even have 1/10 of Ronaldo's self-discipline and effort. Therefore, Messi is Messi, Ronaldo is Ronaldo, and Balotelli is just Balotelli. But it is undeniable that, even if he can no longer reach the same height as Messi and Ronaldo, he is still a world-class star, a star with almost no weaknesses in football ability. Balotelli is also a jack-of-all-trades player. He is only 20 years old, 189 centimeters tall, weighs 88 kilograms, has muscles all over his body, is extremely confrontational, is a master of shooting, stopping, protecting the ball, and passing, and can almost perfectly play any position in the front court. His playing style is different from the thinking of normal people, so it is full of imagination. When other forwards use push shots against the goalkeeper, Balotelli likes to make it more difficult, using a swivel kick, to shoot with his back foot or a Marcel turn, and back heel shot. His sense of smell in front of the goal, his positioning, and his insertion in the back row are all done without thinking, purely out of talent. Other forwards with one such talent can already become world-class stars, but Balotelli has all the talents. In fact, originally, head coach Mancini wanted Balotelli to be a substitute, so that Balotelli could take a break. However, considering that Balotelli doesn't like to sit on the bench, and only likes to start, and this game is a more important knockout match, Mancini let Balotelli start. Such a forced opportunity can't be missed. Guran met Balotelli and immediately started forced, and took Balotelli's top pass shot, swivel kick +1 into his pocket. Balotelli's whole body trembled slightly, and then he met Guran's gaze. Balotelli frowned slightly, with an expression of "What are you looking at?" Guran responded with an expression of "What's wrong with looking at you?" One of Southampton's defensive strategies today is to irritate Balotelli, so as to limit the performance of Manchester City's sharpest spear. Manchester City's left forward, or left inner forward, is number 21 Spanish international David Silva. David Silva is only 25 years old this year, 170 centimeters tall, weighs 67 kilograms, and is also a typical technical small and fast player. Speaking of David Silva, we have to mention the 2005 World Youth Championship, which was also the World Youth Championship that Messi participated in. In the best team, selected after the end of the competition, David Silva was not even included in the best midfield team. The person who defeated David Silva and entered the 2005 World Youth Championship and became the best midfielder team was the Chinese player Chen Tao. Chen Tao, who had comprehensive skills, outstanding awareness, and skilled footwork, was truly the leader of China's Super Platinum generation. At that time, countless Chinese football fans were imagining that the 05 Super Platinum generation would dominate Asia after growing up as national team players. Unfortunately, let alone dominating Asia, they were almost out of the top 3. Chen Tao's generation of Super Platinum players was pitted by the domestic market, and David Silva, who was not as good as Chen Tao, gradually grew into a world-class star step by step. David Silva's confrontation ability is not high, but his crosses and creativity, organizational ability, footwork, etc. are definitely world-class. What is most admirable is that, although David Silva's height and weight are not suitable for high-intensity confrontation, as a front midfielder / left winger, David Silva's performance on the defensive end is also very eye-catching. His average steals and clearances per game are at the top of the entire Premier League. Therefore, we must not underestimate David Silva's ability and role in counter-attacking, just because he is only 170 cm tall. Chapter 441 The representative of B2B, the most brutal midfield combination in the Premier League. Today, David Silva is also the focus of Southampton's defense. Fortunately, although David Silva is very strong now, he is not yet in his prime, so as long as Southampton goes all out, there is still a chance to defend David Silva. David Silva was just a technically good and creative inverted winger under Mancini. It was not until Guardiola coached Manchester City that David Silva's midfield master attribute was fully activated. Therefore, Southampton can still secretly rejoice when they meet the current David Silva. Manchester City's starting right winger is number 7 player James Milner. At this time, Milner was just 25 years old. He was only a first-line rotation substitute player in Manchester City. He came from Leeds United's football youth training. In 2002, Milner was promoted from Leeds United's youth team to Leeds United's first team. Later, he joined Newcastle United and Aston Villa. Until August 2010, Milner transferred to Manchester City with the title of England's best young player. But his career peak was not in Manchester City under Mancini, but after he transferred to Liverpool after 2015. Milner is the kind of player whose early data looks average, but the older he gets, the more he becomes. He is a versatile midfielder who can play almost any position in the front court, and his attitude towards the game is extremely serious and passionate, and he will never give up until the last moment. This time Milner started because the head coach Mancini did not want to send all the main players. If the opponent was not Southampton, Milner would not have had the opportunity to start, because the right winger position is the position with the highest offensive weight for Manchester City, and the starting player for this position should have been the current Manchester City's most expensive superstar, the South American Footballer of the Year for 3 consecutive years, the Argentine Footballer of the Year twice. The champion harvester, the homesickness of Tevez, Carlos Tevez. Tevez is 27 years old this year and is at his peak in the most playing year. In 2007, 2008, and 2009, the Red Devils trident composed of Tevez, Rooney, and Ronaldo was the era when Manchester United was closest to the Devil. It was really invincible and unbeatable. Tevez just won the Premier League Golden Boot Award for scorer in Manchester United last year. When he gave his acceptance speech, he was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He vowed to play for Manchester United for a lifetime, and then turned around and accepted Manchester City's high offer, claiming that playing for Manchester City was his dream. Now Tevez is also like a fish in water in Manchester City, calling the wind and rain. He joined Manchester City with the highest price and highest weekly salary, and as soon as he arrived at Manchester City, he was given the captain's armband by head coach Mancini. This is much higher than the treatment during his time at Manchester United. Tevez was so moved that he almost cried and vowed to play well for Manchester City and kill Manchester United, which replaced him with Zajab Berbatov. As a result, in less than a year, Tevez, who was paid a high salary, had a serious decline in his condition. Not only did he often drink until dawn, but he also often missed team training. As the captain of Manchester City, missing training is absolutely unbearable in the club. The captain should be a role model for the team, and Tevez's performance, which is a common problem among South American players, made the emotional head coach Mancini unceremoniously deprive him of his captaincy, promoted the more self-disciplined Kompany as captain, and put Tevez on the bench, to sit on the bench for a long time. As a result, in the 2011 Champions League, Manchester City's offensive was blocked, and Mancini was eager to replace Tevez, but Tevez sat firmly on the bench, smiled contemptuously, and refused to play as a substitute. Mancini was furious. He announced at the press conference after the game that he would never use a rubbish player like Tevez again. This is the famous Tevez strike. Of course, Tevez accepted the heavy punishment and apologized to Mancini. Mancini also forgave Tevez on the surface, but Tevez's status in the team plummeted. He had few opportunities to play and could only passively fulfill his expensive contract. Finally, in 2013, he transferred to Juventus for €12 million and put on the number 10 jersey left by Del Piero. After a long suspension period at Manchester City, Tevez had a second spring in his career in Serie A, but it is undeniable that the Manchester City period should have been Tevez's peak period, but he wasted the most important 3 years. Otherwise, his achievements would definitely be much higher than they are now. In 2016, Tevez transferred from Boca to Shenhua for €11 million and set a world record of £615,000 per week, which was much higher than the weekly wages of Messi and Ronaldo in the same period. Throughout 2017, Tevez did not play much football in Shenhua. Except for the first few rounds, he was mostly recovering from injuries. On the game days, when he was recovering from injuries, he took his family to Disneyland. Before the Shenhua FA Cup match, he took his family back to Argentina for vacation. His reason for asking for leave was that he was homesick. Therefore, Tevez was later affectionately called Tisixiang by domestic fans. It can be said that Tevez is a player with no professional ethics, but at the same time he is indeed a player with arrogant capital. He has won almost all the championship awards he can get. Of course, in today's game, Tevez and Mancini are still in the honeymoon period. Mancini also explained to Tevez that he was sitting on the bench in this game just to let him rest, and there was no need for him to play against Southampton. Therefore, Tevez was also very relaxed, sitting on the bench and chatting and laughing with his teammates, not taking the game seriously at all. Manchester City's two midfielders are Gareth Barry, number 18, and Archer Ovidial, number 14. Gareth Barry, number 18, is a 29-year-old veteran who has been selected for the England national team 43 times and has scored 2 goals. He is 183 centimeters tall and weighs 79 kilograms. He is a very rare left-footed player who can not only play in the midfield and defensive midfielder, but also in the left midfield and left wing back. If Milner is the Iron Man in the Premier League team, then this Gareth Barry is the evergreen of the Premier League. Gareth Barry has played 653 games in the Premier League and is a veritable appearance king and full attendance king. At the age of 26, Gareth Barry was already the youngest player in the Premier League to play 300 plus games, and the other Iron Man he was compared to was Lampard. When Gareth Barry reached 35, he won the title of Everton's best player, and his competitive state was no different from that of a 28-year-old boy. At the age of 37, Barry had the opportunity to continue to expand his appearances in the Premier League, but Barry finally decided to relegate to the Championship with the club West Bromwich. Gareth Barry played until 2020 and officially retired at the age of 39. Bale, who is also called Gareth, retired at the age of 32 while playing golf. Although Gareth Barry is far inferior to Bale in fame and strength, with the title of the first appearance king in the Premier League. Gareth Barry can be regarded as leaving a name in history. It is particularly worth mentioning that Gareth Barry not only has the highest appearances in the Premier League, but also has the most cards in the Premier League, with a total of 117 yellow cards. Of course, this is also closely related to his playing as a defensive midfielder. He is physically fit and aggressive, and is a worker-type sweeping defensive midfielder. Another midfielder, number 14 Arturo Vidal, is even more famous. Arturo Vidal is only 23 years old now, and he hasn't grown his coxcomb hair. Vidal's contract is with Leverkusen in the Bundesliga, but this season, Vidal was loaned to Manchester City for 3 months. If he performs well in the 3 months, Manchester City will buy him out at a high price, and within these 3 months, Vidal can be recalled by Leverkusen at any time. So, Vidal did play in Manchester City, but Vidal has never been a formal player of Manchester City. As a typical South American player, Vidal is known as an iron waist, with a strong body, strong aggression, tough style of play, and comprehensive skills, but the only shortcoming is his hot temper, which can't be controlled. If there is a little spark, Vidal doesn't have many opportunities to play in Manchester City, because the more suitable candidate for his position is the Dutchman Nigel de Jong. As an international player of the Netherlands, Nigel de Jong has always been known as a beast waist and a bad guy. De Jong in the south and Peep in the north. That's not just a joke. De Jong's famous kick at Spanish star Alonso in the 2010 World Cup has become his signature move. De Jong's ferocity is so fierce that even the referee is afraid. After De Jong kicked Alonso, the referee did not dare to give De Jong a red card, as if he was afraid that De Jong would kick him to the ground with a glare. Vidal's ferocity is still a little worse than De Jong's, but Vidal's overall strength is indeed stronger than De Jong. De Jong basically just crippled the player, and after crippling the player, he didn't care where the ball was, while Vidal could steal the ball and pass it. Now, De Jong is sitting on the bench with a grim face watching the game. Manchester City's starting defensive midfielder is number 42 Yaya Toure. Yaya Toure is undoubtedly a world-class player and the world's top B2B beast midfielder. Yaya Toure has very good physical condition. He runs a great distance on the field and sprints a lot. He often rushes from his own penalty area to the opponent's penalty area. He is the type who can run forever. After playing a 90-minute game, he has no problem playing another 90 minutes. Yaya Toure's career started at a low point, but higher than his brother. He first studied in the youth training camp of ASEC Mimosa club in Côte d'Ivoire. In 2001, he joined the Belgian Bavarian football club and started his official professional career. After that, he played for Metalurg Donetsk, Olympiacos, and Monaco. It was not until 2007 that he was spotted by a Barcelona scout. In 2009, Yaya Toure, who came from a low-end team, had achieved a great reversal in his life. His value increased thousands of times and helped Barcelona win the 6 championships. In 2010, Yaya Toure was invited by his brother Carlo Toure, who was the captain of Manchester City at the time, to transfer from Barcelona to the wealthy Manchester City for £27.5 million. In the subsequent games of Manchester City, he firmly occupied the position of defensive midfielder and became a legendary star of Manchester City. It is no exaggeration to say that Yaya Toure is a representative figure of B2B. Today's midfield combination of Manchester City is also very fierce. Today's game is also destined to be a super tough physical confrontation game. Chapter 442, the best defender with his face. The most handsome and the ugliest are both in Manchester City. Manchester City's starting left back is Serbian international number 13, Alexander Kolarov, 25 years old, 187 centimeters tall, 81 kilograms, very strong, with good footwork and stealing skills. As a left back, he has a good burst, a certain assist ability, and a very beautiful free kick. When Kolarov was still a student, NATO was bombing Yugoslavia. He couldn't go to school, so he played football with his brother at home. The two brothers used the door frame as a goal to see who could kick more accurately. As a result, the brothers always made a huge bang when they kicked the door frame and were mistaken by their neighbors as missile attacks. Karlarov is a star who grew up in a war environment. In 2009, he helped Inter Milan win the Serie A championship and the Italian Cup. In 2010, Karlarov was moved by Manchester City's sincerity and transferred to Manchester City, becoming Manchester City's chief left back. He has the unique ruggedness of Slavic football, good physical fitness, strong physical fitness, and although his skills are not delicate, they are very practical. He is active in running without the ball and has a good long-range shot. Manchester City's starting right back is player number 2, a 22-year-old young player, Micah Richards. Micah Richards was the best newcomer in the 2007 Premier League. In 2000, Richards first trained in the Oldham youth camp, and in 2001 he was spotted by Manchester City scouts. Richards' explosive power and speed were definitely the ace of the aces among the young generation at that time, and he was even more aggressive than the win-chasing teenagers. Most of the current Manchester City team were dug from other teams by Middle Eastern tycoons at huge costs. Richards is the only one who can stay in the first team as a main player as a youth training player. At the beginning, Richards was trained as a striker, but Richards' crossing, passing, dribbling, stopping, shooting, long shots, and grabbing points in front of the goal were not good. He was so fast that the ball couldn't catch up with him when he ran. So Richards changed to play as a defender. This change made Richards like a fish in water. Richards was like a fish in water on the defensive line. He was not only competent as a right back, but also as a defensive midfielder and defender. He didn't need any defensive skills. He just turned quickly, started quickly, exploded quickly, and had super strong physical fitness. He couldn't run to death at all. He just ran close to the opponent's forward, and the opponent's forward couldn't run faster than him. Therefore, the 22-year-old Richards' various skills are very rough. So far, his crossing, passing, and stopping skills are very bad, not even up to the level of the English League One, but he can rely on super fast speed and endurance and close confrontation to gain a foothold in the Premier League's top teams like Manchester City. Moreover, Richards is getting better and better, and is one of the few black players in the Premier League who is a positive and inspiring example. Manchester City's 2 starting central defenders today are number 19 Julian Lescott and number 4 Vincent Kompany. Lescott is 28 years old, 188 centimeters tall, 88 kilograms in weight, and can play as a left back or a central defender. Lescott is strong and fierce in defense. He started at Wolves and became famous at Everton. He is the first person in Manchester City's $100 million defense plan. After the Middle Eastern tycoons took over Manchester City in 2009, Manchester City was almost torn down and rebuilt. Among them, there was an opportunity to build the Premier League's first defense line for £100 million, and Manchester City first took a fancy to Lescott. This is not to say that Lescott is already a world-class defender, but because world-class defenders like Ferdinand can't be bought with money, Lescott was also very reluctant to transfer to Manchester City at first. After all, Manchester City played poorly before 2009 and was far worse than Everton. But in the end, Lescott was moved by Manchester City's transfer fee of £24 million. This transfer also made Lescott the most expensive player in the back line besides Manchester United's Rio Ferdinand. In addition to being tall and strong, fierce in defense, good in positioning, and having a certain speed and aerial advantage, Lescott's biggest feature is ugly. If you want to select the most handsome man in English football, there can be a lot of controversy, such as Beckham, such as Santa Cruz, such as Guran. Every star has his own loyal female fans. However, if you want to select the most ugly man in English football, there is almost no controversy, and it must be Lescott. There was once a joke that when England's golden boy Owen was at his peak, he played football with Everton. After a beautiful operation, he dribbled past the opponent and went straight into Everton's penalty area. When he was about to shoot, Lexter frowned and blocked Owen in front of him. Owen was so scared that his legs were weak. The ball that could have been easily shot was intercepted by Lescott. Lescott is also known as the first person to defend with his face. Although Lescott lowered Manchester City's average appearance, fortunately Manchester City still has the handsome rock Santa Cruz, who was bought from Blackburn for £17.5 million. Santa Cruz is 189 cm tall, Among the South American players who are generally short and have a worrying average appearance, Santa Cruz and Kaká are both outliers. Santa Cruz is hailed as the Batistuta of Paraguay by the Paraguayan people and the Beckham of Paraguay by the Bayern fans he once played for. Like Kaká, Santa Cruz has also suffered serious injuries and minor injuries. Many people thought that Santa Cruz would retire early, just like many people thought that the rich second generation Buffon would retire early, but the result is that Santa Cruz grew from a glass man to an evergreen in football, and later played until 2023, when he was 42 years old, and did not retire. Money. Santa Cruz has already made enough. Playing football is just pure love. It's just a pity that Mancini doesn't recognize the current ability of Santa Cruz. In other words, Santa Cruz is not a big name and his ability is not world class. Therefore, although he bought Santa Cruz, Mancini rented the £17.5 million Paraguayan striker back to Blackburn. Therefore, Santa Cruz was not present in this game, otherwise he could have competed with Guran in terms of appearance. Another central defender of Manchester City is Vincent Kompany, who is known as Big Head and Captain Kang. Belgian international Kompany is only 24 years old. Unlike other super luxury teammates who were bought at high prices, Kompany transferred from Hamburg to Manchester City at a lower transfer price a few days before the Middle Eastern tycoon moved in. After Kompany came to Manchester City immediately announced that it was acquired by the Middle Eastern tycoon and launched a £100 million defense plan that shocked the English football world. In other words, the £100 million of the Middle Eastern tycoon did not fall on Kompany. Seeing that a super ugly man like Lescott has a transfer value of £24 million and a super high weekly salary, ordinary players would have lost their mentality long ago, but Kompany didn't care at all. He just played football seriously and grew step by step from a transfer player who no one paid attention to a real core leader of the defense. As a defender, Kompany can definitely be called world class. Kompany is 190 centimeters tall and weighs 91 kilograms, but he has a slender figure and can't see any fat. This has a lot to do with his hard training in the gym every day. His body fat ratio is very low and his body is full of steel-like muscles. Such a strong physical condition also makes him very powerful when fighting against the opposing forward. His ability to steal, header ability, and offensive position are all first class, and more importantly, Kompany has very good on-the-spot defensive command ability. He knows exactly when he should stand where and when his teammates next to him should stand where. He is a strong player with a high football IQ. This also lays the foundation for him to become a coach in the future. In short, the seasons Kompany has been with Manchester City are the seasons when Manchester City has truly risen, and Kompany's contribution to the defense is indispensable. And there is another top central defender who is sitting on the bench and talking and laughing. He is the former Arsenal vice-captain, Carlo Toure, Tour's older brother. Carlo Toure is an absolute grassroots player. Before he became a professional player, he had never participated in a youth training camp or received formal professional training. He even wore sneakers for the first time after he was 17 years old. Before the age of 17, he played football on the wild courts in the slums of Côte d'Ivoire, following the path of the king of football Maradona. It was not until 2001, 4 years later, that Carlo Toure entered the professional club Abidjan Mimosa in Côte d'Ivoire to play football. He officially became a professional player at the age of 21. Then in 2002, Wenger picked him at first sight and signed him to Arsenal at a very low price. He stayed there for 8 years until Manchester City launched the £100 million defense plan. Manchester City's starting goalkeeper is number 21, the world famous background board goalkeeper Joe Hart. Joe Hart is 23 years old, 191 centimeters tall, weighs 80 kilograms, and is currently the number 1 goalkeeper in England. As a goalkeeper, Joe Hart's figure is a little thin, but this also makes him very flexible. His muscle reaction speed is extremely fast, and he can save fatal goals continuously. Although Joe Hart is often ridiculed as a goal background board, and there is even a saying that, if the sky has feelings, the sky will also be old, and you will see Hart's kick. In fact, he can become England's number 1 goalkeeper at such a young age. Joe Hart's strength is still very strong. Joe Hart has kept a clean sheet for 18 consecutive games in the Premier League and won the Premier League Golden Glove Award for 2 consecutive years. Joe Hart may seem funny, but he is actually very stable. The reason why people have the impression that, if there is love, the sky will also grow old, and seeing Hart's kick is also because the shooters Hart faces are all world class. If there is a slight problem with his position, the world class striker on the opposite side will seize the opportunity. In short, in addition to Company, Joe Hart and Micah Richards, the other main players of Manchester City are basically introduced by Middle Eastern tycoons at a huge cost in 2010. The value of Tevez alone is already equal to the value of the entire Southampton team. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, this is a game without suspense. Even Southampton's own fans feel that, if they only lose 2 goals in this game, it will be considered a win. Chapter 443 Guran challenges Balotelli. Scorpion Tail. Guran challenges David Silva. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the League Cup quarter-finals, Southampton's away challenge to the Premier League superpower Manchester City officially began. Southampton kicked off first. Lallana knocked the ball back to Lambert, who did not dribble forward, but turned around and passed it back to Guran in the defensive midfielder position. Guran dribbled the ball slowly in the backcourt to control the rhythm of the game. When playing against a superpower like Manchester City, don't think about attacking, just play defensive counter-attacks honestly, patiently wait for Manchester City's physical energy to be exhausted, wait for their wingers and fullbacks to come up, and a huge gap is revealed behind them. Guran and Lambert passed the ball back in the backcourt, which attracted boos from the Blue Moon fans. Although Manchester City's top management really wants to win Guran, the Blue Moon D-heads do not recognize Guran yet. After all, this is also the first time that Blue Moon fans have seen Guran play football. At first glance, Guran's performance is not very positive. After Guran and Lambert passed the ball twice in the backcourt, Manchester City's centre forward Balotelli could not bear the loneliness and rushed up to steal the ball. Facing Balotelli, who had just won the 2009 European Golden Boot Award, Guran was not nervous at all. 1 second before Balotelli stretched out his foot, Guran used his toes to easily avoid Balotelli's steal. The Blue Moon fans at the scene immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The Saints fans who came from afar cheered excitedly. Guran is really worthy of being Southampton's superstar. Facing the world-class superstar Balotelli, he was not afraid at all. As for Guran himself, Balotelli's steal was actually too rough, and he didn't need to show his full level at all. Balotelli is a centre/forward, and his offensive skills are world class, but stealing is not his strong point. Moreover, he rushes up with a strong purpose, and any experienced defender can predict his movements. After Balotelli failed to steal, his face suddenly became a little embarrassed, and he immediately reached out to grab Guran's arm to prevent Guran from getting rid of him. At the same time, midfielders number 18 Gareth Barry and number 14 Archer Ovidiel rushed up to strangle Guran. David Silva and James Milner on the left and right also quickly cut in behind Guran. Once Barry and Vidiel intercepted the ball at Guran's feet, David Silva and Milner would intercept the ball and shoot directly. It can be said that Manchester City's offensive was fierce from the start, and the control of the midfield was very strong. Guran could have passed the ball again before the two fierce wolves Barry and Vidiel pressed up. But Guran did not panic. Lambert was closely guarded by Yaya Toure. Once Lambert received the ball, even if he could really catch it while running, Yaya Toure's super aggressiveness would snatch it away. Facing the imminent double team, Guran directly chose to knock Balotelli away first and carve out a space for himself to break through. Balotelli is 189 centimeters tall and weighs 88 kilograms, and his body is extremely confrontational. However, after being hit by Guran, Balotelli's center of gravity was unbalanced, and he staggered and almost fell on the grass. Guran took the opportunity to strengthen the crotch pass and pass the football through Balotelli's crotch. At the same time, he separated himself from the ball and passed Balotelli. While passing Balotelli, he received his crotch pass and got rid of Barry and Vidiel's double team and took the ball to the left. The Blue Moon fans at the scene exclaimed again. The scene of Guran teasing Balotelli was really wonderful. The Blue Moon fans realized why Manchester City's top management had been shouting about buying this Chinese player who had never had any professional training and had only played in the English League One. Guran reminded the Blue Moons of their son, Sun Jae. Of course, Sun Jae did not have such delicate movements, nor was he the core of the midfield, but Guran's performance as an enemy, like Sun Jae, convinced the Blue Moons. And this was only half a minute after the start. Guran dribbled the ball to the left, and Manchester City's midfielders and right backs immediately double teamed and intercepted Guran. Manchester City's 433 formation is not very defensive, but its ability to intercept on the spot is still good. Number 2 Micah Richards rushed up like a mad dog, and his speed was like a black lightning in a sky blue jersey. Berry and Vidiel also quickly outflanked in place. Guran easily shook off Berry with an upgraded top pass. Cruyff turned +3, and Berry quickly reached out to grab Guran's arm. Guran pulled hard, and Berry's nails left 3 bloody scratches on Guran's arm. The Southampton Saints fans at the scene booed wildly, but the referee indicated that it was in favor of Southampton, so he did not stop the game. After Guran got rid of Berry, he swung his leg to pass the ball to the left front. When he touched the ball again, Vidiel and Richards immediately slid towards Guran from 2 different directions at the same time. Vidiel slid at Guran's supporting leg, and Richards slid at Guran's swinging leg. Guran was just a feint, and when Vidiel and Richards both started to slide and were powerless, Guran turned and quickly transferred the ball to the middle. Lallana, who retreated to the middle and was unguarded, easily received the ball. The Southampton Saints fans cheered excitedly. They knew that Southampton was very weak in this game and could hardly beat Manchester City. However, from the opening confrontation, Southampton cooperated very well and was not passive at all. In front of such a strong opponent as Manchester City, Southampton could still be so calm, and the Saints fans were very satisfied. After Lallana got the ball, he was not in a hurry to break through. Heartthrob had already quickly chased back to defend, and Lescott and company had also stood in defensive positions. With Lallana's physical condition, it was impossible to single out any of the 3. Lallana then kicked the ball to the front of the left. At this time, Chamberlain was in front of the left side of Southampton without anyone guarding him, and Manchester City's right winger Milner and right back Richards were already in Southampton's half. Lallana's pass was to hit the winger and full back behind. This is also the lifeblood of Manchester City's 433. Chamberlain jumped up and stopped the ball with his chest, and then sprinted forward frantically. Richards, who had just slid and tackled Guran, chased after him with his head covered. Chamberlain's speed was already very fast, and he could be considered a first-class flying wing player in the English League One. However, Richards' speed was obviously much faster than Chamberlain's. Richards at this age was good at nothing but speed. Richards' current speed was definitely comparable to Guran's maximum speed. At this time, Guran was not in a hurry to press forward, but steadily retreated to make up for the position. Southampton only had Lallana and Gully to support Chamberlain's sprint on the left. When Chamberlain went deep into the 30-meter area of Manchester City, he immediately cut inside with the ball. Richards sprinted over like lightning and blocked Chamberlain's body with his elbow, preventing Chamberlain from cutting inside or passing the ball. Chamberlain was also horrified when he played against Richards for the first time. Seeing that his speed was suppressed, company on the opposite side also came over, and Chamberlain could only barely pass the ball. Goalkeeper Joe Hart was standing relatively forward. When Chamberlain passed the ball into the penalty area, Joe Hart sprinted up and caught the ball steadily in his arms. Chamberlain sighed. The Southampton Saints fans responded with warm applause. At least Southampton's attack was still very qualified. Richards' speed was indeed fast. If it weren't for Richards' pursuit, Chamberlain's ball would have been more stable and basically a fatal cross. Of course, this was just the beginning. Richards' speed was too fast, and he needed physical support. After repeating this several times, Richards would be exhausted. Manchester City kicked the goal kick. Heartthrob received the ball and took it across the center line. Southampton's defensive players came up to strangle the defense. Heartthrob also relied on his strong body and continued to dribble forward against Lambert's face. Guran quickly came to support, but Heartthrob didn't care at all and directly used his body to confront Guran. Duran was even more fearless, confronting the world-class waste Heartthrob head-on. The moment the two of them came into contact, the same word appeared in their minds: fake/fuck. Heartthrob didn't expect that the seemingly thin Duran would be as unshakable as a mountain. And Duran didn't expect that Heartthrob was so strong, and he couldn't knock Heartthrob away, even if he used all his strength. World class. It is indeed world class. The gap is still quite large. However, while Heartthrob and Duran were competing, Lambert immediately poked Heartthrob's feet. Heartthrob's reaction was also fast enough, and he immediately protected the ball with his toes. The ball changed direction and rolled rapidly to the top of the penalty area. Vidal quickly responded and shoveled the ball to the left winger David Silva before JD rushed up. David Silva immediately dribbled the ball inside. Southampton's right back Richardson hurriedly came up to intercept. David Silva dribbled the ball with his left and right feet in a super smooth twist, easily knocking Richardson to the ground. Richardson quickly stretched out his foot to trip David Silva, but David Silva's footwork was very fast, and he changed his line directly to avoid Richardson's rough foul and cut directly into the penalty area. Southampton's defense line quickly shrank. Duran retreated to the middle of the penalty area with a violent aesthetic to make up for the interception. David Silva calmly changed his line again in the chaotic penalty area, and with a toe tap, he let Duran, who was sprinting over with a violent aesthetic. Duran was about to be passed by David Silva. It must be said that David Silva's personal skills are really too strong. David Silva let Duran pass, and immediately used Duran's body as a visual angle cover, and directly kicked the ball in a knock shot. This stop, tap and then the shot showed the style of master. However, Duran, who had already rushed out a whole body length at this time, stopped directly on the spot and swung his legs backwards like a scorpion's tail. Chapter 444. When it comes to disappointment, Balotelli never disappoints. The football that David Silva kicked was touched by Duran's heel, and it changed direction immediately and flew straight out of the end line. Southampton team defended this desperate attack without any danger. David Silva was stunned on the spot. The Blue Moon fans at the scene were also stunned. On the big screen of the Etihad Stadium, the multi-angle slow-motion replays of the previous wave of attack and defense were repeatedly played. David Silva's breakthrough and shooting were absolutely world-class. His angle blocking shot was close, fast, and highly concealed, and it was absolutely impossible to be saved. However, Duran was able to force a stop on the edge of his body that was obviously out of control and knock the ball away with his heel like a scorpion's tail. This was more exciting than David Silva's shot. World-class offense met super world-class defense. The Southampton Saints fans were so fascinated that they even forgot to cheer. The match has only lasted for 3 minutes, but the game is really worth it. The Southampton players on the field clapped their hands and bumped their chests with Duran to congratulate him. After all, such a world-class attack is not common for Southampton, and being able to defend against a world-class attack is even more amazing. Duran himself was also full of adrenaline. He hadn't been so passionate for a long time. There are really too many benefits to fighting with a master. David Silva couldn't help but look at Duran more, with a bit of admiration in his eyes. Duran also grinned at David Silva. Then, the two quickly returned to their positions. Duran stood in the middle of the penalty area, ready to defend the corner kick. And David Silva ran to the corner kick area, ready to take a penalty kick. David Silva kicked a beautiful and powerful arc ball, and sent the ball to the front point. Vidal, the iron waist at the front point, jumped high and hit Lambert's chest with his elbow. Lambert touched the ball, but because of Vidal's foul, he couldn't head the ball out of the penalty area. Vidal was about to pick up the leak when the referee's whistle sounded. Vidal was called for a foul, but he didn't get a card, and the ball was returned to Southampton. Southampton also defended this wave of strong attacks. The game continued. In the next 10 minutes, Manchester City launched rounds of crazy attacks from the middle. The structural characteristics of the 433 formation are indeed very suitable for this kind of crazy attack with backward control and wingers cutting inside. Southampton's defense line seems to be shaky and weak, but with Duran sitting in the central axis, Southampton has always stood tall in the storm. The physical confrontation between the two sides is also very fierce. Southampton kicked from the backcourt as soon as they had a chance, hitting the back of Manchester City's fullback. But such counter-attack opportunities are too few. The game was 17 minutes in. Gareth Berry, number 18, and Alexander Karlarov, number 13, the left back, made a beautiful 2-on-3 combination, and then Gareth passed the ball directly to Balotelli, who broke into the penalty area. Balotelli got the ball and immediately got rid of JD, who was marking him, and then he made an unreasonable shot with his instep. Davis jumped up and lifted the ball over the crossbar with one hand. The Southampton Saints fans breathed a sigh of relief. Davis' performance today was really brave. Manchester City had 8 shots in the first half, but Davis never let Manchester City succeed. Manchester City got their 4th corner kick in the first half. David Silva took the penalty again. David Silva kicked the ball in front of the goal. There was a mess in front of the goal. Balotelli jumped up in the chaos and shook his head like a lion. Davis was helpless and the ball went in. The Etihad Stadium was boiling instantly, and countless blue moon flags were waving wildly. Southampton players surrounded the referee to complain. They thought the ball interfered with the goalkeeper, but the referee ignored their complaints. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Manchester City 1:0 Southampton. Although the score was behind, the Saints fans who came to watch the game were not disappointed with the Southampton players, but continued to applaud and sing in support. The role of die-hard fans was fully reflected here. The game continued. Southampton cheered up and continued to strengthen defense. Although they lost 1 goal, this ball was not lost in the open play, so the overall competitive situation of Southampton was still good. After leading by 1 goal, Manchester City also tried to expand the score. They wanted to end the suspense in the first half, so they attacked more crazily. Both fullbacks assisted the wing forward position, and even Lescott was the only one left in the backcourt on the backline. Even Kompany participated in the front court attack. In the 26th minute, David Silva passed Richardson and made a wonderful pass directly into the penalty area. Balotelli quickly inserted from the back row and directly kicked to prepare for a volley. However, Duran predicted the landing point of David Silva's pass 1 step ahead and got in position first. Balotelli did not stop, but flew directly and hit Duran. Duran did not show weakness. He half-turned to protect the ball and knocked it back to goalkeeper Davis while carrying Balotelli's collision on his back. Balotelli hit Duran's body as if he hit a mountain rock and immediately grinned. But Duran only stumbled 2 steps, quickly stabilized his body, then quickly turned around to get rid of Balotelli and ran forward. Davis immediately passed the ball to Duran. When Duran brought the ball to his own penalty area, he was not in a hurry to pass the ball, but attracted firepower in the dangerous area. This is a very bold act. Once it is intercepted, Southampton will inevitably be in a disaster. However, Duran has a super big heart. Yaya Toure, Gareth Berry, Archer Ovidial, James Milner, Micah Richards, and even David Silva all rushed towards Duran, double-teamed, and counter-obbed on the spot. Duran used his physical confrontation and footwork to play with several world-class players in the dangerous area. When his teammates basically pulled out the space, Duran used a rainbow lob to pass the ball to Lallana, who was unguarded in the middle. This ball was given extremely well and was not offside. Lallana started a single-handed attack directly in the half-court area. Lescott, who stayed behind, quickly came up to intercept Lallana. Lallana made an emergency stop and changed his line, shook off Lescott's interception, and went straight into the penalty area. But Lescott is the 2nd most valuable central defender in the Premier League after all. How could he easily let Lallana attack in the penalty area? Lescott immediately reached out and pulled Lallana. Lescott's action was very rough and powerful. Lallana lost his balance and fell directly into the penalty area. Southampton Saints fans cheered immediately. They shouted for a penalty in unison. Manchester City's Blue Moon fans booed in unison, thinking that Lallana was diving and faking a fall. After exchanging opinions with the linesman, the referee did not award a penalty or a fall, but awarded the ball to Manchester City. The Saints fans at the scene immediately threw bottles and debris into the stadium in dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Manchester City fans immediately threw bottles and debris at the stands, where the Saints fans were. Southampton's players on the field surrounded the referee to negotiate, but the referee ignored them and put his hands in his pockets, ready to take out a card at any time. Southampton's players had no choice but to give up. There was nothing they could do about it. The Premier League referees were all blind. It was not that they took bribes, but there must be a profit connection between them and the top clubs. This defensive counter-attack was Southampton's best chance so far, but it was gone. The coaches of both teams had different expressions. Manchester City's head coach Mancini, wearing an Italian-tailored suit, sat elegantly on the bench, his face calm. Southampton's head coach Adkins stood in the away team's technical area and roared wildly, putting pressure on the referee's penalty scale. Although Adkins seemed to be a little out of control, as the head coach of a weak team playing away, if he was bullied and did not dare to put pressure, then the penalty scale would completely fall to Manchester City. The coach of a weak team must play the game of a weak team coach. If Adkins had a lineup like Manchester City, he could also sit elegantly on the bench chewing gum and zipping. The game continued. Dissatisfied with the referee's penalty scale, the actions of both sides became full of gunpowder. In the 32nd minute, Heartthrob took the ball in the midfield and pushed forward. Duran and Lambert joined forces to double team him. Heartthrob had no way to break through and pass the ball. In a hurry, he elbowed Lambert directly. Lambert fell to the ground, but the referee did not blow the whistle. Duran was not polite and made a death slide tackle, knocking Heartthrob to the ground with the ball. The referee blew the whistle, judging Duran to have committed a foul, and gave Manchester City a free kick in the front court. The Saints fans of Southampton were all furious. Fortunately, Lambert stood up again after a simple treatment, and there was no loss of players. Manchester City took a short tactical corner kick. Iron Waist Vidal took the ball. Duran took the initiative to rush up and press. Vidal could not get rid of Duran's close defense, so he could only knock the ball to Heartthrob, who came up to respond. Lallana saw the opportunity and quickly cut in, poking the ball to Gully in front. Southampton counter-attacked, but Kompany came up in time, knocked Gilly away, and kicked the ball directly to the front court. Manchester City's counter-attack came faster. Balotelli stopped the ball with his thigh while running, and passed JD, who was marking him. Davis rushed out to intercept Balotelli one-on-one. Balotelli flicked his toes and easily shook Davis off. Southampton has an empty goal. Manchester City's Blue Moon fans have raised their arms and started to celebrate their second goal in the first half. Southampton Saints fans covered their faces, unable to bear to watch the next scene. And Balotelli will never disappoint when facing an empty goal. Balotelli slowed down. Balotelli made a Marcel turn in front of the empty goal and shot with his heel. Balotelli shot the ball out of the bottom line. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 445, Super World Wave. Another Super World Wave. Joe Hart, what fake? The Manchester City Blue Moon fans at the scene were all dumbfounded. Southampton's defense had obviously been broken, and the goalkeeper had an empty goal. Even if a dog was placed in Balotelli's position, it would be easy to score. But Balotelli's brain circuit made the Manchester City Blue Moon hold their heads in pain and wail. The Southampton Saints fans did not react from their joy. A world-class star, but he didn't score an empty goal. This probability is about the same as spending 100,000 to buy a single bet and winning 220 million. After a moment of stunned silence, the Saints fans cheered happily. Southampton also escaped this disaster. But it must be said that Manchester City's attack is really too sharp. The biggest problem Southampton has had so far is that the midfield is completely out of control. Although Duran is in the back midfield, facing the world-class Iron Waist Beast Wastes, Duran can only 1v2 at most. But Manchester City's midfield is a triangle, and it is really difficult to completely defend it by Duran alone. If it weren't for Duran's presence in the midfield, Southampton's original midfield level would have been beaten by Manchester City countless times. However, although the situation was very passive, Duran was not in a hurry at all. Coach Adkins's tactics were right. Facing a strong team, you must first do a good job of defense and wait for opportunities. With Manchester City's crazy attack, as long as they can't establish an absolute score advantage in the first half, they will easily be overturned and collapsed in the second half. The game continued. In the 39th minute, Manchester City's physical strength and attention declined. Gareth Barry's pass to David Silva was a little soft and slow. Duran seized the opportunity and started the violent aesthetics directly, shoveling the ball to stop. Manchester City's midfielders immediately double-teamed Duran on the spot to counter Rob. Seeing that the fast break could not be launched, Duran immediately passed the ball back to Lambert behind him. After Lambert got the ball, he immediately passed it to Chamberlain on the left. Chamberlain stopped the ball with his chest and accelerated forward madly. Manchester City's defense quickly retreated. Richards came up to intercept Chamberlain, and Vidiel and Chamberlain came to the side. At this time, Duran, who was being guarded by Heartthrob, quickly wandered to the middle and shouted to Chamberlain, "Back, back, back." Chamberlain immediately understood, stopped and stepped on the ball, opened up a gap, and then half turned to knock it back to Duran. Heartthrob immediately reached out to pull Duran. Duran made a Marcel turn, catching and protecting the ball, and turned to get rid of Heartthrob. Then, Duran kicked directly from 40 meters away from the goal. Long range shooting attribute 86 points. Heavy artillery long range shooting, piercing arrows +4. Heavy artillery long range shooting, stone shattering +4. Heavy artillery long range shooting, cruise missile +3. Top pass and shot, God's kick +2. World wave long range firepower is fully opened. The football blasted towards Manchester City's goal with a violent aesthetic and devastating force. Goalkeeper Joe Hart's position was a little forward. When Joe Hart realized it, it was too late to retreat. The football was shot into the net. The whole goal was buzzing and shaking. The ball went in. A super world wave. The referee signaled that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen of the Etihad Stadium was immediately rewritten as Manchester City 1:1 Southampton. Duran ignored Manchester City's luxurious midfield and forcibly tied the score with a stunning super world wave. This ball was too domineering. Although Southampton was a weak team, with such a long-range killer, Manchester City had no way to deal with it. Manchester City's Blue Moon fans were all stunned. Manchester City's players were also full of disbelief. They all thought that this game was an easy and simple journey of bullying, but Duran taught them a lesson with great toughness. Southampton's players excitedly ran to Duran to celebrate, especially Chamberlain, who got the assist data. Chamberlain excitedly slid to his knees in front of Duran, hugged Duran's thighs tightly, and buried his face in Duran's thighs. In the technical area on the sidelines, Coach Adkins was also excited and cheered with fists. The current situation is much better than he expected. The game continues. Manchester City, who was tied by the weak team, became particularly impatient and the offensive became more fierce. However, the more so, the easier it is for Southampton to seize the opportunity. In the 44th minute of the game, when the first half was about to end, Milner received the ball on the right and sent a fatal cross. Duran accurately blocked Balotelli's receiving point and headed the ball to Hammond on the left. Hammond immediately passed the ball to Chamberlain in front, and Duran sprinted at high speed along the middle. Coach Mancini on the bench of the home team didn't care about being elegant at this time, and rushed directly to the technical area and yelled, "Stop Duran! Stop him!" Heartthrob, Gareth Barry, Archer, Vidiel, all desperately chased Duran. But Duran, the son of the wind and the king of Highbury, were fully opened, and he left the three behind in the blink of an eye. After Duran rushed across the center line, Chamberlain didn't wait for Duran's request, and immediately kicked the ball while running. Duran caught up with the football in big strides, and didn't even stop the ball, and directly volleyed it with great force. This kick was 45 meters away from the goal. Duran still fired at full power from a long shot. The football was like a dazzling meteor, instantly breaking through the sky and bursting into the goal. Joe Hart's position was a little forward again. When Joe Hart turned around to chase the ball, it was too late. The ball went in. Duran made 2 consecutive world-class long shots. The referee indicated that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen at Etihad was immediately changed to Manchester City 1:2 Southampton. Southampton, under pressure to the point of almost suffocating, took advantage of the gap and overtook the score. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Almost everyone felt that Southampton would lose today, but they never expected that Southampton would equalize the score and overtake in the first half. Southampton's offensive method was super simple. Just pass the ball to Guran, and then Guran passed the center circle and shot from a distance. Joe Hart was fooled. Manchester City's players also put their hands on their hips, looking depressed. The Southampton players happily hugged and celebrated. The injury stoppage in the first half was not 2 minutes. Manchester City began to attack desperately, but Southampton also defended desperately. The players on both sides fought until they were almost out of breath. Soon, the referee blew the whistle and the first half ended. The score on the big screen at Etihad was fixed at Manchester City 1:2 Southampton. Southampton left the field with a proud look on their faces. Manchester City players left the field one by one with their heads down. After returning to the visiting team's locker room, Team Dr. Maven physiotherapist Gregory immediately started working on Guran. Guran was scratched on his arm and bled at the beginning of the game, but during the halftime break, May found that Guran's wound had completely healed, leaving only 3 shallow scratches. As for other aspects of the body, there was no problem. Head coach Adkins was very satisfied with the players' performance in the first half. In addition to asking the players to continue to defend in the second half, Coach Adkins also emphasized that the players must improve their mentality because Manchester City is likely to replace all their main players in the second half. While listening to Coach Adkins' tactical analysis, the players took oxygen tubes to breathe oxygen. In today's game, the intensity of physical confrontation is greater than ever before. Southampton's overall physical condition has declined sharply and must be repaired as soon as possible. Southampton has oxygen tubes here, and Manchester City must have more. Therefore, the intensity of the second half will only be stronger, not weaker. After the 15-minute break, the players of both sides returned to the field in high spirits and changed sides to fight again. As soon as the second half started, Manchester City really started a crazy offensive mode. Less than 2 minutes into the second half, the left back Alexander Kolarov, who assisted the Southampton penalty area on the right side, sent a straight pass, and Southampton's right side defense was instantly penetrated. Balotelli entered the penalty area and shot at a small angle. The football was touched by the chasing fullback Richardson, and the ball changed its line to avoid Davis's save and flew into his own goal. The referee signaled that the goal was valid, and Southampton scored an own goal. The score on the big screen of the Etihad Stadium immediately changed to Manchester City 2:2 Southampton. Manchester City equalized the score at lightning speed. The two sides returned to the same starting line. Manchester City's Blue Moon fans happily waved their team flags and jumped in the stands 5 minutes later. Guran competed with Yaya Toure for a header in his own half. Guran was one step faster than Yaya Toure in his attempt to score. Yaya Toure directly elbowed Guran, who had already jumped up, in the ribs. Guran was not polite and directly elbowed Yaya Toure in the neck. After Guran won the ball, he did not entangle with Yaya Toure. He directly dribbled the ball with his big foot, passed Vidal, and passed the ball to himself 2 seconds later. After getting the ball again, Guran drove at full speed and instantly pushed the ball to the front of Manchester City's penalty area. Manchester City's defenders rushed forward to press, and goalkeeper Joe Hart was so nervous that he didn't know how to position himself for a while. Joe Hart thought, Guran has scored 2 world-class goals in a row. According to the probability of winning, it is impossible for him to score 3 world-class goals, right? Before Joe Hart could finish thinking this, Guran used his right foot to shake off Kompany, and then used his left foot to shake off Lescott, the second most valuable central defender in the Premier League. After clearing the obstacles, Guran did not hesitate, and swung his leg to shoot. The long shot was full of firepower. The football shot straight into the net with a violent aesthetic posture. Joe Hart quickly jumped up, and jumped to save the ball. This time, Joe Hart's save was very beautiful, and his body was stretched to the extreme. Compared with his 2 saves in the first half, this save was very beautiful. But the ball went in. Joe Hart's beautiful save was just a beautiful background for this beautiful world wave hat-trick. Southampton took the lead again. Chapter 446. To Yang is on the stage. To Yang was tackled and left the field. In the 55th minute of the second half, Duran completed a world wave hat-trick. The score on the big screen of the Etihad Stadium was immediately rewritten as Manchester City 2:3 Southampton. Southampton's data was terrible, but they could score goals. The Blue Moons at the Etihad Stadium were all about to collapse, and the Manchester City players on the field were about to go crazy. I thought it was a game without any suspense, but now that it has been played, Manchester City's players have to do their best. In the game, Manchester City is still attacking wildly. In the 58th minute, Richardson fouled David Silva and was shown a yellow card warning by the referee. David Silva got a good free kick opportunity on the right side of the Southampton penalty area. David Silva made a Beckham-style scimitar arc, but the height of the ball was not controlled well, and the football flew over the crossbar. David Silva also looked annoyed. In the 63rd minute, Manchester City continued to create danger in the midfield. Karlarov, the right back, made a straight pass. David Silva had no chance to cut inside due to Guran's blocking. He then dribbled the ball to the bottom line, then made a triangle pass back to the top of the penalty area. Toure followed and knocked Lambert away, forcing a long shot with his left foot. However, the ball hit the post and went out of the end line. Manchester City fans wailed. Manchester City's offensive was a bit impatient, and Manchester City players were also eager to equalize the score, but Southampton's defense was very good. Duran's defensive midfielder made the error rate of this defense line extremely low, and Manchester City could not seize the opportunity. As time went on, the situation became more and more favorable to Southampton, and Manchester City's pressure became greater and greater. Mancini, who was originally sitting on the bench with a gentlemanly face, could no longer sit still at this time, and was standing in the technical area with an impatient face and yelling. In the 70th minute of the game, Balotelli took the ball 40 meters away and shot directly. But this kick was far from Guran's world-class long-range shot, and Balotelli also looked depressed. Mancini had had enough of the player's poor performance, and turned back to the bench to talk to Tevez. Obviously, Mancini wanted to replace Tevez to save the situation. Tevez looked a little unhappy, because Mancini had promised him before that he would just sit on the bench to rest, and not come on the bench. But now, Mancini wants him to be a substitute for Milner. Tevez, played with Cristiano Ronaldo. What level are you, Milner? Are you worthy of me being your substitute? However, Tevez finally nodded, stood up, took off his pants, and prepared to warm up. At this time, Tevez and Mancini are still in the honeymoon period. Tevez is Mancini's appointed captain, so although Tevez is unhappy, he still did not disobey the head coach Mancini. In the 72nd minute, Manchester City began to make substitutions. Tevez came on the court and replaced the number 14 midfielder Arturo Vidal. James Milner, who originally played as a right winger, retreated to Vidal's midfield position, while Tevez stood at the right winger position. Manchester City's right winger position is also tailor-made for Tevez, so as long as Tevez is on the court, the entire Manchester City's offensive mode will quickly switch to the right winger offensive mode, and all the ball rights will be fed to Tevez. This is the privilege of the team's first-ranked star. When Tevez came on the court, the entire Etihad Stadium was boiling, as if Tevez could save Manchester City. As soon as he came on, Kompany took the initiative to run to Tevez and respectfully handed the captain's armband on his arm to Tevez. The game continued. Manchester City's basic tactics have not changed, except that a striker has been changed. After replacing Arturo Vidal, Manchester City's waist strength has obviously weakened by a level. In fact, Milner's defense is also okay, and Milner is also an Iron Man, but in terms of confrontation, Milner is indeed not as good as Vidal. The pressure on Duran and Lambert has also been reduced a lot. Southampton's voice in the middle has begun to increase. In the 75th minute of the game, both teams began to enter the fatigue window period. Duran intercepted Milner's pass to Tevez in the middle and then hit the ball behind Tevez. Tevez naturally would not chase the ball. Chamberlain easily got the ball and immediately broke forward along the sideline. Richards and Heartthrob blocked Chamberlain at the same time. Richards used his speed to suppress Chamberlain's speed. Heartthrob followed and fiercely shoveled Chamberlain out of the sideline. Richards took the opportunity to stop the ball and passed it to Tevez, who had penetrated 30 meters into Southampton's half. Chamberlain raised his hand to appeal before he got up, but the referee ignored it. The referee's penalty today was very large, and the bias was very obvious. After Tevez got the ball, he dribbled at high speed and cut into the Southampton penalty area. Hammond went up to intercept Tevez, but was directly passed by Tevez with a spike and changed his line. Seeing that Tevez was about to rush into the penalty area, Duran rushed over with a violent aesthetic and made a fatal sliding tackle in front of Tevez. This sliding tackle was very sharp and fast. Tevez had no time to react. Bang! Duran first tackled the ball and sent it flying out of the sideline, and then while retracting his legs, he also shoveled Tevez up. Tevez fell heavily to the ground, rolling continuously, and couldn't stand up for a long time. And this was when Duran consciously retracted his feet. If he didn't retract his feet, Tevez would have to be scrapped this season. All the Manchester City fans at the scene exclaimed in distress. The Southampton Saints fans at the scene were also worried. They were worried that Duran would be injured, and they were also worried that Duran would get a card. Sure enough, the referee ran over with a frown and showed Duran a yellow card without saying anything. Duran now has a total of 4 yellow cards, and he will have to shuffle the cards later to avoid being suspended for accumulating 5 yellow cards in an important knockout match. Faced with the yellow card that the head coach obviously favored, Duran just smiled and accepted it, and then stood up from the grass. Tevez is too sharp. Southampton's defense is almost exhausted by the impact of a world-class striker like Tevez. It is only a matter of time before it is broken. Therefore, sending Tevez off the field is the best choice for Southampton. A yellow card and a free kick are still completely acceptable to Southampton. Manchester City's team doctor came on the field urgently. After confirming that Tevez could not continue the game, he immediately called an ambulance and drove it directly to the field. Tevez was immediately carried to the ambulance. He was off the field less than 3 minutes after he came on the field. Coach Mancini on the sidelines was about to collapse. He wanted Tevez to help change the situation, but he didn't expect that he would lose both the wife and the soldiers. This League Cup knockout match is actually nothing. Mancini's goal this season is to win the Premier League Championship. Manchester City is now ranked second in the Premier League, 6 points behind the first-placed Manchester United. The season is not even halfway through. As long as Tevez, the last Premier League Golden Boot, is there, Manchester City has a chance. But now Tevez will be injured for at least 2 or 3 months. He may even have to wait until a long time after the winter window to play again. How can he compete for the championship unless Duran is bought during the winter window? Now, Mancini can't care so much and quickly ordered a number 11 winger Adam Johnson to take off his pants. Adam Johnson is 23 years old this year and is known as the Great British Star. He is very fast and has good skills. His style of playing football is like that of Giggs when he was young. Whether it is Manchester City Club or the Three Lions national team at the time, they all have high hopes for Adam Johnson. But in 2015, this guy made the same mistake as Wood Kyan and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. From then on, he completely bid farewell to the football world. The title of Great British Star was made worse by people like Adam Johnson and finally became a word that people complained about. While Adam Johnson was warming up urgently on the sidelines, Manchester City began to take free kicks. The ball was very close to the goal and in a good position, so David Silva took the penalty. David Silva kicked a curved ball with backspin, bypassing the wall and falling straight into the far corner of the goal. Davis reacted a little slower and failed to touch the ball. The ball went in. Manchester City tied the score again with David Silva's set piece. The entire Etihad Stadium was boiling, and the score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Manchester City 3:3 Southampton. The Southampton players on the field shook their heads helplessly. David Silva's footwork is indeed amazing, but fortunately, it is still a draw, and the biggest threat Tevez has been injured and left the field, so Southampton still has a chance. The game continues. Adam Johnson, who had finished warming up, came on the field. The captain's armband was returned to company, and Manchester City's ball rights were redistributed to the three forwards. Manchester City, which had already used up 2 substitutions, continued to attack. Southampton, with their physical strength approaching the limit, changed their half-court pressing style, and began to press the whole court. This change in rhythm will make Southampton spend more physical energy, but it will also make their opponent Manchester City extremely uncomfortable. The two sides are still tied until now, which also gives Coach Adkins the courage to try his best. The two sides played back and forth in the middle and front court. Although Manchester City was eager to attack, their attack seemed a bit messy under Southampton's high pressure. The only way they could attack was to pass directly from the backcourt, compete in the front court, and rely on the personal abilities of the three forwards to attack. This offensive method made many mistakes, especially when their physical strength dropped sharply in the second half. The attack and defense transition rhythm of both sides was extremely fast. In the 85th minute, Coach Adkins started to make substitutions. Forward Gooley was replaced by vice-captain Walton. Walton did not move to the central defender position, but to the defensive midfielder position. This position is also Walton's favorite position. Duran, who was originally in the defensive midfielder position, directly moved to the front midfielder position. Southampton defended for the vast majority of the time, and in the final stage, finally changed its tactics to attack. Chapter 447, a great 4-goal game with great value. Duran's value has doubled. Transfer to Manchester City? After being replaced as the attacking midfielder, Duran's attacking power was immediately released. Not only in terms of attacking power, but also in the midfield of Southampton. The attacking midfielder and the defensive midfielder have become three-dimensional. In the 88th minute, Duran cooperated with Lambert and Lallana in the front court, and intercepted the ball from David Silva's feet. After Duran intercepted the ball, he immediately passed the ball to Lallana, and then rushed to Manchester City's penalty area. Lallana followed Duran with the ball, and after being intercepted, he immediately passed the ball to Lambert, who was supporting from the side. Lambert touched the ball with one foot, and lifted it to Manchester City's penalty area. Yaya, Lescott, and company all ran towards the football together. But Duran was faster. In the extremely confrontational situation, Duran's physical fitness and explosive power were still almost full. Duran took the lead and jumped high. Yaya reached out to pull Duran, but it was too late. Duran used a crouch-style high-track bombing move and smashed the ball into the goal. This time, Joe Hart's position was excellent. There was no recklessness, and he stood right in the middle of the goal line. Joe Hart's reaction was also very fast. When Duran jumped up, Joe Hart had already judged the angle of Duran's header. Joe Hart's legs seemed to be equipped with springs, and he jumped with all his strength, and his hands were stretched to the extreme. Bang! The football was so powerful that it hit Joe Hart's fingers heavily like a cannonball. Joe Hart missed the ball. The football was almost shaky, and rolled towards the goal. Joe Hart turned around, and looked back at the football, his face full of despair. Joe Hart was the background board for the goal again. The ball went in. Duran scored 4 goals. This game was a performance by Duran alone. The Manchester City fans at the scene were stunned. Unbelievable. The Southampton Saints fans, who had long been accustomed to miracles, were also excited and crazy at this moment, roaring and cheering. The score on the big screen of the Etihad Stadium was immediately rewritten as Manchester City 3:4 Southampton. Southampton took the lead again before the end of the game. This level of competition has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even if Southampton was tied and eliminated, Southampton's performance today was enough to convince and make the fans proud. After this game, no matter what the result, Duran's value will double. Coach Adkins immediately used the rules to make substitutions. The forward Lallana in front was replaced, and the midfielder Dixon was replaced. Southampton started to play the iron bucket formation of 0 forwards and 6 midfielders again. There were 5 minutes of injury time. As long as they could hold on to the last 5 minutes, Southampton could create a miracle, eliminate Manchester City, which was full of big names, and advance to the League Cup semi-finals. At this moment, all the Saints fans stood up and cheered for their team in one breath. After the game resumed, Manchester City's offensive became more crazy and the physical confrontation became more violent. But in addition to the physical problem, Manchester City has no advantage in the midfield. Southampton's midfielders may not be big names, but Southampton's 6 midfielders are pressing the whole court, full of three-dimensional sense. Manchester City's pass is almost difficult to penetrate Southampton's midfield. Even if it can penetrate, the forward line is completely cut off and can't get the ball at all. The more it gets to this time, the calmer the Manchester City team should be, and the more timely the formation and the style of play should be, but Manchester City's head coach Mancini has already broken down. Mancini doesn't want to accept the result that he is going to be eliminated by a League One team. Emotionally broken, Mancini stood in the technical area and yelled. The Manchester City players on the field were also anxious and didn't know how to play. If a spectator turned on the TV to watch the game now, he would probably think that the team wearing red and white jerseys is the Premier League team and the team wearing sky blue jerseys is Manchester City. In the 5 minutes of injury time, Manchester City did not create any chances. Instead, Southampton almost expanded the score through Guran's personal breakthrough. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle to end the game. The players on the Southampton bench rushed into the field frantically, scrambling to hug the hero Guran. The Saints fans in the stands were also crazy and cried with joy. This is the 3rd time in the club's history that they have entered the League Cup semi-finals since they won the League Cup runner-up in 1978 and entered the League Cup semi-finals in 1986. After 25 years, the pursuit and dream of a generation, the fans of Southampton were all excited and could hardly control themselves. And the fans of Manchester City were completely collapsed. They all thought this was a game without suspense, and many people even placed heavy bets on Manchester City to win 2 goals, but they lost everything. The players of Manchester City also lay on the grass in frustration. They tried their best in this game, and their physical strength had reached the limit. Although it is embarrassing to say that they were eliminated by the English League One team, in fact, only those who have watched this game will understand that Southampton with Guran is really strong. David Silva took the initiative to walk in front of Guran. Hey, Gu, congratulations, you played very well, especially your world wave hat trick. It was really amazing. Guran hurriedly shook David Silva's hand. Thank you, your performance is also great. It's a pleasure to be able to compete with you. David Silva smiled and said, Manchester City has a good atmosphere, and the most important thing is that they have money. After this game, your value will be more valued by Manchester City. I believe that Manchester City will desperately spend money to buy you during this winter transfer window. If you can come to Manchester City, we can cooperate. I can't even imagine how powerful Manchester City will be with you as the midfield organizer. Ha ha ha. Guran smiled and said, thank you for your compliment, David. However, I'm very satisfied with my current training and life in Southampton. I will not consider the transfer for the time being. David Silva shrugged. Who can predict the future? I tell you, when I was in Valencia in La Liga in 2008, I was the highest paid player in the team. I thought I would die in Valencia, so when Manchester City offered me an offer in 2008, I didn't even look at it. But 2010 was different. In 2010, Manchester City paid my minimum termination fee and gave me a weekly salary 10 times higher than the 2008 offer. I really couldn't refuse Manchester City's sincerity. Gu, when you see such sincerity, you will find that your previous thoughts were actually ridiculous. Guran smiled and said, maybe, David, let's talk about it when the time comes. David Silva smiled and said, I'm looking forward to you coming to Manchester City. We can conquer the Premier League together. Actually, I can do it myself. Guran thought so in his heart, but he just smiled. David Silva pointed at Guran's jersey again. Since we are friends now, can we exchange jerseys? Of course. Guran took off his jersey and exchanged it with David Silva. The Saints fans at the scene wailed. You know, the jerseys of this victory over Manchester City are worth collecting. After David Silva got Guran's jersey, he exchanged a few words with Guran, left each other's contact information, and then walked away contentedly. Led by Captain Davis, the Southampton team thanked the Saints fans who came from afar to support the team. 10 minutes later, the post-match press conference was held in the media hall of the Etihad Stadium. Coach Adkins brought Chamberlain to the meeting. Chamberlain's performance today was also very good, and he got 2 assists. Coach Mancini brought David Silva to the meeting. After the two coaches met, Coach Mancini seemed very polite, without the disdainful attitude at the pre-match press conference. At the beginning of the question and answer session, a reporter asked Coach Mancini about Tevez's injury. Coach Mancini then announced the latest news about Tevez's injury, a knee injury, which will require him to be out of action for at least 3 months. Mancini said that this is obviously a huge blow to Manchester City, which is aiming to win the Premier League title. But Manchester City still has Balotelli and David Silva, and we are very sure to buy Guran in the winter transfer window, so we can get through this difficult time and continue to aim to win the Premier League title. Reporters asked questions about buying Guran. Mancini said, Guran is the target that Manchester City has been preparing to acquire since the beginning of this season. Considering the friendly relationship between us and Southampton, we did not take the initiative during the summer transfer window. However, in today's game, Guran fully proved his value to the Blue Moon fans, so we will directly pay the minimum release fee at the beginning of the winter transfer window and increase Guran's weekly salary by more than 5 times to dig him to Manchester City. I believe that after the winter transfer window, Guran will wear a sky blue jersey. As soon as these words came out, the entire media hall exploded. No one was investigating the elimination of Manchester City anymore. Everyone focused on the news that Guran was about to join Manchester City, paying the minimum release fee plus more than 5 times the weekly salary. Isn't this transfer a done deal? Coach Adkins immediately responded to this statement, claiming that Guran is not for sale at Southampton. Any direct payment of the minimum termination fee is rude and disrespectful to Southampton. Southampton will severely condemn it and reserve all means of retaliation. Mancini said that they respect Southampton, but Southampton should also know that Southampton cannot keep a future superstar like Guran. Coach Adkins left the meeting angrily. The post-match press conference of both sides ended in an extremely unfriendly situation. Chapter 448, Opponents in the League Cup Quarter-Finals. At this moment, in the away team's locker room, the players sang and danced around Guran, and even the roof of the locker room was about to be blown off. Southampton made history, and Guran was the biggest contributor. After celebrating for more than half an hour, the players' excitement subsided under the intervention of Coach Adkins. Everyone took a shower, had physical therapy, and took oxygen. While Guran was receiving physical therapy, he focused his mind and calculated his growth value. Today's game is more valuable than all previous games, and Guran scored 4 goals alone, with the highest score of 9.2 points. Guran's bounce increased from 81 points to 82 points, short pass increased from 70 points to 71 points, vision increased from 71 points to 72 points, steals increased from 66 points to 67 points, and calmness increased from 72 points to 73 points. The system lottery was also very good, and he drew the golden right foot, accurate long pass, and this skill was immediately increased from +1 to +4. In the reorganization and repoints, Guran changed the step down turn +6 to the enhanced step down turn +1. Of the 6 talent points washed out, 3 were added to the shooting attribute, and the shooting attribute was immediately increased from 71 points to 74 points. The other 3 talent points were added to the 3 weak technical attributes of marking, positioning, and stealing. In this way, the marking attribute was increased to 69, the positioning attribute was increased to 70, and the stealing attribute was increased to 68. After Guran finished the physiotherapy, all members of the Southampton team took the bus and happily returned to the Staplewood training base. The 8 games in November are over. All the games were won. This is the most perfect month for the Southampton team. Coach Adkins was also named the best coach of November, and Guran was named the best player of November in the English League One. Coach Adkins announced that he would take 2 days off, and all players must return to the Staplewood training ground on December 3rd. After the teammates dispersed, Guran stayed in the restaurant of the training base to eat customized snacks. Personal assistant Rick ran over happily with a bunch of information. "Hi, Gu. Your performance today is so cool. The whole Southampton is crazy about you. We haven't been able to make it to the League Cup semi-finals for a long time. The credit for today's victory is all yours. I really can't describe my love for you in words." Rick hugged Guran without hesitation and kissed Guran hard on the face. Damn, Guran felt that he almost vomited the snack he had just eaten. Rick, cough, cough, it's nothing. Although I scored the goal, the victory is the result of everyone's joint efforts. By the way, you should be here to deliver the December schedule. Rick nodded quickly. Yes, but before the schedule, I want to show you the enemies we may face in the League Cup semi-finals. As he said that, Rick handed the results of several other League Cup quarter-finals to Guran. Guran took it and took a look and couldn't help but secretly took a breath of cold air. Manchester United eliminated Birmingham 5:1. There was no suspense about this. Manchester United around 2010 was absolutely an invincible overlord. The other two knockout matches were shocking. Tottenham eliminated Liverpool 2:1. Chelsea tied Arsenal 3:3 in regular time, and both sides scored one goal each in overtime. In the end, Chelsea eliminated Arsenal, which had sold many captains, through a penalty shootout. This means that Southampton's future opponents will be among Manchester United, Tottenham and Chelsea. The quarter-finals of the English League Cup will be played in 2 rounds, one at home and one away. No matter who Southampton faces, it will be a very difficult game. Of course, if they can win the quarter-finals, then Southampton will tie the highest record of runner-up in the club's history. Rick added, the schedule for the League Cup will not be available until January next year, so we can relax in December. The draw for the match will also begin in mid-December. Guran nodded and took the December schedule handed over by Rick. There are 7 games in December, which is relatively easier than the 8 games in November. The first game is at 3 p.m. on Saturday, December 4th, the 18th round of the English League One. Southampton will host Hartlepool. The second game is at 7:45 p.m. on Wednesday, December 8th, the semi-final of the English Championship Pioneer Cup South Division. Southampton will host Milton Keynes. The third game is at 3 p.m. on Saturday, December 11th, the 19th round of the English League One. Southampton will challenge Bristol Rovers away. The fourth game is at 7:45 p.m. on Tuesday, December 14th, the 20th round of the English League One. Southampton will host Yeovil Town. The fifth match, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, December 18th, in the 21st round of the English League One. Southampton will play away against the Denham. The sixth match, at 3 p.m. on Sunday, December 26th, in the 22nd round of the English League One. Southampton will play at home against Exeter City. The seventh match, at 3 p.m. on Tuesday, December 28th, in the 23rd round of the English League One. Southampton will play at home against Plymouth. After playing the 7 games in December, the first half of the season is over, and the winter transfer window begins. Throughout December, there are almost no fatal confrontations. The only focus match is probably the semi-final of the English Championship South Division against Milton Keynes on December 8th. Guran put away the schedule, exchanged a few words with Rick, and then drove back to the Dune Villa, had ice and fire therapy, and went to bed to rest. On December 4th, the 18th round of the English League One, Southampton played against Hartlepool at home. Hartlepool is a weak mid-level team, temporarily ranked 16th in the English League One standings. Therefore, in today's game, Coach Adkins also sent all the main players to play, and Guran sat on the bench in case of emergency. In the first half, the two sides played back and forth. In the 32nd minute, Hartlepool created chaos in front of the goal through a corner kick, and kicked the ball into the goal of Southampton in the chaos, gaining a leading advantage. After taking the lead, the Hartlepool team began to defend with all their strength. Southampton's substitutes continued to bombard, and finally before the end of the first half, Garrod scored an equalizer. In the second half, the two sides changed sides and the scene was still anxious and ugly. Until the 80th minute, the score between the two sides did not expand. Coach Adkins made a decisive substitution, directly replacing Canali, who performed poorly in this game and directly pushed Guran to the forward position. This substitution had an immediate effect. Less than half a minute after coming on the field, Guran retreated to his own penalty area and stole the ball, then ran 75 meters in 10 seconds. With his super physical strength and violent aesthetic sprint speed, he broke through the 3 layers of defense of the Heartthrob team in one wave and shot directly after breaking into the penalty area. The score was immediately rewritten to Southampton 2:1 Heartthrob. The Southampton fans at St Mary's Stadium were overjoyed. Then, in the 86th minute of the game, Guran dribbled in front of the penalty area, and Heartthrob pushed behind him, and was shown a red card by the referee, and sent off directly. It must be said that today's referee is more biased towards Southampton. First, this is Southampton's home court. Second, Guran is Southampton's most popular star. Southampton club will definitely spend a lot of effort to ensure that Guran will not be maliciously targeted at the referee union. British referees, haha, are all the same. After Heartthrob was sent off, Guran took the free kick in a good position. Guran was unceremonious and scored another goal with a crescent-shaped scimitar with a deadly elevator. On the big screen at St Mary's Stadium, the score was immediately changed to Southampton 3:1 Heartthrob. Heartthrob, who was one man short, was defeated. In the last minute of injury time, Guran dribbled into the penalty area and sent a beautiful through the crotch pass under the double team of 5 defensive players. Garrod, who followed up in the back row, easily pushed the ball, and the score became Southampton 4:1 Heartthrob. In the end, Southampton completely defeated Heartthrob with Guran's appearance in the last 10 minutes, won 3 points in the 18th round of the English League One, and continued to lead the English League One. Then, 3 days later, at 7:45 p.m. on Wednesday, December 8th, the semi-finals of the English Championship Pioneer Cup South Division began. Southampton played at home against Milton Keynes, another top team in English League One. This season was not the first time the two sides met, and this match was also a relatively important knockout match, so all the main players of Southampton returned after a round of rest. Guran continued to play as a defensive midfielder. At the beginning of the first half, Southampton adopted an offensive posture of high pressure throughout the game. In the 3rd minute of the game, Guran broke through the ball in the middle and made a violent aesthetic breakthrough to the front of Milton Keynes' penalty area, sending a beautiful magic lamp straight pass. Chamberlain inserted into the penalty area from a small angle on the left side, and the football was blocked by Milton Keynes' central defender with his foot and rolled into his own goal. Milton Keynes gave an own goal at the beginning. Southampton got off to a dream start, and all the players on the team were smiling except Chamberlain, who should have scored the goal. Originally, this ball should have been Chamberlain's goal, but it turned into an own goal for the opponent. Chamberlain was about to explode. In the 14th minute of the game, Lambert made a wonderful pass to Guran, who stopped the ball with his right foot and passed it directly to Lallana, who broke into the penalty area with his left foot. Lallana shot the ball, but the Milton Keynes goalkeeper saved it. Southampton got a corner kick. Guran took the corner kick and sent the ball to the back post. The high defender JD headed the ball into the goal, and Southampton scored again. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Southampton 2:0 Milton Keynes. Chapter 449. Cristiano Ronaldo sends a video greeting. Merry Christmas. Happy birthday. The game continued. Southampton almost pressed Milton Keynes to play. Playing at home, the referee's penalty scale was obviously tilted towards Southampton. In the 37th minute of the first half, a Milton Keynes defender pulled Guran's arm in the penalty area, and the referee directly awarded a penalty kick. Guran gave this penalty kick opportunity to Canelli, who has been in poor form recently. Canelli scored in one fell swoop, expanding the score to 3:0. Milton Keynes began to adopt a more conservative defensive strategy. In the injury time of the first half, Guran intercepted the ball in the backcourt and made a precise long pass. Lallana at the top of the arc stopped the ball with his chest, and Canelli followed up and shot directly into the far corner of the goal. Milton Keynes' goalkeeper was helpless. The score on the big screen at St Mary's Stadium was immediately rewritten as Southampton 4:0 Milton Keynes. Southampton beat Milton Keynes, another top team in English League One, in the first half. In the second half, Coach Adkins started to make substitutions early. Lallana and Schneiderlin were replaced at the same time. Lallana had been injured before, and although he has recovered, Adkins still dared not take risks. Now the situation is stable and Schneiderlin also needs a rest. In the 66th minute, Duran burst along the middle, attracted the 6 defensive players of Milton Keynes at the top of the penalty area, and used Matthews' shoulder to shake open a gap and pass the ball to Kennelly. Kennelly took the ball with his back and quickly turned around and shot. Milton Keynes' goalkeeper was helpless again. The football burst into the net. Southampton 5-0 Milton Keynes. Kennelly completed his hat-trick in the league this year. After scoring, Kennelly slid down to Guran excitedly and hugged Guran's thighs tightly. In the 70th minute, Coach Adkins used the last substitution and replaced Guran, who was in a hot competitive state, with Walton. After Guran was replaced, Milton Keynes finally breathed a sigh of relief and played several decent counter-attacks. The two teams seemed to be at the same level of strength again. In the 81st minute, Milton Keynes scored a goal to save face through active front court steals. In the end, the score of the semi-final of the British Championship Southern Division was fixed at Southampton 5-1 Milton Keynes, and Southampton advanced to the final of the British Championship Southern Division without any suspense. The final of the Southern Division is also divided into the first and second rounds. The total number of goals in the two games is counted. If the total number of goals is the same, then the number of away goals will be compared. If the number of away goals is also the same, then the penalty shootout will decide the winner. The draw for the Southern Division final will be held before the end of the month. 3 days after the end of this game, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, December 11th, the 19th round of the English League One, Southampton's away challenge to Bristol Rovers began. Guran started the game. Half of Southampton's main players were rested, and Guran wore the captain's armband again. At the beginning of the game, Southampton, led by Guran, launched an oppressive attack. As the captain today, Guran was more about connecting the front and back courts and feeding the ball to his teammates. In the 3rd minute, Guran passed the ball to Chamberlain, who broke into the left rib near the center circle. Chamberlain kicked directly, but unfortunately the ball hit the side net. In the 6th minute, Guran made a wonderful pass at the top of the arc, and Kennelly successfully countered the offside. After Kennelly got the ball, he towed away the goalkeeper's interception and easily sent the ball into the net. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Bristol Rovers 0-1 Southampton. In the 18th minute, Kennelly took the ball and shot in the penalty area, but the goalkeeper of Bristol Rovers blocked it. At the critical moment, Guran ran to the first point and directly raised his foot to rub the ball into the near corner of the goal. The score on the big screen was changed to Bristol Rovers 0-2 Southampton. In the 37th minute, Guran, under the double team of 5 Bristol Rovers defenders, flew through the flowers and brought the ball to the front of the penalty area. Chamberlain was unguarded and ran to the left side of the penalty area. Guran saw the opportunity and made a wonderful pass. Chamberlain immediately cut inside and shot the ball. The goalkeeper of Bristol Rovers was powerless, and the score on the big screen was immediately changed to Bristol Rovers 0-3 Southampton. Before the end of the first half, Bristol Rovers did not have any decent counter-attacks. They were completely pressed to the ground and robbed by Guran. In the second half, Southampton continued to attack. In the 65th minute, Chamberlain's cross was blocked. Guran picked up the first point and passed the ball high to Barnard. Barnard headed the ball, but the goalkeeper of Bristol Rovers missed the ball, and the score on the big screen was immediately changed to Bristol Rovers 0-4 Southampton. In the 79th minute, a Bristol Rovers defender tripped Guran in front of his own penalty area. The referee gave a yellow card and awarded Southampton a free kick in a good position. Guran took the penalty, and the crescent moon scimitar plus the fatal elevator directly made the goalkeeper of Bristol Rovers stand still. The score on the big screen was changed to Bristol Rovers vs 0-5 Southampton. This score continued until the end of the game. Southampton once again easily won 3 points in the 19th round of the English League One. 3 days later, at 7:45 p.m. on Tuesday, the 20th round of the English League One, Southampton's home game against Yeovil Town began. The games in the first half of December were quite dense, with a game almost every 3 days. Yeovil Town is a mid-level team in the English League One, temporarily ranking 14th in the English League One standings. Southampton had the home advantage in this game, so Coach Adkins asked Guran to take a rest. Guran didn't even sit on the bench, but watched the game directly on the sofa at home. Without Guran, Lallana and Chamberlain took on the offensive responsibility. Before the end of the first half, Lallana assisted Chamberlain and Southampton took a 1-0 lead. In the second half, Southampton changed sides and Canali scored another goal through a penalty kick. In the end, Southampton's score of 2-0 against Yeovil Town lasted until the end of the game, and Southampton continued its winning streak. 3 days later, on December 18th, the 21st round of the English League One, Southampton's away game against Dagenham began. Dagenham is a weak team in League One, currently ranked 21st in League One, and has fallen into the relegation zone. Guran returned to the game, but was placed on the bench by Coach Adkins like a baby. Chamberlain was in good shape in the first half, scoring 1 goal through a fast break on the wing, and Lallana also scored 1 goal with the cooperation of Garrod. Southampton led by 2 goals in the first half. In the second half, both sides played very anxiously, and Southampton never expanded the score. Fortunately, the 2-goal advantage is also good for Southampton, and Coach Adkins did not replace Guran. In the end, Dagenham 1-2 Southampton. Southampton got 3 points without any danger. After this game, the entire Southampton team took a 5-day holiday to prepare, and such a short holiday was also for the players, to spend Christmas with their families. And Christmas Day is also Guran's birthday. Guran is 18. That night, Sophie Turner, Mariah, Anne Hathaway, Suzuki Honami, the goddess of youth, Elizabeth Olsen, Evelyn, the jungler, Gwyneth Paltrow, Taylor Swift, Crouch's girlfriend Abby Clancy, Beckham's wife Victoria, Liverpool's boss Linda, and Chelsea's boss Noah all sent congratulatory messages. Of course, Southampton and other wealthy clubs, as well as the heads of the English Football Association and the heads of the advertising departments of major brands, all sent congratulations to Guran. But none of these congratulations can compare to the luxurious gift from Agent Menz. This luxurious gift is a specially recorded video greeting from his senior brother Cristiano Ronaldo. In the video, Ronaldo grinned and said, "Hi, Gu, how are you? I have watched the highlights of your game against Manchester City several times. You are really great. I look forward to meeting you one day. By the way, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Birthday. I have entrusted our common agent George to send you a signed number 7 jersey of my Real Madrid. I hope you can send me a signed number 8 jersey of your Southampton." In addition to Ronaldo's autograph, there is a line of small words written in English on his Real Madrid jersey, "To my dear brother Guran. I hope one day we can meet in the great galaxy battleship." Wow, Guran's excited heart was pounding. Guran quickly found a brand new Southampton jersey, signed his name on the jersey, and wrote, "To my dear brother Cristiano Ronaldo." That's it. The name is too long, and the rest of the words can't be written. After Christmas and birthday, the 6th game of this month, that is, at 3 p.m. on Sunday, December 26th. The 22nd round of the English League One began. Southampton played against Exeter City at home. Exeter City is not a weak team, and is currently ranked 9th in the English League One. Therefore, Coach Adkins also sent Guran directly today, to let Guran find his form. In the first half, both sides attacked and defended each other. In the 8th minute of the game, Guran shot directly from outside the penalty area. The goalkeeper of Exeter City reacted very quickly and flew to intercept, but Guran's kick was too powerful. The goalkeeper of Exeter City missed the ball. Schneiderlin rushed to create chaos, and Lallana followed up with a shot and scored the goal. The score on the big screen at St Mary's Stadium was immediately rewritten as Southampton 1-0 Exeter City. This goal was not an assist by Guran. Not playing in the previous few games did affect Guran's form. However, this competitive form was soon restored. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.